Welcome to Fanfiction Audiobooks. One Piece, The Dimensional Synthesizer of Marin. Chapter 81. Time flies, and soon a week has passed. Early this morning, a man in a purple striped shirt came to the training ground of the Jiyuan family. At this time, Luoxia was lying on a recliner with a parasol beside him, looking very comfortable. Luoxia's ears moved, and he felt someone approaching. Luoxia sat up and looked at the oncoming mole and asked, "Vice Admiral Mole, what's the matter?" "Oh, it's like this, Vice Admiral Luoxia, Marshal Zhangguo wants you to go with me to the Daughter Island to invite the Pirate Queen to participate in the public execution in a month." Luoxia nodded and asked, "When do you leave?" "Not now." Mole shook his head, "No, about 5 days later." Luoxia nodded, and the time he calculated was not much different. "By the way, Vice Admiral Luoxia, Marshal Zhangguo wants you to go to his office." Luoxia nodded, stood up directly, and appeared 100 steps away in an instant after taking a step. In just a few breaths, Rorschach disappeared in front of the mole. The mole swallowed unconsciously, and for the first time, a look of surprise appeared on his serious face. He murmured, "How could this speed be caused by shaving? This is too outrageous." 5 minutes later, in Zhangguo's office, Rorschach looked around, and finally looked at Zhangguo and asked, "Marshal, what's up?" "I'm still busy over there." Zhangguo's face darkened. "What are you busy with?" "Busy being lazy? You really learned the essence from Garp." Seeing that Rorschach was still trying to argue, Zhangguo hurriedly interrupted, "Okay, I called you here today for one thing." "What is it?" "Code name." Rorschach asked in confusion, "Do you mean the code name of the Admiral?" Zhangguo nodded, "Yes, every navy can have his own code name when he reaches the general stage. Color plus animal. Here we have selected 3 code names for you, you can choose one." Rorschach waved his hand, and a stool appeared under his buttocks. "First, pink pig. Second, purple rat. Third, grey cat." Zhangguo smiled faintly after he finished speaking, and he was obviously very satisfied with the 3 code names. His expression seemed to say that he would agree with any of them. But when Rorschach heard the 3 code names, his face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, and he almost cursed. Which simple-minded guy with strong limbs came up with these? Why doesn't he use them himself? Rorschach kicked the stool behind him down, and his expression was very unconvinced. Kizaru beside him looked at Zhangguo with a sneaky look, as if he was looking forward to Zhangguo's reaction. "Humph, what code name do you want to use?" "I can tell you, these 3 were chosen with great difficulty. If you want another code name, you can only choose it yourself." Rorschach curled his lips and said arrogantly, "Even if I can't think of it, I won't use these 3. Then Rorschach looked at the lifelike blue dragon on the left chest of his black shirt. Rorschach blurted out, "Let's use the blue dragon. It just happens to match me. Blue is my color, and the blue dragon is just right." Zhangguo read it carefully several times and then nodded, "Okay, your code name can only be the blue dragon in the future." Rorschach nodded, "Yeah." Dong dong dong. "Come in." As soon as the door opened, Mole walked in. Judging from the sweat on his forehead, he should have run here. Rorschach glanced at Mole, and Suanji smiled at Zhangguo and said, "Then I'll leave first." Rorschach turned around and wanted to leave, but the yellow figure stopped Rorschach. Rorschach looked directly at Kizaru in front of him and asked in confusion, "What's the matter?" Kizaru spread his hands, then pointed at Sengoku behind Rorschach. Rorschach turned around and saw Sengoku holding a golden card with a smile on his face. Seeing the golden card, Rorschach immediately understood what Sengoku was going to do. "Haha, Rorschach! This contains 800 million Baileys. Kizaru is here too, so why don't you combine one?" Looking at Sengoku holding the card with a licking face, Rorschach couldn't bear to say the word price increase. Rorschach held back his smile and stretched out 2 fingers, "Price increase, 200 million. What? You raised the price?" Sengoku pointed at Rorschach with his eyes wide open in disbelief. Luoxia helplessly spread his hands, "Yes, since I was burned by Admiral Akainu last time, I decided to raise the price. These 200 million are my medical expenses in advance." Luoxia showed a professional smile of a profiteer, rubbed his hands and said, "A total of 1 billion Baileys, thank you Marshal Zhangguo." Zhangguo's smile gradually began to stiffen. Although he was a marshal, he couldn't just take out the military funds and use them. He still scraped out these 800 million bit by bit. Zhang Guo sighed helplessly and said, Can I buy on credit? Zhang Guo's face was a little red, as if he had used up all his life's strength to say these words. Rorschach slightly raised a wicked smile, and the next second Rorschach's smile was restrained, no money. Then I can only wait until Marshal Zhang Guo saves enough money before coming back. As long as I have enough money, I will make it immediately. But if I don't have money, then I can only go and do my own things. After saying these words, Rorschach didn't have any nostalgia. Just as he was about to leave, he heard a serious voice that was obviously louder. Wait! Rorschach turned around and saw that it was the mole who had just come in with sweat on his forehead. Rorschach asked in confusion, Vice Admiral Mole, what's up? Mole didn't say anything, but took out a golden card from his pocket. Here are 2 Eberly cards, plus the one from Marshal Sengoku, that should be enough. Mole forced a smile. Rorschach looked at Sengoku and then at Mole in confusion, and in a blink of an eye he seemed to understand. Oh, so that's it. Rorschach showed his trademark smile of a profiteer again, and the middle power in his hand activated and put the 2 golden cards into the system space. Since the money has been collected, I, Rorschach, can't run away. Rorschach turned his head to look at Kizaru, and the meaning in his eyes was self-evident. Kizaru sat on the floor with a crying face, and Kizaru sat opposite Rorschach. Kizaru asked, Is it still the same size as last time? Yeah. Just don't make it too big. If I get hurt, I can only add another 200 million next time. Rorschach said it was a big deal. Rorschach's words scared Sengoku who was standing aside. Sengoku quickly came to Rorschach and Kizaru. Sengoku said seriously, Kizaru, you must ensure King Glong's safety. Rorschach, don't say it, this code name is quite nice. Chapter 82. 3 days later. Training ground of Jiyuan Villa. Luoxia was drinking a drink leisurely at this moment, when suddenly a purple light flashed across the sky. The purple light landed in front of Luoxia at a very fast speed. Luoxia stared at the mole in front of him and asked, Lieutenant General Mole, what's the matter? Well, Luoxia, we are ready to set off for Daughter Island. Luoxia thought for a moment and nodded. So many days have passed, and it is indeed time. Luoxia stood up and moved his body, and a click sound came from his body, which was very crisp. Luoxia, do you want me to take you? Luoxia shook his head and just said lightly, let's go, meet at the port. Luoxia didn't care about the mole, and the space fruit was activated. Wherever he looked, he was a target that he could convert. In an instant, Luoxia appeared a few hundred meters away. The mole in front of him was stunned. Then the mole smiled bitterly, my shining fruit was given by others, and you still want to take Rorschach with you. About a minute later, Rorschach arrived at the port. Rorschach yawned boredly and looked around, but found that the port was full of warships. Which one should he go on? At this time, the voice of the mole came from behind, Qinglong, our warship is this one. Rorschach turned around and saw that it was the mole. At this moment, he was waiting for him in front of a warship. Rorschach understood and immediately walked towards the warship. As soon as Rorschach boarded the warship, he saw dozens of Marines neatly lined up in 3 rows. Hello, Vice Admiral Qinglong! Everyone shouted in unison. The sound shocked Rorschach. Ahem, hello, hello. Rorschach had never seen so many Marines greet him in unison, and he was a little nervous. Okay, let's go back to our posts. Get ready to set off, target Daughter Island. The Marine at the helm nodded seriously, okay, Vice Admiral Mole, get ready to set sail, target Daughter Island. As the warship slowly sailed in the sea, a soldier in a navy uniform came to Rorschach with a wooden recliner in his hand. Vice Admiral Qinglong, I know you like recliners, so this is the recliner we prepared for you. Rorschach was stunned and took it subconsciously. He didn't expect the navy on this ship to be so considerate. He wanted to use his ability to make one, but he didn't expect them to prepare it. Rorschach smiled kindly, took the recliner and found a corner to lie down. But Rorschach didn't lie down for long before he saw Mole also came to his side with a chair. Rorschach glanced at the mole and asked casually, Lieutenant General Mole, how are you getting used to the fruit these past 2 days? If you are not used to it, I can help you absorb the ability. The mole widened his eyes and swallowed his saliva. I asked in astonishment, Can this ability be absorbed? No. I just said it casually, don't mind it, don't mind it. Although Rorschach said so, how could the meticulous mole think too much? But this is not something Rorschach can know. Vice Admiral Mole, why do all the soldiers on your ship call me Admiral Ching Long? Mole patted his forehead and said, because since you decided on the code name, Marshal Sengoku informed all the naval commanders, and then the commanders told their marines. Oh, so that's not bad. By the way, we are going to Daughter Island, which is the territory of the Pirate Empress, right? Mole nodded, yes, but the Empress Boa Hancock may not agree to this call. Disagree? Then can we just do it? I want to test my current strength. Rorschach's words were shocking. Let's not talk about whether Rorschach can beat the Empress, his ability to petrify is very difficult to deal with. Mole pondered for a long time, shook his head and smiled bitterly, I really don't know whether I can do it or not. You can ask Marshal Zhangguo. That's right. If I do it and don't report it to that old guy, I will definitely be scolded when I come back. Suanji Rorschach took out a Den Mushi, which was given to him by Ji Yuan. At the same time, Zhangguo's office. At this time, the Den Mushi in Zhangguo's arms, who was working, suddenly rang. Zhangguo took out the Den Mushi directly, is it Rorschach? Yes, it's me, Marshal Zhangguo. What are you going to do again? Ahem, haven't we set off for Daughter Island with Vice Admiral Mole now? I want to ask. Before Rorschach finished asking, the monk's temper suddenly came up, what is the kid going to do again? Old. Marshal Zhangguo, I want to ask, if this pirate queen refuses to cooperate and attacks us, can I do it? Zhangguo was stunned. He didn't expect Luoxia to ask such a question. But think about it, this time Luoxia and his friends are going to the pirate queen's territory. Zhangguo pondered for a while and said slowly, yes, as long as she attacks you, you can fight back. But, if you do it alone, just remember one thing. Luoxia frowned puzzled, what? You kid, remember to run away if you can't beat it, don't be petrified, otherwise our navy will be very passive. Also, you still have the hope of our navy. With your synthesis ability, you must not show off when you can't beat it. Zhangguo was talking a lot. Luoxia, who was sitting on the warship recliner, faced Zhangguo who was chattering on the other end of the phone. He sat up with a dark face. Luoxia stared at the Den Mushi quietly, and hung up the phone the next second. He didn't want to listen to the monk chanting. You are so long-winded. Don't I know that if I can't win, I should run away? In today's world, there is no one I can run away from. If I can't win and I don't run away, why should I stay there? Does Marshal Zhangguo know how fast I can run? After Luoxia's words, Mole just wanted to laugh, but he was too embarrassed to laugh directly, so his face was flushed. Luoxia curled his lips and ignored Mole. Instead, he took out a thin quilt from the space to cover his body and closed his eyes. Of course, Luoxia was not sleeping. He went to the system space. System, draw a lottery. Ding! Deduct 500 million Baileys, and the lottery roulette starts. Instantly, there was nothing in front of him, and the next moment a roulette wheel appeared. The roulette wheel spun wildly, dazzling Rorschach. About a minute later. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the formula for the Anywhere door. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the formula for the storage capsule. Ding! Congratulations on increasing the development of the space fruit by 10%. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 1 stone. Ding! The lottery is over, thank you for participating. As the system's voice fell, 4 more things appeared in the system space. Rorschach said speechlessly, what about the other one? Ding! Nothing was drawn in the last one, so the system will not report. As the system answered, Luoxia's face was completely black. It was okay that he didn't draw any skills for battle, but he didn't draw anything in the last one. What he drew was some useless things, all auxiliary. Luoxia glanced at the corner of his eyes, and saw a ball of white light in the system space. Space fruit ability development plus 15%. Luoxia grinned, picked up the ball of light, and the ball of light turned into stars and directly merged into Luoxia's body. Luoxia only felt a warm current flowing through his body, and similarly, some space fruit moves and applications appeared in his mind. Luoxia was very surprised. Chapter 83. 3 days later. In the doldrums, Luo Xia stood up in a daze. At this moment, Mole also walked towards Luo Xia. Qing Long, we are close to Daughter Island. As long as we cross this doldrums, we can reach Daughter Island. This is the information of Daughter Island and the basic information of Pirate Queen. Mole handed a stack of notes to Luo Xia. Luo Xia reached out to take it. 10 minutes later, Luo Xia took a rough look at the information in his hand, and basically understood the situation of Daughter Island and Pirate Queen. Time passed little by little, and at some point, a dark red pirate ship suddenly appeared on the sea, and the bow was like 2 sea snakes. Luo Xia's originally lazy eyes gradually became clear when he saw the ship. At the same time, the observer on the opposite ship also discovered the existence of the warship in front. At this time, Mole looked extremely serious. The 2 ships slowly approached, but the 2 ships seemed to have agreed, and all stopped on the sea. The Mole straightened his chest and stared seriously at the ship in front of him that belonged to the 9 Snakes pirates. As time passed, Rorschach heard the sound of high heels stepping on the deck. As the sound of high heels stepping on the deck became clearer and clearer, Rorschach also saw the face of the person coming. The red long dress was bright and eye-catching, highlighting her nobility and domineering. The style of the long dress was relatively slim, which could well show her tall and graceful figure. The white cloak added a sense of layering and magnificence to the overall shape, making her more majestic when she was moving. However, Rorschach found that the pirate queen not far away had a hint of arrogance on her face, which made her look cold and arrogant. Rorschach frowned slightly. Humph, Navy on the other side, what do you want to do? Why do you want to stop my ship? Mole took out a piece of paper with the word recruitment written on it and said, Boya Hancock, in the name of the Navy Admiral, I invite you to participate in the public execution in half a month. Humph, what public execution? If I don't go, you Navy can go back. Mole frowned, but continued, this is the order of the Navy. As a Shishibukai appointed by my Navy, you must participate. I am the most beautiful woman in the world. If I say I won't participate, I won't participate. Hancock said, jumped up in one step, and jumped onto her own warship. But Rorschach didn't see Hancock's head. Humph, no matter what I do, you will forgive me, right? Hancock's lips curled up, looking very tempting. Rorschach glanced at the dozens of Marines behind him. At this moment, the eyes of these Marines turned into peach hearts. It looked like he was seduced by a vixen. Sweet 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 wind. Rorschach frowned, and his palm unconsciously emitted a green light to touch the heart wave emitted by Boa Hancock. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 2 pieces of the sweet sweet fruit. Rorschach was shocked. He didn't expect that his subconscious behavior not only did not petrify him, but also harvested 2 devil fruit fragments. Thinking of petrification, Rorschach suddenly turned back, only to see that the Marines who were originally full of energy had all turned into stone. However, when Rorschach turned back, the pirate queen showed an expression of disbelief, looking very shocked. You didn't petrify. Who are you? You didn't have any lust for me. After saying that, the pirate queen pointed at the mole next to Rorschach, and you, a Navy, actually used pain to offset your lust for me. Humph, I won't go anyway. If you're willing to wait, then wait. I'm going back. The pirate queen turned around gorgeously and jumped back to her pirate ship in an instant. Rorschach turned to look at the mole, who was sweating on his forehead at the moment, with the dagger stuck in his hand and blood dripping from his palm. The corners of Rorschach's mouth rose wildly, and the coldness in his body continued to spread. Since this pirate queen keeps recruiting, then... Vice Admiral Mole, can I take action now? Mole looked at the pirate queen who was about to sail away, and whispered, if you can't win, run away. Remember Marshal Sengoku's instructions. Rorschach nodded. He disappeared in the next second, and appeared again on the deck of the 9 Snakes pirates. Rorschach smiled slightly, looked around, and found that every woman here had a snake in her hand. Some of the snakes were weapons, and some were wrapped around their arms. Navy! Why are you on our queen's ship? Rorschach grinned, looked at everyone and sneered, the pirate queen blatantly violated the 7 warlords of the sea treaty. Rorschach's yaw paused halfway through his words, then looked at Boa Hancock and smiled, since you, the Empress, don't want to go, then don't blame me for killing your people. What? The many 9 snake female warriors present laughed out loud, making Rorschach look ridiculous. They felt that Rorschach was overestimating himself. Rorschach didn't care about the sneers of the crowd at all. The corners of Rorschach's mouth slightly raised, and the next moment a huge domineering color was released instantly. When the domineering color was released, some 9 snake female warriors who were laughing and holding their stomachs froze instantly. Some 9 snake female warriors who couldn't resist fainted instantly. Rorschach looked around and found that there were still more than half of the pirates present. At this time, the female warriors were shocked, especially Boa Hancock, who bit her fingers in her mouth and had a complicated expression on her face. Humph, how can a navy, how can it be possible that it has the same domineering haki as me? You even stunned my people, unforgivable. I'm going to kill you. Rorschach curled his lips, and disappeared instantly the next moment, and Boa Hancock's kick did not hit Rorschach. Pirate Queen, let me show you what speed is. Just when the Pirate Queen was very puzzled, Rorschach disappeared instantly, but the 9 snakes warriors who were still standing in the same place were frozen one after another. Exactly the same as the petrified Marines on Rorschach's warship. As Rorschach froze all the 9 snakes warriors present and returned to the Pirate Queen. The Pirate Queen lowered her head, but her trembling shoulders showed how angry she was now. P.S. When I woke up, the sky was falling. The good news was that the ratings were out, but the bad news was that it was only 5.4. But it should go up later, I think. Chapter 84. Rorschach looked at his satisfactory work on the 9 snakes and nodded involuntarily. But Rorschach tilted his head slightly and saw the ferocious Empress. Rorschach felt that the flames of anger were rising from her head. Rorschach swallowed and said loudly, "What? You still want to hit me? Asshole Navy, my people were turned into this by asshole Navy like you." Boa Hancock, with one hand on her waist and her head tilted back, looked extremely arrogant and contemptuous. I order you to restore my people to their original state, otherwise I will kill you. After killing you, kill all the navy on the warship. As he spoke, Rorschach clearly felt the domineering color exuded by the pirate Empress Zhou Shen. Rorschach retreated instantly and returned to the warship in the blink of an eye. However, when Rorschach landed on the warship, the pirate Empress also followed. Before the mole could figure out the situation, he saw the murderous pirate Queen Boa Hancock in the blink of an eye. Rorschach naturally saw the mole's nervousness. Rorschach patted the mole on the shoulder and comforted him, "Don't worry, Vice Admiral Mole, the Pirate Queen is just a paper tiger now, don't be afraid. If he dares to hurt you, I will immediately kill his people." Originally, the Pirate Queen was going to take action, but as soon as Rorschach's words came out, the Pirate Queen stopped instantly. "Hey! Inhale! Hey!" The Pirate Queen took a few deep breaths and finally calmed down. She also knew that even if Rorschach was killed now, Santa Sonia and the others would not be able to return to their original state. "You bastard Navy, how can you restore my people? As long as the conditions are not excessive, I can agree to you." The Pirate Queen almost said it with anger. Rorschach snapped his fingers and said with a smile, "Wouldn't it be better if it was done earlier? I have to use your people to threaten you." The Pirate Queen glared at Rorschach and gritted her teeth and said, "If you want to say it, just say it quickly." Rorschach grinned, activated the power of space in his hand, and the 2 lounge chairs in the distance instantly came to Rorschach. Rorschach sat on the lounge chair, then pointed to the lounge chair in front of him and said, "Sit down first, so that it will be easier to negotiate." "Humph, I won't sit on your stinky men's things." However, the Pirate Queen still jumped down from the bow, and Salome, who was close to her, curled up her body and looked like a meat-padded chair. "Tell me, your conditions, tell me quickly, I still have to go back to Amazon Lily." Boa Hancock seemed extremely impatient. Rorschach smiled faintly, without any nonsense, and pointed to the many petrified Marines on the side. The meaning was self-evident. "Humph, my people must be thawed first, otherwise your Navy soldiers will forget about thawing, or they will be like stinky and hard stones for the rest of their lives." Rorschach curled his lips and said calmly, "Do you know how long it takes for my ability to freeze people to death?" Rorschach smiled and stretched out 3 fingers, "It's 30 minutes. So, you only have 30 minutes to negotiate with me. After 30 minutes, your sister and your people will become a piece of ice forever." Although what Rorschach said was very scary, it did not prevent him from increasing the sense of crisis for the Empress. The Pirate Empress swallowed her saliva, and reluctantly made a heart shape with her hands, and the pink light in her hands was reflected on the stones. Almost instantly, the Marines who were originally petrified were instantly unpetrified. Rorschach nodded with satisfaction. Hey? The Pirate Queen actually appeared in front of me. Am I dreaming? You're not dreaming, brother. I saw it too. The faces of the Navy turned red, and they looked at the proud Pirate Queen in front of them with fascination. The purple light in the hands of the mole standing next to Rorschach lit up, and the next second a large net that could cover all the Marines took shape in the hands of the mole. The mole covered all the Marines present with a serious expression. You bastards, if it weren't for Qing Long, you wouldn't know when you would be petrified. Get out of here and get into the cabin. Don't embarrass me. Bang! The mole was not polite at all. With a wave of his hands, the Navy soldiers were thrown heavily into the cabin by the mole. Your Navy soldiers have been unpetrified, you must unfreeze my people. Don't worry, Pirate Queen, I think you seem to have forgotten the purpose of our visit to you this time. Rorschach stared at the Queen. If she didn't agree and wanted to take action, Rorschach would not be polite to the Pirate Queen. Anyway, we won't know whether we can win until we fight. At this time, Vice Admiral Mole walked over slowly and said slowly, Pirate Queen, we will stay here for 3 weeks, and we will leave your Amazon Lily in 3 weeks. At the same time, if you don't go to the Navy headquarters with us on the ship within 3 weeks, then we will report your deeds to the world government and the top of the Navy. By then, your title of Shishibukai may not be kept for 8 or 9 times. Rorschach snapped his fingers, that's right, if you don't get on our warship after 3 weeks, I won't be polite to you. Rorschach smiled coldly, and that smile looked particularly cold. Humph, you stay here for 3 weeks, and I will come on the last day. Hearing the answer of the Pirate Queen, Rorschach and Mole laughed. They barely completed the task this time. Rorschach stood up, patted the dust off his body, and appeared directly above the 9-snake pirate ship in the next moment. The ice blue light in Luoxia's hand spread, and the ice sculptures exposed to it thawed instantly. Luoxia also studied this thawing trick for a long time before he succeeded. If there was no such trick today, I'm afraid the Pirate Queen would have to give them a hot shower one by one. But I believe the Queen would not do it. When the many-thought female warriors saw Luoxia in the air, they gritted their teeth and shot arrows at Luoxia in the end. Arrows flew towards Luoxia one by one, and Luoxia's body shook, and the space fruit was activated instantly. Luoxia disappeared instantly, and Luoxia directly replaced the Pirate Queen to his previous position through space exchange. The Queen pouted, waved her hand and directly shook off the arrows wrapped with domineering. The Queen glanced at Luoxia coldly and returned directly to the 9-snake pirate ship. As soon as they returned to the ship, many female warriors knelt down one by one. Please punish me, Lady Snake. Please punish me, Lady Snake. The female warriors looked panicked. They never expected that things would turn out like this. Chapter 85. The Pirate Queen looked at the kneeling female warriors and waved her hands helplessly, forget it, it's all the fault of that Navy bastard. Get up. They dared to get up only after hearing their own Lady Snake ask them to get up. Sister, do you want to capture the opposing Navy now? After hearing Santa Sonia's suggestion, Boa Hancock rarely glared at Santa Sonia and then scolded, do you still want to be frozen by that guy? Now, immediately, set sail, target Amazon Lily. Facing the anger of her sister, Santa Sonia's face was very ugly. But she dared not refute her sister's order. As the Pirate Queen's order came out, all the female warriors began to act, but their eyes looked as if they wanted to eat Rorschach. That look was like a venomous snake, staring at Rorschach. Rorschach pouted, not caring at all. At this moment, a very arrogant voice sounded, the Navy over there, what is your fruit ability? Rorschach looked up and saw Boa Hancock standing on the bow, snake, with an arrogant look on her face. Rorschach was also confused by the Pirate Queen's question. The next second, the ice blue light in Rorschach's hand lit up, and an ice arrow instantly shot out of his palm towards Hancock. Hancock waved his hand, and the ice arrow was instantly shattered. What do you mean, bastard? Rorschach smiled and pointed to his head and said provocatively, are all you Amazon Lily people stupid? I just used the ice fruit ability to freeze all you women. Now you, the Pirate Queen, are still asking me what my ability is. Are all you Amazon Lily's women stupid? Hancock gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, as if he was going to eat Rorschach. Humph, I won't bother with fools. Then Hancock, with a flick of her sleeves, went back to the cabin. Rorschach smiled faintly and watched the 9 snakes pirates enter the Amazon Lily. Mole walked over and sat down on the stool in front of Rorschach. Mole hammered Rorschach with his hand, his eyes full of praise. "You are worthy of being Vice Admiral Qing Long, I didn't expect you to have such a trick." No, if I couldn't beat her, I wouldn't let them go. This woman is just a little bit better than me." At that time, Rorschach wanted to take out his knife, but after seeing Boa Hancock's domineering color, Rorschach gave up the idea. Although he can fight, he will definitely lose. Rorschach is a very stable person. He will not fight easily without any chance of winning. Just as Rorschach was thinking about what happened just now, Mole suddenly asked, "Vice Admiral Qing Long, how did you get so fast just now?" Rorschach was stunned for a moment, and then he turned his eyes and said, "As long as you practice the shaving of the 6 styles of the Navy to the pinnacle, your speed will become as fast as mine. I was trying to escape at that time. Ahem, I can only be so fast if I become stronger." "Is that so? It seems that I have to practice shaving in the future. I feel that my flash fruit can't match your speed." Rorschach could only nod awkwardly at Mole's answer. "By the way, those guys are still in the cabin, I'll go let them out." As he said that, Mole walked into the cabin. Not long after, dozens of Marines quickly walked out of the cabin and lined up in several rows. Mole stared at the dozens of people in front of him seriously, which made them feel very stressed. "Humph, you guys were petrified so easily by the Pirate Queen. Next time you see her, hide in the cabin directly to avoid causing trouble for Vice Admiral Qing Long." Rorschach waved his hand and comforted, "It's okay, it's just a matter of convenience for me to save them. I have long wanted to fight with the Queen, but I didn't do it in the end." About half a day later, Rorschach was holding a piece of paper with a faint golden glow in his hand. The green light in Rorschach's hand lit up, and the paper in his hand was absorbed in an instant. At the same time, Rorschach's mind also emerged with the synthesis method and materials of the arbitrary door. And his mind also recorded the production methods of arbitrary doors of various sizes. Anywhere doors as small as the size of a palm, as large as the arbitrary door for a 3-meter giant to pass through. Rorschach's mouth corners rose wildly. The mole sitting on the chair next to him didn't understand, but he didn't ask much. "Ahem, Lieutenant General Mole, is there any sea stone on board?" Mole frowned slightly and asked, "Qing Vice Admiral Long, sea stone?" Yes, but what are you going to do?" "I just invented a little gadget, so I need sea stone." Mole's eyes lit up, he knew that every invention of Rorschach was not a simple thing. "Yes, Vice Admiral Qing Long, if you need anything else, you can tell them to prepare it together." Mole pointed to the 2 Marines in front of him and smiled. Rorschach recalled and said, "Sea stone, wood and a small piece of iron." Yes, the method of making the arbitrary door in Rorschach's formula is so simple and crude. A few minutes later, 2 Marines brought the things Rorschach needed and placed them in front of him. Rorschach took a look and found that all the materials were basically available. Rorschach broke off a small piece of each. As for the sea stone, Rorschach could only absorb half of it with his hands and save the rest for later use. Rorschach absorbed the materials one by one, and the green light on his hand lit up. About 10 minutes later, a palm-sized pink door appeared in front of Rorschach and Mole. Mole suddenly felt familiar when he saw the door, as if he had seen it somewhere. "Looks familiar, right? This is the arbitrary door in Marshal Jean Guo's office. Of course, I gave that arbitrary door too. It's just that I forgot the formula last time, and I remembered it this time." Rorschach weighed the palm-sized arbitrary door in his hand, which made Rorschach think, such a small thing won't overturn, right? However, thinking about what was going to happen later, Luo Xia felt relieved. Luo Xia slowly placed the arbitrary door on the ground, silently chanting Jean Guo office in his heart. The next second, the arbitrary door was opened directly, but there was a black thing dangling in front of the door. Luo Xia narrowed his eyes slightly, and with lightning speed, he grabbed the black thing outside the arbitrary door. But Luo Xia felt that it should be a hair, or a beard. Luo Xia spread out his palm and saw that his palm was full of black beard, or hair. Luo Xia curled his lips and raised his hand, and the black hair in his hand scattered all over the ground. "I want to steal Marshal Jean Guo's donuts, not hair." The mole who heard Luo Xia's arrogant speech beside him couldn't help but look closer. The flying squirrel was actually a little excited. Chapter 86. Unlike the atmosphere on Rorschach's side, the Navy headquarters at this time. Warring States office. Marshal Warring States gently stroked his beard that seemed to have been gnawed. Warring State's eyes were full of anger, his teeth were creaking, and his fists were clenched tightly. Garp, who was sitting on a chair beside him, slapped his thigh and laughed endlessly. Ha 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 ha. It really made me laugh to death. Asshole Garp, stop laughing. I don't know what ability this person has, you bastard better find him for me. Warring State stood up angrily, his eyes sharp, and it looked like he was determined to find the guy who pulled his beard. At the same time, on the warship in the Amazon Lily Sea, Rorschach held the anywhere door tightly in his hand. Will we not be caught this time? Rorschach turned his head and asked. Shouldn't be. Rorschach looked at the tone of the flying squirrel's speech, and it was obvious that he didn't have much courage. And this time I'm going to get the Warring State's face donut quietly. Rorschach pondered for a long time, and suddenly his hand glowed, and the green light wrapped around the arbitrary door. The power of space emerged in Rorschach's other hand, and a square transparent block appeared in his hand. The things in his hands disappeared instantly in the next second, and about 5 minutes later, the disappeared arbitrary door suddenly appeared. This time, the arbitrary door felt more shiny overall. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully improving the arbitrary door. Rorschach had a question mark on his face. Rorschach asked secretly, no reward. Rorschach sighed secretly, and then looked at the arbitrary door in his hand. Rorschach's fingers lightly opened, and he directly twisted the door handle, and Rorschach slowly stretched his right hand in. But what he didn't expect was that a rough and powerful hand instantly grabbed Rorschach's wrist. And Rorschach also heard the excited voice of Sengoku on the other side, Garp, come here quickly, we caught him, come here quickly. The flying squirrel heard the voice outside the anywhere door and came over to ask, what happened to Vice Admiral Qing Long? This, seems to have been caught red-handed. The flying squirrel subconsciously looked at the beard that Rorschach threw aside, and cold sweat instantly flowed down his forehead. The flying squirrel said in panic, Qing Long, hurry up, we can't let Marshal Sengoku catch us. Rorschach has no time to care about the flying squirrel now, he is now trying his best to break free from Marshal Sengoku's iron clamp. Sengoku's office. At this moment, Garp and Sengoku are looking at this arm and the pink anywhere door, and they always feel a little familiar. Suddenly, Garp had an idea and blurted out, Rorschach, you are the brat. Ha ha ha, you pulled out all of Sengoku's beard. On the calm sea, Rorschach was so anxious that sweat broke out on his forehead. He became even more anxious after hearing what Garp said. Rorschach slapped himself directly. Damn, I can transform into an element. Thinking of this, Rorschach instantly turned his arm into a pile of broken ice. Sengoku, who was holding Rorschach tightly, took a few steps back due to inertia. Sengoku looked at the broken ice on the table and fell into deep thought. Sengoku looked at his beard, then at the broken ice on the table, and thought of the anywhere door just now. As a wise general, Sengoku immediately connected a series of things together. Sengoku sat down slowly, took out a den mushi from his arms, and dialed directly. Soon after, a serious voice came from the den mushi, Marshal Sengoku, what can I do for you? Flying Squirrel, where are you now? Sengoku clearly remembered that he had commissioned Flying Squirrel and Rorschach to invite Boa Hancock, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and he would never forget this. And Rorschach was definitely eavesdropping nearby. 5 minutes later, just when Sengoku was getting impatient, Flying Squirrel finally said, Marshal Sengoku. Marshal Sengoku, we are now near the Amazon Lily Sea. After saying this, Flying Squirrel seemed to have used up all his strength. As Flying Squirrel sat on the ground, Rorschach laughed in his heart, Black Evil, I didn't expect that such a serious Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel would be afraid of Marshal Sengoku. How strange. At this time, Sengoku's office at the Navy headquarters. Sengoku took out a pink door from the corner of his office, which was the anywhere door. Zhangguo, you are not going to find Rorschach, are you? Garp asked. Yes, in addition to asking him, I have something important to find him for. Zhangguo placed the anywhere door vertically on the ground, and then Zhangguo gently turned the door handle, and the anywhere door was opened directly by Zhangguo. The first thing Zhangguo saw was a warship, but Zhangguo looked around and found that it was the sea. Zhangguo looked after looking at the anywhere door and the warship on the opposite side. Zhangguo had no choice but to take out the den mushi. The den mushi was connected again, but this time it was Rorschach who answered the Flying Squirrel's den mushi. Moshi moshi. Look across, brat! Rorschach raised his tired eyelids and glanced across. At this moment, there was an open door standing on the sea. See, that's me and Garp on the opposite side. Hurry up and use your freezing ability to freeze the sea. Rorschach frowned slightly and said speechlessly, it was me who pulled your beard just now. If you come over, Marshall, wouldn't I be miserable? No, no. Rorschach also coordinated his body movements while speaking. By the way, I want to remind you. If everyone leaves the anywhere door, then the anywhere door will be closed directly. I only have the anywhere door that is bigger than my palm now. If you dare to come over. After saying that, Rorschach threw the Den Mushi into the corner and lay on the recliner leisurely. But did Rorschach really dare to let Sengoku and the others stay there? The answer is no. So Rorschach gently attached his arm to the warship, and the icy power on his arm quickly invaded the sea surface. Almost in an instant, a thick layer of ice froze on the entire sea surface. Hey, Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel, Marshal Sengoku is coming to beat you up, you better be careful. I will blame you for everything when the time comes. Remember not to mention me when you get beaten. Rorschach said seriously. If an outsider saw this, they might think that Rorschach was talking to Flying Squirrel about something important. No, no, Marshal Zhangguo won't believe it. It's okay, wait until he comes. About 2 minutes later, 2 old men appeared on the sea, one of them holding a portal, and the other slowly walked over behind him. Marshal Zhangguo, Vice Admiral Garp. As soon as the two got on the ship, they heard the Marines on the ship greet them. Rorschach glanced at the newcomers and sat up slowly. Rorschach rubbed his hands and smiled, Marshal, old man, how come you have time to come? Garp grinned when he saw the beard crumbs on the ground, and walked up to Rorschach's shoulders and laughed, ha 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 ha, I didn't expect you to make Zhangguo's beard look like that. It's worthy of being picked up by me, not bad. The only person present was Zhangguo with a dark face. But now he is not here to question Rorschach, he is here to confirm whether this kid has learned how to synthesize a portal. Stinky boy, I'm not here to blame you today. Rorschach glanced at the beard that he had grabbed fiercely, and asked with a strange look, then what are you here for? You can't be here to supervise us, right? Zhangguo's face darkened, and then he pointed to the pink palm-sized portal in Rorschach's hand. Have you developed a portal? Rorschach looked in the direction of Zhangguo's eyes, and on his palm was the portal he had just synthesized. Rorschach shook his head, not yet, I can only make a palm-sized one. The current portal can't do anything except stealing some things. Just when Rorschach was about to explain, a mechanical sound came from his mind, ding, triggering the god-level choice. Choice 1, kneel down and beg for mercy from Marshal Zhangguo, ask for Marshal Zhangguo's forgiveness, and reward Liang Kui Dao Shuezo. Choose 2, say it confidently, it's just a tuft of beard, when I grow a beard, I'll let you pluck it out, Marshal, and I'll reward you with advanced armament color and advanced observation color. Rorschach glanced at the dark-faced Zhangguo and said quietly in his heart, I choose 2, choose 2. Ding, current task progress 0%. Chapter 87. You little brat, when you say stealing, do you mean my beard? Zhangguo pointed at his beard, which had been ripped off. It's okay, Marshal Zhangguo, this was a mistake. Ahem, it's just a beard, wait until I grow a beard, then you can take it back. Rorschach's expression was casual, which made Zhangguo furious. Now he wanted to punch Rorschach to relieve his hatred. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task, and you will be rewarded with advanced armed color and advanced observation color. The items have been stored in the system space and can be merged at any time. Zhangguo looked at Rorschach, who looked indifferent, and wanted to beat him but couldn't. This feeling was really aggrieved. Hey! Sengoku exhaled lightly and continued, how is your mission going? Report to Marshal Sengoku, Boa Hancock has agreed to go to the Navy headquarters together, but it will take a few days. Sengoku nodded, and he was a little surprised. You know, Boa Hancock is famous for her arrogance. It must have taken a lot of effort to get the Pirate Queen to agree to them. Okay, since you are on a mission, we should go too. Then Sengoku took out the random door placed aside and opened it directly, but as soon as he stepped in, he felt something was missing in his heart. Sengoku turned his head to look at Rorschach, and his eyes immediately aimed at the small random door in Rorschach's hand. Zhangguo stretched out his hand, give me the anywhere door. Rorschach was stunned for a second and blurted out, 1 billion. What? 1 billion. Rorschach nodded, yes, it is 1 billion. Without 1 billion, can a dignified admiral of the navy still want to get it for free? Rorschach said with full confidence, which made Zhang Guo's face darken. He grabbed Garp's shoulder and left angrily. At this time, Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel, who had watched the whole process, asked, Rorschach, is this thing really so expensive? This thing is even more expensive than the devil fruit I bought. That's right, don't look at this thing as small, it's really useful. Rorschach played with the small arbitrary door in his hand and gave an example. For example, you can put a cannonball next to the Four Emperors Kaido anytime and anywhere. Don't look at it as small, a cannonball can still be put in. So I want 1 billion, I'm not kidding at all. Rorschach's explanation once again shattered Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel's three views. Mole secretly sighed in his heart, a small arbitrary door costs 1 billion, what a profiteer. Time passed day by day, and Rorschach had been on the warship for a week. During this week, the warship also drove from the Amazon Sea to a place less than 100 meters away from the daughter island. Of course, no one came to disturb them during this period. It must be the pirate queen who gave the order. And Rorschach also successfully made a normal-sized anywhere door during these 7 days. Now Rorschach has placed this anywhere door in the corner of the deck. It's so boring, it would be great if a pirate passed by. Brew brew brew. Brew brew brew. Rorschach looked down, and the small den mushy in his pocket suddenly rang. Moshi moshi. Is that Rorschach? That's right, Marshal Sengoku, what's wrong? It's like this, the celestial dragons were attacked in the Sabayati archipelago, and Kizaru has tried his best to rush over. If it's convenient for you, go with us. Rorschach frowned and asked, why not use the anywhere door? The other end of the phone was silent for a few seconds and then said, this seems to be broken, and the door handle on it seems to have fallen off. It was just used, and it's useless. Okay, stop talking nonsense, if you can go, go quickly. Kaka. Rorschach's mouth twitched after hanging up the phone. Even the anywhere door can be broken, what about your Marshal Sengoku? But what did he just say? Celestial dragons were attacked? Is it what I thought? Seeing Rorschach in a daze, the flying squirrel asked, did something happen to Qinglong? Ah? Oh, it seems that those rubbish called Tianlong people were attacked, and Marshal Zhang Guo asked me to rush over to support them. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel was speechless by Rorschach's remarks. The word rubbish was actually said so vividly. Really? Lieutenant General Qinglong. Rorschach stood up and patted his body, making a click sound. Then let's go. It's boring to stay here. Rorschach activated the power of space in his hand, and the arbitrary door that was originally thrown in the corner actually floated directly in front of Rorschach. Rorschach looked at the flying squirrel, his eyes were self-evident. The flying squirrel nodded, put his hand on the door handle and gently rotate. As soon as the portal was opened, the scene outside the door looked like an alley. Rorschach grinned, walked through the portal directly, and closed it. Rorschach thought and the portal was put into space. Not long after, Rorschach walked out of the alley and looked up to see a big 13 written on a red tree not far away. Rorschach thought as he walked, I remember that Xiaqi blackmail bar was under this red tree. The attack by the celestial dragons seemed to be at Red Tree No. 1. So just move in the direction of Red Tree No. 1. As Rorschach continued to teleport, Rorschach was very close to Red Tree No. 1. About 10 minutes later, Rorschach came to Red Tree No. 1 with a slight breath. At this time, almost all the civilians Rorschach met were running away. And not far away, Rorschach also saw a group of Navy officers holding guns and cannons facing the door of the Red Tree auction house. Rorschach teleported in front of the Navy with a thought. When Rorschach appeared in front of the Navy holding guns, it really scared Rorschach and the other Navy. But when they saw the rank of Lieutenant General on Rorschach's shoulder, they calmed down. At this time, an officer wearing a Navy uniform similar to these Marines came forward and stood at attention, saluted, "Hello, Vice Admiral Qinglong." "Hello, I received an order from Marshal Sengoku to come to support. By the way, where are the pirates who beat those garbage?" The Navy in front of him was stunned and asked, "Vice Admiral Qinglong, what did you say?" "Oh, sorry, I'm used to it. I mean the celestial dragons." The Navy officer nodded and pointed, "Report to Vice Admiral Qinglong, they are all inside. The main culprit is the Straw Hat Pirates." Rorschach sighed, it's really the Straw Hat Pirates. Are they going to catch them? P.S. I beg for free gifts. Chapter 88. Brew brew brew. A den den mushy sounded, and Rorschach casually connected the den den mushy. Marshal Sengoku's hoarse voice came from the microphone immediately. Hey, Qinglong, have you arrived? Did you find Kizaru? Rorschach looked at the den den mushy that was spitting saliva and deliberately moved the den den mushy a little further away. Rorschach found a corner and slowly said, Marshal Sengoku, I'm here. Oh, so fast. Of course. The atmosphere was silent for a second, and Sengoku asked, have you caught the Straw Hat Pirates? Do you really want to catch them? Hey, nonsense, this Straw Hat Luffy is the main culprit in the attack on the Celestial Dragons. You better not be lazy for me. Just beat up that kind of trash, what's the big deal? Rorschach whispered. What did you say? Okay, I'm catching pirates here, hanging up. Kaka. After hanging up the phone, Rorschach let out a long sigh, as if talking to Sengoku was a very painful thing. Rorschach was sitting on the grass. While Rorschach was thinking, a Navy officer in a Navy uniform came over, Vice Admiral Qinglong. Well, haven't the Straw Hats come out yet? The officer smiled awkwardly, we have already used the loudspeaker to call the Straw Hats inside. Well, wait for them to come out, attack with all our strength, and we will definitely take down the Straw Hats. Yes. Rorschach listened to the screams of the civilians around him, feeling very uncomfortable, and suddenly he seemed to understand something. These should all be caused by pirates, right? Even though you are a pirate, then, don't blame me for being rude. About 10 minutes later, at the entrance of the No. 1 auction, which had already been blasted into pieces, 3 men with arrogant steps walked out. Rorschach waited for the smoke to clear before he could see the faces of the 3 people clearly. Rorschach raised his lips, his eyes gradually became cold, and the icy power in his hands had already attached to his hands. Rorschach walked slowly to the officer just now, and patted the officer, let the Marines stop first, I'll deal with them. Yes. All Marines, stop attacking. At the command of the Navy officers and soldiers, these Marines hurriedly stopped attacking. Then they looked at Rorschach one by one. There was confusion and suspicion in this. But these Rorschachs didn't care at all, because, the next battle would give them a surprise. At the same time, Luffy, and Kid, who were originally going to compete, stopped their hands and looked at Rorschach with their backs to them. Luffy shouted even more arrogantly, Hey, Navy on the opposite side, why don't you fight? Kid also provoked, Ha ha ha, rubbish Navy, are you scared? If you are afraid of death, get out of my way. Listening to these harsh insults, Rorschach scratched his head leisurely and slowly turned towards Luffy and others. When Rorschach turned around, Luffy was the most surprised among the 3. At this moment, Luffy was actually retreating slightly, and his mind unconsciously thought of the tragic experience of their Straw Hat Pirates on Long Chain Island. The entire pirate group was almost wiped out. Luffy swallowed his saliva and shouted loudly, why are you here? Rorschach didn't say anything, but slowly walked to a distance of about 10 meters away from the 3 people. Rorschach smiled faintly and said, I let you go last time, but I didn't expect that this time you would beat up that bunch of trash. Celestial Dragons. You are worthy of being the grandson of the hero Garp, you can do anything. Rorschach's eyes gradually became colder, and the domineering color on his body inadvertently emanated, causing great psychological pressure on the 3 people. Rorschach looked around and finally stayed on Kid the longest. Eustace Kid, with a bounty of 315 million Baileys, is a bad guy who even kills civilians, right? Kid frowned and then said arrogantly, Haha, you are right, this is a world of the strong, and the weak are not qualified to live in this world. The icy power in Rorschach's hand radiated from his body from the inside out. Because it was ice, even the ground of the Sabayati archipelago began to freeze. Luo and Kid looked at the bubble liquid that had frozen into a pool of ice under Rorschach's feet. The 2 stared at Rorschach with an expression of disbelief. A terrible idea even appeared in their minds, but they passed it in the end. Rorschach snorted coldly, and the space fruit was activated. In the blink of an eye, Rorschach actually appeared directly next to Kid, and the icy power in his hand quickly appeared. The icy power in Rorschach's hand instantly slapped Kid's right arm. Kid's right arm was slapped by Rorschach and was rapidly condensing at an incredible speed. Until Kid's entire arm was frozen, Gudong. Kid swallowed nervously. What is this, the ability of the ice fruit? The ability of Admiral Aokiji? How could you? Rorschach sneered, stretched out his hand, and an invisible space force quickly flew towards Kid. Gradually, the space force merged into Kid's arm. Luo, who was beside him, seemed to have seen something terrible, and instantly retreated several meters. Hey, boss Kid, be careful! But before Luo finished speaking, a dull explosion sounded in everyone's ears. Luo stared with wide eyes, and Kid's right arm, which was originally frozen solid, was now directly shattered. Ice cubes mixed with flesh and blood were all over the explosion, and the scene was bloody. If there were women nearby, they would probably vomit. Ah! My arm, damn Navy, I'm going to kill you! Kid was lying on the ground, screaming and covering his broken arm, looking extremely pitiful. Although the scene made Kid look very pitiful, Rorschach would not pity him. Rorschach curled his lips and looked indifferent. Don't you have another one? Besides, you are the user of the magnet fruit, can't you just make one yourself with scrap metal? Is that right? Scrap King. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the choice. Choice 1, kill Eustace Kid on the spot, let the Navy have one less enemy, and reward a large knife 21 Gong Day Tiger. Choice 2, let Kid go and let him fend for himself, and the 3 billion kids in the future will take revenge on the host, and reward an improved version of the magnet fruit. Rorschach looked at his bracelet, then at the dying Kid, grinned, and immediately made a choice in his heart, I choose 2. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an improved version of the magnetic fruit. The item is automatically placed in the system warehouse, and the host can put it in and take it out at will. Rorschach glanced at Luo beside him, who was tense to the extreme at this moment. And according to his feeling just now, the guy in front of him seemed to have more than one fruit, and there was another fruit hidden, if his feeling was correct. Chapter 89. Rorschach groped his chin, not knowing how to let go for a moment. And it seemed that there was one person missing here. Rorschach looked to the right, where Straw Hat Luffy seemed to be. Rorschach twitched his mouth, it seems that the Straw Hat boy ran away. As soon as Rorschach finished speaking, the two people who were still looking at Rorschach vigilantly turned their heads. Luffy, who was about to beat the Navy, disappeared. Suddenly Rorschach felt a strong wind coming from behind his head, and Rorschach subconsciously activated the space fruit to escape from the place where he was originally standing. Rorschach turned his head and saw that the place where he was originally standing had been replaced by 2 knife marks. And another pirate appeared in front of him. Rorschach looked up and down at the masked guy, he seems to be from the Kid Pirates, what's his name? Vice Admiral Ching Long, he is known as Killer of Warriors, with a bounty of 162 million. Rorschach nodded, is that so? It seems that he is eager to protect the captain. Rorschach waved his hand and turned around and said, let's withdraw. The leading naval officer was stunned for a moment and then asked, Vice Admiral Ching Long, why? This is a good opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop, we can't miss it. Rorschach pointed to the 3 people on the opposite side and said, is there any culprit who hurt those garbage among these 3? No. No. That's it. Rorschach then pointed to Kid's arm on the opposite side and said, after all, I cut off his arm for fun. As soon as these words came out, the scene was silent, with only the sound of gunfire from other red trees and the shouting and screaming of civilians. That's right. I think the next time I see him, it should be Iron Arm Kid, right? Rorschach said slowly, how harsh these words sounded to Kid's ears. What do you mean you cut off my arm just for fun? Kid roared inwardly, the veins on his forehead bulged, and his eyes were bloodshot. If Kira hadn't been pressing on his shoulders, Kid would have been killed on the spot by Rorschach. Okay, pack up. I'm going to look for Admiral Kizaru and the others. The naval commander nodded blankly, almost subconsciously. After explaining everything, Rorschach activated the space fruit and left the place instantly. Law, who also possessed the surgery fruit, once again felt the power of that space. Why does this feel similar to my surgery fruit? That is, the distance can't be that far. This Ching Long, how many devil fruit abilities does he have? Law was so scared that his forehead was sweating. With his ability to instantly blow Kid's arm into pieces, Law was sure that he could kill him instantly. It was the first time that he felt that death was so close to him. His overwhelming power made Law want to become stronger again and kill Doflamingo. Law clenched his hands tightly, and the veins on his arms were clearly visible. Unlike Law's self-doubt, Rorschach was running around looking for the location of Admiral Kizaru. As Rorschach used more space exchange, his physical strength was consumed more. Damn, where did these bastards go? How can I find them? Although he complained, Rorschach's movements were not slow at all, and he soon came to the vicinity of the 44th red tree. Rorschach raised his eyes. At this time, not far away, there was a burst of light attack on the opposite side, and Rorschach's eyes were a little blurry with Kizaru's unique yellow light flash. Rorschach narrowed his eyes and teleported to the side of the culprit Kizaru. This frightened Kizaru, who was concentrating on attacking the Straw Hat Pirates. How terrible! Qing Long! You suddenly appeared without even saying hello, what a joke! Rorschach shrugged, not caring about Kizaru's complaints at all. Kizaru continued to move his hands and asked, how are you doing? If you're talking about catching pirates, then I haven't caught any yet. But I've broken one of Eustace Kid's arms. Rorschach said it lightly, as if he had done something very simple. Kizaru opened his mouth but said nothing in the end. He only cared about the Straw Hat Pirates in front of him. Rorschach looked at the Straw Hat Pirates, Nami, Zoro, Chopper, and others who were being chased in front of him. Rorschach casually found a shaded place to admire them. He looked very comfortable. Luo Xia didn't think about stopping this one-sided crushing. This is their chance. He can't stop it. It should be about time, right? Rorschach raised his eyebrows and stared at Kizaru and Rayleigh who were fighting in the distance. Since they have already started fighting, Bartholomew Bear should be here soon, right? Rorschach looked at Rayleigh and Kizaru in the distance with deep eyes. But, why do I feel that the more these two guys fight, the more they fight towards me? Rorschach said with a strange expression. Rorschach stood up suddenly and stared into the distance. The two figures fought more and more fiercely, a yellow figure and a blue figure fought extremely fiercely. Rorschach could vaguely hear something from it. Rorschach curled his lips, activated the power of space, and directly moved away from the battlefield of the two. This is a battle between generals, and he can't get in. After fighting for about 10 minutes, Kizaru and Rayleigh, who were still fighting fiercely, retreated instantly. Rorschach then looked at the black and white figure blocking Rayleigh and Kizaru. The next second, he disappeared directly. When he reappeared, he appeared in front of Zoro, and then beside the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates. It was exactly the same as what Rorschach had seen in his previous life. Every time his palm touched a person, that person would disappear instantly. Rorschach stared at this scene with wide eyes. The ability of this bear's fruit was really amazing, as it could slap people away directly. Bartholomew Kuma took less than a minute to slap all the Straw Hat Pirates members present. This speed might not be possible even with a tailwind, right? Rorschach activated the power of space and instantly came in front of Kizaru and Kuma. Yellow Monkey frowned and asked, Bear, where did you take those guys? My mission this time is them. If you send them flying, how can I report to the mission? Maybe I will be scolded by those celestial dragons. This is not secondary. The main thing is that the bounty for this mission is quite a lot of money. Damn, Marshal Sengoku is going to say that I am slacking off again. Rorschach laughed in silence. Why didn't Yellow Monkey say so much when he watched TV in his previous life? This is really funny. Since the bounty is high, why don't you hurry up and work slowly? You deserve not to earn this money. Bartholomew Bear said calmly, I will tell Sengoku about this matter. General Yellow Monkey, don't worry. Rorschach glanced at Bartholomew Bear meaningfully. Rorschach consoled him, it's okay, General Kizaru. It's not your fault anyway. I believe you can fool Marshal Sengoku. Kizaru, what are you talking about? Am I the kind of person who can fool the Marshal? Chapter 90 Navy Headquarters, Sengoku's office. There are 3 people in the office, Sengoku, Garp, and Kizaru who just flew back. Kizaru, you said the Straw Hat Pirates were blown away. They are currently missing. Although I don't want to say this, it's true. Kizaru didn't understand Kuma's intentions. Sengoku pondered for a while and sighed, well, since they were blown away, there's nothing we can do. We can't look for them island by island, right? You go and get busy first. Sengoku waved his hand. As soon as Kizaru walked out of the office door, Sengoku's roar came from inside the door. And his tone was very impolite. Asshole Garp, look at your grandson? Now he dares to beat up even the celestial dragons, will he dare to kill them next? Now he disappeared without a trace, maybe I will be scolded by the world government. Sengoku rubbed his forehead with a headache. Ha ha ha, you are worthy of being my grandson. I don't even dare to beat those rubbish. Garp, shut up. At the same time, in the Sabayati archipelago, Rorschach strolled near the 13th red tree. Within half an hour after the Straw Hat pirates were blown away, almost all the navy of Sabayati sailed back to the navy headquarters. Only a small part of the navy in the Sabayati Navy branch returned to the Navy branch. Being blown away by that big bear will probably fly in the sky for 3 days and 3 nights, so it's just right for me to go back in 3 days. Rorschach was even happier when he thought of this. Not only could he stay on the ship, but he also wanted to meet the legendary figure. From the beginning, Rorschach's destination was the 13th red tree. From a long distance, Rorschach saw a woman grabbing a man's hair at the door of the bar and knocking him to the ground non-stop, looking extremely miserable. Rorschach's thoughts moved slightly, and he arrived at the door of Shaky's blackmail bar in an instant. Rorschach just appeared at the door of the store. Xiaoqi, who was originally aggressive, was stunned for a moment. When she saw the cape behind Rorschach, she hurried forward and said, "Hello, our store is temporarily closed today." "Hey? But there is a welcome sign at the door of your own store." Rorschach pointed. "Sorry, we are temporarily closed today." Rorschach shook his head, "I am not here to find Rayleigh today, and even if he is inside, can a soldier like me beat the famous Pluto Rayleigh?" Seeing that Xiaoqi was still trying to stop him, an old voice came from the bar, "Xiaoqi, let this young lieutenant general come in." Xiaoqi glanced at Rorschach helplessly and stepped aside to make room, "Please come in." "Oh, thank you." Rorschach stepped into the bar. Rorschach only felt that the place was shabby and the tables and chairs were aging. "Feels old, doesn't it?" "Yeah." "Hey, Xiaoqi, give us a glass of wine each, thank you." Rorschach glanced at Rayleigh who was sitting on the chair, and then Rorschach sat directly opposite him. Rorschach's hands glowed, and the next moment, 2 bottles of wine appeared in his hands. Rorschach threw one directly to Rayleigh, and the other to Xiaoqi. Rayleigh reached out to take the mutai. What kind of wine is this? Why haven't you seen it before? You can try it, it's my homemade wine, it tastes good." "Gudong gudong. Gudong gudong." Rorschach just stared at Rayleigh silently, but, the old man actually drank one mouthful after another, with no intention of stopping at all. Cough 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 cough. A cough sounded. Hey, old man, drink slowly, be careful not to choke to death. This wine is very strong, dozens of times stronger than the wine you usually drink." A few minutes later, Rayleigh shook the bottle in his hand, with a hint of desire in his eyes. "Navy, what's your name?" Rayleigh asked. "Are you a legendary figure who is not getting old and confused? Just now you knew that I was a vice admiral, but now you don't even know my name." Rayleigh smiled awkwardly. "Xiaoqi, you have investigated him, tell me quickly." "Humph, who told you to talk too much?" "His name is Luo Xia, his code name in the navy is Qing Long, and he is currently the new vice admiral of the navy. His ability is a mystery for the time being, and I haven't found out yet." Rayleigh flashed a trace of surprise. As far as he knows, Xiaoqi's intelligence ability is still very strong, although it is not as good as some big forces. But it is still easy to investigate the Navy's information. After all, the Navy's information is transparent. I didn't expect that the ability of the kid in front of him could not be investigated. Does this kid have a devil fruit ability? Yes, we don't know what it is yet. The two chatted as if no one was around. Rorschach raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Second, isn't it a bit bad for you to discuss me like this without paying attention to others? I think you can ask me." The ice blue light in Rorschach's hand suddenly appeared, and the next second the icy power in his hand instantly spread. The table where Rorschach and Rayleigh were sitting was instantly frozen. Rayleigh touched it with his hand and felt a burst of coldness, and at the same time Rayleigh was extremely shocked. "I didn't expect that there was a second person with the ability of the ice fruit in the world besides Aokiji. This is incredible. Hey, Mr. Rayleigh, what are you daydreaming about?" "Oh, nothing. Are you really a natural type ice fruit user?" Rayleigh asked. "I guess so." "What do you mean by guess?" This puzzled Rayleigh. At the same time, Xiaoqi, who was standing at the bar, wrote down the ability that Rorschach had just demonstrated in her notebook. This was the only navy that he hadn't found information about, so he had to write it down. Rorschach waved his hand, "I'm a navy, I won't easily say my ability." A green light flashed in Rorschach's hand, and the next second a pink door suddenly appeared in front of Rorschach. Rorschach put it upright in front of him. "I wonder if Mr. Rayleigh wants to see anyone." "Of course only living people." Rayleigh frowned, he didn't know what Rorschach meant by asking this. Rorschach pointed to the arbitrary door in front of him and smiled, "As long as you think about that place in your mind, the door will open and take you there." Rayleigh pointed to the pink door in front of Rorschach and asked tentatively, "You said this door will take me to see the person I want to see." Rorschach nodded, "You can try it, if it doesn't work, I won't charge you." Rorschach wanted to collect money, and even wanted to sell a portal to supplement his own coffers. "I didn't dare to draw the lottery recently, because of this reason." Rayleigh looked at Rorschach with suspicion, but he still walked to the door. Then Rayleigh grabbed the door handle, and the portal opened directly in the next second. At the same time, the scene outside the door was also visible. Chapter 91. The moment the door opened, Rayleigh was shocked. He really couldn't believe what he saw. Outside Rayleigh's door, there were circles of pirates. They were called pirates because they all looked ferocious. Standing in the middle was the man Rayleigh had just thought of. Ray. Vice Captain Rayleigh. Redhead's jaw dropped to the ground in surprise. Just now, when they were drinking, a crew member came to report to him that a big door had appeared out of thin air. Originally, he came to see the excitement, but he didn't expect that Vice Captain Rayleigh was outside the door. Rayleigh swallowed his saliva, poked Rorschach who was sitting next to him and asked, "Hey, little boy, come and see, is this really Redhead?" "Grandpa Rayleigh, this is the function of my door, and your eyes are not blurry." Rorschach was mentally prepared for Rayleigh's shock. However, listening to the conversation between the two, the red-haired man on the opposite side was quite puzzled, and then the red-haired man took a tentative step forward. The next moment, the red-haired man actually passed Rayleigh and entered the tavern directly. Following closely behind were Beckman, Lockie, and others. Seeing the red-haired man and others enter the tavern, Rorschach felt a little panicked. There are so many pirates, and I am the only navy. Perhaps seeing Rorschach's actions, the red-haired man patted Rorschach's shoulder and comforted him, "It's okay, young Marine, we won't hurt you." Then the red-haired man walked up to Rayleigh and asked, "Vice Captain Rayleigh, where is this?" As you can see, this is the tavern opened by Shaky in the Sabayati Islands." Rayleigh was a little confused. If this door was not still here, Rayleigh would feel that he was drunk and confused. When Rayleigh said this, everyone in the red-haired pirates was shocked. Especially Beckman, the brain trust of the red-hair pirates. He knows how far the Sabayati archipelago is from the New World. What's more, their territory is much farther than the islands that first entered the New World. Such a long distance, just relying on a door? This is amazing. Then Vice Captain Rayleigh, we really came from that door. Rayleigh nodded, "Yes, and the navy you just photographed is not a navy soldier, he is a vice admiral, and he is also the one who took out this door. I can see you, thanks to Rorschach." Instantly, all the red-hair pirates who arrived surrounded Rorschach. Beckman looked around and said, "This is not a place to talk, why don't you go back to our territory with us, Brother Luo? We will host a banquet for you." Rorschach and Beckman looked at each other, and then looked at the red-haired people in front of them with fiery eyes. Rorschach hesitated for a while, and finally agreed. After all, he still has to make money from these pirates. Hearing that Rorschach agreed, Red-Hair laughed out loud, looking very happy. "Mr. Rayleigh, come too. We haven't had a drink for a long time." "Haha, okay. Shaky, do you want to join us?" Rayleigh asked. "No, I won't get involved, I'll wait for you." With a series of doors opening and closing, Xiaqi Extortion Bar gradually became quiet. New World, an island with snow all year round. The red-haired group that came out of the arbitrary door once again felt the magic of the door in front of them. Red-hair's subordinates asked one after another. "Boss, where did you come from?" "That's right. Is it this door? And where did Mr. Rayleigh come from?" Red-hair frowned slightly, and listening to the voices of many subordinates, Red-hair said angrily, "Such a noise, bastards." The scene was silent, but in the end everyone laughed and dispersed, not caring about what had just happened. Beckman smiled apologetically, sorry, the bastards of our pirate group are indeed a bit noisy. It's okay. Rorschach followed Red Hair and the others to an open space, where a fire was lit, and there were broth and other food around. After everyone sat down, Red Hair raised his wine, to welcome Rorschach. Let's toast. Cheers. Because it was the first time to come to someone else's territory, Rorschach took a sip. It felt like drinking water, it was really tasteless. Just as Rorschach was thinking about how to promote his product, Beckman beside him suddenly patted him on the shoulder. Hello, brother Rorschach, my name is Beckman, the vice-captain of the Red Hair Pirates. Beckman stretched out his hand. Oh, my name is Rorschach, the vice-admiral of the Navy. Rorschach and they held each other's hands. At this time, the red-haired group around also stopped eating and drinking, and stopped making noise. Only the cotters, captains, etc. of the Red Hair Pirates were left around the scene. Brother Rorschach, I wonder what the door that brought us back just now is called. Ah, that is called the Anywhere Door, which I invented before. Beckman nodded as if he had guessed it long ago. Can you explain the function of the Anywhere Door? Beckman asked. Okay. Anywhere Door, as the name suggests, is a anywhere door that can go anywhere. The premise is that you'd better have been to that place. If you haven't been there, you can't open this door at all. The reason why it was opened just now must be that Mr. Rayleigh must have been here, right? Rayleigh nodded, yes, he has been here. A green light appeared in Luo Xia's hand, and a palm-sized portal appeared in his hand in an instant. Everyone was excited when they saw the small portal. Seeing the reactions of many cotters, Luo Xia shook his head, I won't sell this. Hey? Why? Brother Luo Xia, I want to buy it. Ahem, because this is for Kaido to place shells around him. Everyone laughed. Then Luo Xia changed the small portal back. Luo Xia patted the portal next to him and asked, do you want to buy it? Yet. This kind of magical thing must be bought, brother Luo Xia, you tell me a number. The red-haired man said proudly. Then 10. Luo Xia had just said halfway, and the familiar voice in his mind sounded directly, ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the random task. Swindler mission, please sell magical items to the Red Hair Pirates. Rewards depend on the total amount of items sold. Seeing Rorschach in a daze, Beckman patted Rorschach's arm and asked with concern, Brother Rorschach, what's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Rorschach shook his head after reacting, ahem, sorry, I was in a daze. How about 2 billion Baileys for a portal? When Rorschach said the price, his voice was shaking, and even he felt it was a bit high. Chapter 92. How about 2 billion for a random door? Rorschach pretended to be calm on the surface, but in fact he was already weak. Just when Rorschach was about to lower the price, Red Hair patted Beckman on the side and said, Beckman, give Vice Admiral Rorschach the money, this thing is worth so much. Yeah. Got it. Rorschach was stunned for a moment, and then a surge of joy came over him. This pirate seemed to be more generous than Marshal Sengoku. Rorschach was very happy in his heart. Hey, Brother Luo, Vice Admiral Luo, do you have any good stuff? We all want to buy it from the Red Hair Pirates. Red Hair asked. By the way, don't worry about the price. Our Red Hair Pirates are not like Kaido and Whitebeard who have hundreds of partners. We don't have anything else in our pirate group, but we have a lot of money. Red Hair looked like a nouveau riche, which made Rorschach want to rip them off. Rorschach pursed his lips, and a light flashed in his hand. Instantly, a bottle of white wine and dozens of cigarettes appeared in Rorschach's hand. When Rayleigh saw the familiar white wine in Rorschach's hand, his eyes lit up instantly. Compared to Rayleigh's appearance, the Red Hair Pirates were much calmer. Rorschach threw the wine in his hand directly to Red Hair, you can try this wine, I made it myself, if you want to buy it, there are still a lot. Rorschach looked at the dozen cigarettes in his hand again, and then Rorschach's space ability was activated. The cigarette disappeared instantly, and when it appeared again, it was already in Beckman's hand. This cigarette is also, you can try it. Red Hair looked at the packaging of the wine, well, it's quite good looking, but I don't know how it tastes. Red Hair twisted the bottle cap and then drank it in one gulp. Gulp gulp. Gulp gulp. Many Red Hair Pirates cotters looked at their boss eagerly as he drank the white wine one gulp after another. I was so jealous. Cough, cough, Cough. Cough, cough, cough. Red Hair covered his chest and coughed violently. Everyone was shocked and looked at Red Hair with concern. After a while, Red Hair gradually recovered. Red Hair breathed a sigh of relief. Hey! I'm alive. Boss, what happened to you just now? Loki asked. Red Hair looked at the bottle of wine in his hand and said embarrassedly, cough, cough, this wine is too strong, stronger than the wine I have drunk, I just couldn't help coughing it out. Hearing Red Hair's explanation, everyone present sighed helplessly. Is this wine really that strong? Everyone couldn't help thinking in their hearts. The atmosphere of the Red Hair pirates has always been quite cheerful, and it is common for their captain to joke. Okay, it's decided, Brother Luo, I want 5,000 bottles of this wine. Beckman, who was concentrating on tasting the cigarette beside him, immediately spit out the cigarette in his mouth and looked at his boss with a shocked face. Hey, boss, you can't be willful. Brother Luo hasn't said how much a bottle costs, how dare you say how many bottles you want? Everyone was panicking. Rorschach smiled slightly, ahem, 10,000 Baileys a bottle. If you want 5,000 bottles, it's 50 million Baileys in total. Excuse me, are you still planning to take so many? Everyone heard that a bottle of wine was only 10,000. To be honest, it was not very expensive, but it was not cheap either. The most popular wine among pirates in this world is rum, which is usually a few hundred Baileys or a few thousand Baileys a bottle. Rorschach's price is already high. If rum costs 10,000 Baileys a glass, no fool would buy it. Of course, the same wine has different prices in different places. It is also very practical here in Rorschach. It is precisely because they have never drunk it that Rorschach sells it so expensively. Why are you looking at me like that, you bastards? Boss, this wine is too expensive. We still have a lot of rum. You are such a spendthrift, aren't you? Jesus said bluntly. Have you guys never drunk this wine before? This wine is better than all the wines I've drunk before. Anyway, Red Hair, will use this wine to hold banquets in the future. Red Hair threw the bottle of Mutai accurately on Loki's head and was caught by Jesus. Hey, this is empty. Boss, you are so cunning. Red Hair didn't care about these people. He grabbed Rorschach's hands and said with a smile, I am the captain, Brother Rorschach, you should have 5,000 bottles, right? By the way, we also need 50 million of this kind of cigarettes. I wonder if Brother Rorschach has any. Rorschach glanced at Beckman, who was smoking a cigarette with an expression of enjoyment on his face. Rorschach pulled his hand back from the red-haired man, and then he said, why don't you pay first? The red-haired man slapped his forehead, yes. I forgot, I'll pay now, Beckman, hurry up. Beckman took the last puff, threw the cigarette holder away, and suddenly a gold card appeared in his hand. Beckman handed the gold card to Rorschach and said with a smile, Brother Rorschach, this is the gold card of Tianlong Bank, and there are 2 billion Baileys in it. While speaking, Beckman took out another card from somewhere and said with a smile, this one has an amount of 100 million Baileys. By the way, you should know that Tianlong Bank, right? Rorschach nodded and took it. As soon as the gold card touched Rorschach's fingers, it was instantly transferred to the system space. Rorschach took 2 steps back, and a light flashed in his hand. The next second, 5,000 bottles of white wine appeared on the land that was originally covered with snow. Rorschach pointed to the white wine on the ground and said, how about, you order some? What are you talking about? We are pirates, the freest people in the world, and we don't care about trivial matters, ha ha ha. Rorschach thought about it, yes, and there were so many bottles of wine on the ground, and a stupid person couldn't count them all in a short time. Beckman came over and pointed to the Red Force ship parked on the shore and said, Brother Rorschach, come with me to put my cigarettes on our ship. Rorschach looked at the Red Force ship he saw in his previous life. Okay. Beckman was happy to see Rorschach agree, and then Beckman pointed to the white wine on the ground and said to the red-haired man, Boss, call a few people to collect these wines, leaving only a few hundred bottles, and send the rest to the ship. Ah, okay. After arranging everything, Beckman nodded to Rorschach, but when he looked at Rorschach again, he was a little confused. The cloak of justice on Rorschach's back was gone. And there was a half-mask made of ice on his face. Coupled with his handsome clothes, Beckman felt like he was a different person. Rorschach scratched his head embarrassedly, Then Rorschach put his hand on Beckman's shoulder, and the next moment Rorschach took Beckman to teleport to the Red Force. Chapter 93. Is this the ability of the fruit? Rorschach glanced at Beckman and asked, "Where are you going to put the cigarettes you bought?" "Ah? Oh, come this way." Rorschach followed Beckman and walked a distance to a room. Rorschach entered the room, but found that it was empty, but it was clean. Rorschach's hands shone brightly, and the next moment, a pile of cigarettes appeared in front of the two of them. 50 million Baileys of cigarettes directly filled the room, more than half. Beckman took a deep breath, and the familiar smell of tobacco made him relax his whole body and mind. A minute later, Beckman closed the door of the room. This room is the warehouse of our red hair pirates, but there are several such warehouses, and many of them are empty. This time it came in handy. Rorschach walked in front of Beckman, and the two walked out of the cabin. Rorschach looked around and slowly stopped. What's wrong with Brother Rorschach? Rorschach turned around and asked, will there be people from the world government monitoring your island? World government? That kind of trash wouldn't dare monitor our red hair pirates' territory. Beckman was slightly stunned. Rorschach, what are you doing? Nothing, after all, I'm a Navy man. Besides, even the world government doesn't have my door. I gave one to Marshal Sengoku before, but the Marshal accidentally broke the anywhere door. So strictly speaking, besides me, you have it. Rorschach's words were shocking, and the person standing in front of him was the think tank of the red hair pirates. Beckman knew the key to the problem at once. The world government knew about Rorschach's magical ability, but the world government didn't know about things like the anywhere door. Of course, Beckman also understood that if the world government knew, Rorschach would not be as stable as a vice admiral as he is now. Try to win him over. Rorschach looked at Beckman, who had not spoken for a long time, and said in confusion, "We should go back." Rorschach saw that Beckman was still not talking, so he simply put his hand on Beckman's shoulder. In just a moment, Rorschach returned to red hair. Of course, the original Beckman also woke up after experiencing the space teleportation. Beckman sat down directly, and kept feeling the tearing feeling of the space just now in his mind. It was not very painful, on the contrary, there was a feeling of letting it go. Fruit ability. In addition, Brother Rorschach in front of him also has the ability to freeze. In addition, although I don't know where so many things are taken from. But, this brother in front of him must have other abilities. Everything was sorted out. Beckman's mouth corners slightly raised. Sunji said, "Brother Rorschach, if you can't make it in the Navy in the future, remember to come to our red hair pirates. The door of our pirate group is always open to you." Hearing the words of their vice-captain Beckman, almost all the cotters including red hair were stunned. But the next second, everyone laughed. "That's right, my vice-captain is right. We, the red hair pirates, welcome people like Brother Rorschach the most. Ha ha ha, Brother Rorschach, how about you join my red hair pirates?" The red hair laughed and stretched out his hand to Rorschach. Rorschach scratched his head, frowned, and asked in confusion, You want to buy things but don't want to pay, right? You can't not pay. If you don't want to pay, then I won't sell you things in the future." Beckman's mouth twitched. He didn't expect Rorschach's brain circuit to be so strange. A small episode passed quickly. At this time, all the red hair pirates were eating red faces, and their laughter spread far away. The atmosphere was very happy and joyful. Rorschach looked at the empty wine bottles on the ground and was shocked. There were at least 200 bottles on the ground, but Rorschach saw that their faces were still normal. Rorschach was shocked. Is this how much a pirate can drink? It's so scary. Rorschach was stunned when he patted himself with one hand. Rorschach turned around and saw the silly face of red hair. "Brother Rorschach, if you have any magical items, just take them out. We, the red hair pirates, want them all." "That's right, we want them all." The crew echoed in unison. Rorschach raised his eyebrows. "Does the red hair pirates really have so much money?" Rorschach looked around and nodded. Then the light in Rorschach's hand lit up, and a green fruit appeared in his hand the next second. The moment they saw the fruit, everyone in the red hair pirates just glanced at it and they all retracted his gaze. Only Beckman stared at the fruit in Rorschach's hand. He had seen the devil fruit encyclopedia before, but why did this fruit feel a bit like that fruit? Beckman pondered endlessly. "Oh, Brother Rorschach, none of us in the pirates eat devil fruits. This thing has side effects and is really not good. Rorschach turned the green fruit in his hand and explained, my fruit is different. Do you want to listen to my introduction to this fruit? Sure, it's okay now anyway. That's right, the boss said what we want to say. Rorschach put the fruit in his hand and introduced, this fruit is called, the sparkling fruit. By the way, it's a natural fruit. When these words came out, all the people in the Red Hair Pirates were stunned, and some even scratched their ears. The red-haired man asked in confusion, isn't that right? The twinkle twinkle fruit was eaten by Kizaru. Brother Rorschach, you are a Navy, you must know that, right? I know, and this fruit was made by Kizaru with his help. Everyone was shocked again, and they didn't know what was going on now. Kizaru's ability is flash, and this fruit was made by me using Kizaru's flash. Rorschach scratched his head, he was a little speechless. In short, this is a natural system, the twinkle twinkle fruit, no side effects, it can be used even in sea water. Good dong. Some of the crew members of the red-haired group swallowed their saliva. Beckman frowned and asked, are you sure? Yes, I am a synthesizer, and even this fruit was made by me, how can I not be sure? Synthesis. Rorschach nodded, and then Rorschach's hands lit up with green light. Rorschach looked around and finally stopped on a dagger for bone removal. Rorschach held the dagger in his left hand, and the right hand was cold. Rorschach instantly fused the two together. An ice dagger appeared in front of the red-haired group. Rorschach handed the dagger to everyone. The red-haired looked at the dagger in his hand and then looked at Rorschach. Only then did they believe what Rorschach said. At the same time, there was a gleam of light in their eyes. Who wouldn't want to eat a top-level fruit with no side effects? And the red-haired man was thoughtful, so even if his companions accidentally ate a fruit with side effects, it wouldn't be a big problem. Chapter 94. Rorschach held the fruit in his hand, looked at the red-haired man in front of him and asked, do you want it? If you don't want it, I'll put it away. Seeing that Rorschach was about to put it away, the red-haired man hurriedly stopped him. Of course we want a fruit without side effects. It's time for our red-haired pirates to add a fruit ability user. Then, Brother Rorschach, how much does this fruit cost? Rorschach looked around and took in the expressions on everyone's faces. 1.1 billion, how about it? This price was the result of Rorschach's careful consideration. The most important thing was the color. If it weren't for this color, Rorschach could have shouted more than 2 billion. The red-haired man was stunned for a moment and then turned his head quickly, Beckman, take the money. Okay. The next second, 2 gold cards flew out of Beckman's hand, and Rorschach was quick to grab the gold cards with 2 fingers. Rorschach weighed the fruit and then handed it to the red-haired man not far away. The red-haired man took the fruit with both hands, and he looked as if he had taken over some treasure, very solemnly. Well, you'd better find someone to eat this fruit now to see if there are any side effects, otherwise we will not be responsible for the product. If there are side effects, I may help you solve it. If not, then everyone will be happy. The red-haired man nodded. He had thought that whoever wanted to eat it in the future could just take it and eat it. The red-haired man handed the fruit to Beckman and said, Beckman, you decide. Anyway, I won't eat it. Okay. Beckman looked around with a half-burned cigarette in his hand. Some of the red-haired pirates who saw it looked away, and some lowered their heads. Others waved their hands repeatedly. They looked helpless, and it was obvious that they didn't want to eat the devil fruit, and even resisted it from the heart. However, one person stared at the green fruit closely, and even drooled. Jesus Bulletin was a little surprised. Beckman smiled faintly, holding the devil fruit in his hand and said, What? Locky, do you want to eat it? Hee, Deputy Captain, I really want to eat it, and this fruit is very consistent with the color of my clothes. After hearing the fat Locky say this, Rorschach noticed that the green clothes under his long gown were the kind of clothes with stripes, which were very consistent with the fruit he had just sold. Locky took a bite of the bone-involved fruit and smiled, and the shining fruit has no side effects. I think it shouldn't have that strange taste, right? I heard that the devil fruit has a very unpalatable taste, the most unpalatable thing in the world. Locky looked at the devil fruit again and then asked Rorschach, Brother Rorschach, does this fruit have any strange taste? If there is, I won't eat it. Rorschach's expression did not change, but an idea of playing a prank on someone emerged in his mind. Rorschach smiled slightly, and then said, Because there are no side effects, This devil fruit may not smell good on the surface, but the flesh is actually full. It's delicious. Loki frowned, a little unconvinced, but after all, he was the inventor of this fruit, so he barely believed it. Loki looked at the fruit in Beckman's hand, then looked at Beckman and smiled. Deputy Captain, that fruit looks delicious, give it to me, I have decided to eat it. Well, okay, you are fast, and this time with the shining fruit, I believe your strength will increase a lot. Beckman handed the fruit to Loki, and Loki grabbed the devil fruit with both hands. That expression made him believe Rorschach's lies. Everyone! Look at me eating the devil fruit. As soon as he finished speaking, Loki opened his mouth and bit off a bite of the flesh, biting off 2/3 of the fruit. It's so scary. As soon as he bit it in his mouth, his companions came to Loki and asked curiously, how is it? How is it? Loki, why do you just bite it without chewing it? Yes, yes, you are the first one in our pirate group to eat the devil fruit, why don't you share your feelings? Even Red Hair came over and stared at Loki with curiosity. At this moment, Rorschach stared at Loki opposite him with his eyes. If he showed any expression of wanting to vomit, he would stop him immediately. That! Captain Red Hair, don't let him vomit, otherwise it will be ineffective. Rorschach was still worried, so he just said it directly. Red Hair scratched his head and seemed to understand something. Oh, it turns out that it's not bad to fool Loki. I was wondering why Loki didn't chew it all the time, as if he was still, so that's it. Red Hair laughed arrogantly with his hands on his waist, ha 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 ha, I'm laughing to death. After all the Red Hairs had laughed enough, they looked at each other and locked their eyes on Loki. Loki stepped back, sweat on his forehead due to nervousness. Red Hair shouted loudly, everyone, help our partner eat the fruit. Oh! In the following process, some people squeezed Loki's mouth, and some directly covered Loki's mouth to prevent him from spitting it out. Gulp! After continuous efforts, these partners finally found a way to make Loki swallow the fruit in his mouth. The whole process was very difficult, but fortunately it succeeded. Puh, foo, foo. It's so disgusting. That fruit is as disgusting as rotten fruit that has been deposited for many years. How can there be such a disgusting thing in the world? Loki seemed very angry, and even his appetite increased a lot. The red-haired man looked at Loki, then came to him, poked his shoulder and asked, Loki, how do you know how to eat? Do you feel anything? Boss! Loki turned his head and shouted, but a green laser shot out of his mouth while he was speaking. If the red-haired man hadn't dodged in time, the laser would have hit the red-haired man in the face. Hoo-hoo! It's really dangerous. The red-haired man said nervously with his hands on his waist. Boss, this is not my fault, you can't beat me. Loki covered his mouth with an innocent look. The red-haired man broke his wrists. Humph, it's you, show us your ability quickly, or I will personally beat you into the sea. Loki swallowed his saliva, he felt that his boss didn't seem to be joking this time. A bright green light appeared in Rorschach's hand, and a green bean full of vitality appeared in his hand. But this hint of vitality was invisible to them. Rorschach stared at the redhead's broken arm, then looked at his own senzu beans and thought to himself, some people always say that if you have senzu beans, you can definitely make redhead's broken arm grow back. I'll try it today. Beckman noticed Rorschach's expression, but he didn't care about Rorschach. Now Rorschach is the most trusted person in the Redhead Pirates, just like Rayleigh who has been drinking silently beside him. Chapter 95. Okay, I'll give it a try. Loki walked straight past Rorschach and came to an open space, followed by his companions. Loki came to the open space and took a deep breath. The next second, he raised his hands instantly, an energy bomb slowly emerged from his palms one after another. The energy bombs were green and looked very beautiful. Countless energy bombs were emitted from the palms and exploded instantly when they touched the ground. The smoke produced by the explosion dissipated automatically after a short while. This may be because of the winter season, the smoke dissipated quickly. And the Red Hair pirates who had just dispersed the smoke and gathered together saw the big pit that Loki had just blasted out. However, Rorschach only saw a few people in the Red Hair pirates exclaiming in surprise, like Red Hair, and Beckman looked at Loki with a calm face. Loki looked at the pit that he had blasted in the distance and didn't care. Then Loki turned around, and the green light in his hands covered his hands. In a few minutes, a pistol suddenly appeared in Loki's hand, and the pistol made a bang 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 sound. Loki's face lit up, This pistol was just an idea that flashed through his mind, but he didn't expect it to really make him successful. After all, he used a pistol to attack. However, in the real battle, he would still use the pistol he had used for a long time, and the fruit ability could only be used as an auxiliary. Boss, I can only think of these moves at the moment. The red-haired man smiled and nodded, then he swung the cloak behind him, and the famous sword Griffin was instantly unsheathed. Loki was panicked when he saw this. Boss, what are you going to do? Hey? Shouldn't the natural system have elementalization? I want to chop. He was about to take action, but Loki was really panicked this time. He knew how powerful his captain was. If he used the domineering color or armed color to chop him, he would not only lose his life, but at least he would have to lie in bed and rest for a few days. The red-haired griffin flew across the sky. When the griffin landed on Loki shuddered and turned into a laser to hide behind his vice-captain. The red-haired man who failed to hit the target was immediately annoyed. Loki, why are you hiding? You are the owner of the natural fruit now. If I cut you, you won't die. What? Boss, don't forget how strong your domineering is. What should I do if you use domineering when you cut me? What? Do you think I'm a fool? The two of them started bickering with each other, and neither of them gave in. Beckman touched his forehead helplessly, and then made a decision in his heart. Beckman slowly turned around and looked at Rayleigh, who was drinking, and asked, Mr. Rayleigh, I wonder if you can cut Loki. When Beckman said this, Rayleigh's hand stopped drinking. Not only did he stop, but even some people in the Red Hair Pirates stopped. Everyone nodded in unison. Yes. Mr. Rayleigh is a crew member of the Pirate King, and he is a master of swordsmanship. I believe he should be able to control an ordinary sword. That's right, let Mr. Rayleigh do it. The crew members unanimously agreed. At this time, the quarrel between Red Hair and Logi also stopped. Logi looked at Red Hair, then at Rayleigh holding a sword, and Logi immediately chose Rayleigh. He knew how tough his captain was. If his captain got too excited, he would be in trouble. After a while, Logi and Rayleigh stood opposite each other. Logi hesitated, then looked at Rorschach standing in the corner and asked, Brother Rorschach, can this fruit really be elementalized? Don't worry. I can't kill you. Hearing Rorschach's accurate guarantee, Logi was relieved. The main reason was that he was not familiar with it. He would not be so afraid when he was familiar with it. Rayleigh smiled warmly, then. I'm here. Okay, Mr. Rayleigh. Swish. Clang. Rayleigh drew his knife instantly, and a silver-white slash instantly split it in half. Rayleigh paused and looked at Loki in front of him, and found that he was fine. Rayleigh grinned, and the next moment the knife in his hand swung quickly, and Loki was also cut into pieces. But at present, they didn't see any blood, so they simply ignored Loki. The red-haired man laughed even more. A minute later, Loki piled up piece by piece, but Loki quickly returned to its original state. It's really a natural system, it looks very strong. Rayleigh laughed and patted Loki on the shoulder. Loki was speechless. If he had known earlier, he would have let his captain do it. This Rayleigh, a legendary figure, the vice-captain of his boss. Sure enough, he is still strong and powerful. The red-haired man looked haggard. Loki, who had learned a lot, smiled and said, Okay. Then we just need to test whether there are any side effects. After the test, Loki, you can go and eat as much as you want. The red-haired man also pointed to the big piece of bone-in meat on the fire. There were also a few ordinary crew members roasting it next to the fire. The sizzling barbecue made Loki's throat move. The haggardness in his eyes was also much less. However, Loki thought about it and thought that his captain had always been a big man. Wouldn't this test require him to jump into the sea? Then Loki, you just need to jump into the sea. The red-haired man pointed to the sea surface not far away, which was covered with a layer of ice crystals. The result was not beyond Loki's expectation. He was actually asked to jump in. Loki looked up at the sky. At this time, snowflakes were floating in the sky, and there was a shallow layer of ice crystals frozen on the sea surface. Loki swallowed his saliva and subconsciously wanted to retreat, but somehow, the way back was blocked by Beckman. Ahem, the weather is too cold. I'll go in the water in summer. If you go in the water in this weather, you will freeze to death. Loki shrank his neck. Beckman smiled and said, We are an island in the New World. It is winter all year round and there is basically no summer. Let's try it now. Rorschach, who was standing in the corner, patted Rayleigh on the shoulder and asked, Old man, is the weather in the New World mostly like this? Almost. Some islands are full of thunder all year round. Some have hail and rain all year round. The weather in the New World changes every day, and the weather is weird and unpredictable. To put it bluntly, if the pirates in the New World didn't have strength, they would have died long ago. Rorschach suddenly realized. Then I will be in the New World and will have to face this weird weather every day. Rorschach looked at the senzu bean in his hand and patted Red Hair's shoulder. Red Hair turned around and asked, Rorschach. What's wrong? Rorschach stretched out his hand and a green bean caught Red Hair's eye. This is a senzu bean, a gift for buying these things. Red Hair picked up the senzu bean with 2 fingers and looked around but couldn't find anything magical. Ordinary beans. This is not an ordinary bean. This is a bean that has a certain chance of making your arm grow again. Although Rorschach's voice was not loud, everyone, all the people in the Red Hair Pirates heard it. P.S. Readers, please give me a free gift. Chapter 96. Now they could only hear the words arm recovered. Red Hair's breathing was a little unstable, and a trace of dominant color leaked out. Fortunately, neither the Red Hair group nor Rorschach were affected by this trace of dominant color. Brother Rorschach, are you serious? Red Hair's eyes were a little blood red, and he looked very serious. Rorschach quietly stepped back, and Suanji threw the senzu beans in his hand directly to Red Hair, eat it first and see. Red Hair took it with one hand, raised his head and ate the senzu beans. The crisp sound of the senzu beans echoed in everyone's ears. The moment Red Hair swallowed the senzu beans, he knelt down on the ground, and the only remaining hand covered the broken arm covered by the cloak, and a shrill sound came out of his mouth. Rorschach's mouth twitched. Could it be because the arm is growing that it makes this sound? This is the senzu beans produced by the system, there is no way it can go wrong. The only thing that can go wrong is the senzu beans made by yourself. But I can't synthesize any senzu beans. So Rorschach is sure that this is the arm growing. But this scream is too miserable, isn't it? Rorschach glanced at the people around the Red Hair Pirates, and couldn't help thinking, these people won't arrest me, right? As the Red Hair screamed, the domineering haki on the Red Hair's body was like an outlet, and it was released as much as possible. This scene almost made Rorschach drop his jaw. What level of domineering haki is this? Ding! Pick up domineering haki fragments ×5. This voice sounded in Rorschach's mind, which made Rorschach a little confused. Can this kind of thing be picked up? 1 minute later. Red Hair's scream gradually disappeared. But Red Hair's condition at this time is not very good. He is sweating on his forehead, but his face is unusually ruddy. Some cotters of the Red Hair Pirates looked at their captain with concern. Beckman patted the red-haired man on the shoulder and asked with concern, how is it? Head. Hey, this thing really makes me miserable. While speaking, the red-haired man directly tore off his black cloak, revealing the white lining inside. At this time, the red-haired man's left arm was no longer empty. Instead, a small section of about 10 centimeters grew out. Everyone present opened their mouths wide when they saw this scene. You know, they have been with Shanks for decades. How can they not know what their captain's arm looks like? But, now they actually saw that Shanks had grown an arm. When the red-haired group looked at Rorschach, their eyes were no longer calm, but fanatical. What kind of eyes were those? Those eyes seemed to want to eat Rorschach. Rorschach swallowed his saliva and quietly took a step back. The red-haired man touched the arm he had just grown and walked to a meter in front of Rorschach and stopped, then bowed deeply. Rorschach was startled by the red-haired man's action. Excuse me. Brother Rorschach, do you have any more beans in your hand? If you do, I want to buy a few, the red-haired man said politely. Rorschach did not speak, but took a step forward and slowly lifted the red-haired man's left sleeve. After seeing the half-arm that had grown back, Rorschach was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. Oh my god, I only know that this thing can really heal injuries, but it can actually heal a broken arm. Then Rorschach waved his hand, and 2 more beans appeared in his hand. The moment he saw the beans, the red-haired man's eyes became hot again. Rorschach raised his eyebrows and stretched out his hand to stop the red-haired man from coming forward. Ahem, let's make a deal first, 2 more of this thing should be enough. I can give it to you for free. The red-haired man's eyes lit up. This kind of thing is actually given for free? Don't worry, this thing of mine has side effects. Side effects? Everyone answered in unison. Rorschach nodded, yes, side effects. Some people may think that the side effects are very serious, while others may think that these side effects are not side effects. Rorschach's words were so confusing that the always cautious red-haired man dared not eat it. Red-haired looked at Beckman and Rayleigh with a look of help. The two received the red-haired man's help, and Rayleigh said with a smile, then what are the side effects you are talking about, Brother Rorschach? Can you tell me a thing or two? Yes, Brother Rorschach, please tell me a thing or two. Rorschach glanced at Rayleigh and Beckman and said speechlessly, do you want more? If you don't want it, I won't give it to you. As for the side effects, I'll tell you after your captain finishes eating. For a moment, everyone in the red-haired group looked at it. But none of them stopped Red Hair from eating, instead. Boss, eat it quickly. It's just a side effect, it's nothing. That's right, you've already eaten one, so what's the harm in eating two more? Yes, this is to restore the arm. Red Hair glared at the people around him and said unhappily, you still know I'm your captain. What if there are not so good side effects here? Beckman looked directly at Red Hair and said seriously, at least it won't be worse than it is now. Rorschach sat on the ground and watched the people in front of him silently. A few minutes later, Red Hair came to Rorschach and said with a smile, Brother Rorschach, no matter what the side effects are, it's okay, I just want my arm to recover. Rorschach waved his arm, and two senzu beans shot into the air and waved directly towards Red Hair's palm. Red Hair's eyes condensed slightly, and he successfully caught the senzu beans in his hand. Then the two senzu beans were directly sent into his mouth. Rorschach clearly saw that when Red Hair took the first bite, the entire power of the senzu bean exploded in Red Hair's mouth. 10 minutes later, Red Hair sat on the ground with sweat all over his head, with a look of despair on his face. And his left arm had already grown back. Hey! 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 Rorschach was really happy now. Just based on the little bit of Conqueror Haki that Red Hair had just leaked, he could upgrade Conqueror Haki to the intermediate level. It was a wise move to come to Red Hair this time, and he also made a lot of money. He can have a good draw after returning. When Rorschach was secretly happy, he felt as if something was slapping him. Rorschach slowly opened his eyes, and in front of him was Red Hair with a left arm growing out, shaking himself in front of him. Rorschach said speechlessly, you four emperors, what are you going to do? That, what is the side effect you mentioned before? Is it serious? Red Hair's face was still a little nervous. Rorschach rubbed his chin, wondering how to organize his words. Well, if you eat one of these beans, you will be full for 10 days. You ate 3 in total, so you won't be able to eat anything for a month. Chapter 97. 2 days passed in a flash. In the Red Hair territory, in a cave at this time, the atmosphere in the cave was very lively. However, only one person sighed alone, which seemed out of place. Rorschach looked at the Red Hair not far away, with a slight smile on his face. Assholes, don't eat in front of me, or I won't forgive you. Ha ha ha, the boss is really miserable. Red Hair raised his fist to threaten everyone, but they ignored him and continued to eat meat and drink. About 2 hours later, Rorschach looked around and found that the Red Hair group had almost finished eating, and then said, ahem, everyone in the Red Hair pirate group. Hey, what's wrong with Rorschach? Rorschach pointed to the arbitrary door in the protective net that surrounded the island. I think I should go back. When these words came out, Red Hair was stunned. He even forgot that Rorschach was still a navy. He thought Rorschach was a pirate when they were together these days. Because Red Hair felt that Rorschach's style of doing things had nothing to do with the navy. And he didn't have the bad habit of some navy people who always talked about justice. Even though the beans that Rorschach gave him successfully made his arms grow, it was really painful for a person who liked to hold banquets not to eat. Especially when he saw his friends eating meat and drinking wine. Since Rorschach is leaving, we won't keep you. Beckman took out a den mushi and said with a smile, this is a den mushi that can contact us. If you come to the New World to work in the future, if there are any blind pirates who make things difficult for you, just call this number and we will come. At the same time, if there are any new inventions, you must notify us. We, the Red Hair Pirates, don't have anything else, but a lot of money. Rorschach smiled slightly, took the den mushi and put it in his pocket. Den mushi can't be put into space, otherwise what will happen if they starve to death one day? Rorschach waved to Red Hair and others, and then walked out of the cave. Rorschach crossed the guardrail, opened the anywhere door, and walked in. Many members of the Red Hair group stared blankly at the location of the anywhere door with a dazed look. They have been very happy with Rorschach these 2 days. Ahem, I have some precautions that Rorschach gave me before, you must remember them, otherwise he won't sell us anything. Beckman said. For a moment, everyone was attracted by Beckman's words. Everyone looked at Beckman, and Beckman slowly took out a piece of paper. First of all, it's Logi's fruit. If someone asks you what your fruit is, you must remember that your fruit is the natural Aurora fruit. It wasn't given by Rorschach. Logi nodded, took a bite of meat and said, "We are the 4 emperors, who dares to ask? If Morgans dares to make a false report, I will roast him." Beckman nodded in agreement. Then Beckman took out a black cloak from behind. Beckman handed the black cloak directly to his boss. "Boss, here you go, this is the cloak that Rorschach made for you. This cloak can directly cover your left arm, and it is still handsome and beautiful." Red Hair was stunned, then reached out to take it. "He made it." "Yes, he made it in front of me yesterday, his ability is very special." Red Hair untied the cloak behind him and put on the cloak in his hand. The red-haired man stood up, and the effect of the cloak was immediately apparent when he stood up. His left arm was covered tightly by the cloak, and it was very handsome. The red-haired man nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad, then I will wear this cloak in the future, ha 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 ha. If Kaido fights me again, I can plot against him once." Beckman's eyes returned to the paper in his hand and continued to read, "And those wines, you can drink as much as you want, of course you have to change a bottle when drinking outside. Try not to expose the door casually." Beckman shook the paper in his hand after he finished speaking. "The above is what this kid said. Try to abide by these, after all, this kid did sell us a lot of things. The door is a small matter. If the CP knows about the wine, I think the kid should be questioned by the CP organization." As soon as Beckman finished speaking, everyone in the red-haired group nodded. They are all pirates who have been on the sea for many years. The intelligence agencies of the world government are still very strong. Amazon Lily Sea, warships. At this time, Rorschach was lying on the recliner leisurely enjoying the warmth from the sun. It was too cold to stay at Red Hair's place these 2 days. Although he was a user of the ice fruit ability, it was still a bit cold. Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel sat on a chair and asked, "Qing Long, where have you been these 2 days? Why can't I contact you?" Rorschach glanced at Flying Squirrel and then sat up. His eyes seemed to be reminiscing. "Well, I cut off one of the arms of Supernova Kid and then went to find Admiral Kizaru. But the Straw Hat Pirates were slapped away by the 7 warlords of the sea, and then Admiral Kizaru led the navy to withdraw. Ahem, after that I left the Sabayati archipelago and set up a stall outside for a few days, made some money and came back." "You said you set up a stall outside for a few days?" Flying Squirrel asked. Yes, I went to an island whose name I don't even know. But the people on the island should like my wine and cigarettes very much. My wine and cigarettes sold for hundreds of millions of Baileys." When Rorschach thought about how much he had earned from Red Hair, he was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. The materials for those wines were sent by those rubbish dogs. "I work so hard to synthesize them every day, so I have to deduct some from them. And those rubbish of the world government are so stingy when they pay me. Now I know that the wine I sold to them is just a bargain." Rorschach became more and more angry as he spoke, and the domineering color on his body unconsciously dissipated, and some of the surrounding navy were stunned. There were people lying on the deck, and the Flying Squirrel stared with wide eyes. "Vice Admiral Qing Long, quickly retract your domineering color, otherwise our navy will be wiped out." Rorschach turned his head and looked around. It didn't matter. At this time, only himself, the Flying Squirrel and some navy who hid far away were still standing on the deck. Rorschach's mouth twitched. "No. Sorry, I got excited when I said this and couldn't control it." Chapter 98. The Flying Squirrel looked at the Marines lying on the ground and shook his head speechlessly. "Let them lie down first, they will wake up soon. Anyway, he didn't have the Conqueror's haki, so it should be right to do so. How many Baileys did you sell in total? It shouldn't be much, right?" Rorschach shook his head and grinned. "Hey, I sold 500 million. Among them, I sold several 100 million for my wine. I sold 5,000 bottles in total. If I didn't synthesize so much, I might not have so many. Rorschach is very excited now. He will be even more unbridled when he arrives in the new world. After all, no one dares to control him in the new world, so he has the final say. The flying squirrel was quite surprised to hear the numbers reported by Rorschach. It turns out that Rorschach would cut corners when synthesizing for the world government. Hey, Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel, your eyes are rolling around, are you trying to expose me? How could that be? You're overthinking. The flying squirrel waved his hands repeatedly. That's good, if people know about it, I'll take back the power of the shining fruit in your body. Rorschach's words were shocking, and the moment he said this, the mole's eyes widened instantly. Can you take back the power of me and Vice Admiral Huashaishan? Rorschach looked at the flying squirrel with a smile, and the flying squirrel trembled all over. By the way, can the Empress come out? How many days has it been? Although Rorschach went out to play for a few days in the middle, Rorschach didn't want to wait all the time. I called Den Den Mushi before, and asked, it will take 2 more days. The flying squirrel said helplessly. Rorschach sighed, but he couldn't get in, let alone urge the Empress, because he knew that Luffy would be slapped by the bear and flew to the daughter island. Amazon Lily, inside the palace. At this time, the pirate queen was standing in front of the palace window, looking at the sea where Rorschach and his warships were. The more I look at it, the angrier I get. I really want to twist off the head of that navy bastard. The expression was also very lifelike, very fierce. The old lady next to her was even more frightened when she heard what Snake Princess said. Snake Princess, don't mess around. And Vice Admiral Qing Long of the Navy headquarters said that he was the person who was recently revealed by the Navy. He must have been secretly trained by the Navy, and we don't know what abilities he has now. The pirate queen frowned and turned around to glare at the old lady. You old woman, you are everywhere. It's just a Vice Admiral of the Navy. I can kill him if I want. If this bastard hadn't frozen all my people at that time, I wouldn't be so passive. And this guy has the domineering color, damn guy. Boya Hancock told everything that happened a few days ago, and scolded Rorschach for a while before he felt relieved. But the old lady next to her with the snake stick heard the key points of the words at once. You said he has the Conqueror's haki. And the ability to freeze. Old woman, are you deaf? Don't you understand what I said? If it weren't for the freezing ability, I would have thrown him into the sea long ago. Why would I have to agree to that bastard navy? Grandma Xie thought carefully and said to Snake Princess seriously, Snake Princess, you absolutely cannot fight with that navy, not to mention that he has the freezing ability. But is this freezing ability the same as the freezing ability of Admiral Aokiji? If that's the case, you absolutely cannot. Grandma Xie said some kind words, but there was no sign of the pirate empress now. At this time, a female warrior walked up to Grandma Xie and said, Grandma Xie, Lady Snake Princess went to take a bath a few minutes ago, and now the whole island is under martial law. Okay, let's wait until she finishes her bath. At the same time, a black-haired boy, wearing a blue top and red shorts, looked a little silly. At this time, he was jumping around the houses on Nine Snake Island, and behind him was a group of female warriors of Nine Snake. Oh, why are these guys shooting arrows at me? And those arrows really hurt. As painful as Grandpa's fist. I don't know where my friends have been shot. Suddenly, the female warrior behind him pulled the bow and arrow to the full moon, and an arrow hit the mountain under Luffy's feet fiercely. The arrow wrapped in domineering exploded instantly when it came into contact with the mountain, and the mountain broke into countless pieces like crispy skin. Because of the explosion of the rock, Luffy couldn't keep his balance and fell down the cliff. Even though he fell, Luffy kept making strange shouts. The female warriors cheered in unison when they saw Luffy fall, but Santa Sonia's expression changed suddenly. It's over, the place where that man fell is where my sister bathes. For a moment, a few drops of cold sweat flowed down everyone's forehead. Especially Santa Sonia and Marigold, the two girls were even more panicked. The Queen's outdoor bathroom. Bang! Luffy fell from the cliff and fell directly into the steaming hot spring water. Wow! I'm going to die. Luffy climbed up from the water suddenly. But the scene in front of him made Luffy open his mouth wide. Luffy subconsciously said, Hey, you, that mark on your back. The Queen's face changed drastically, and she instantly grabbed a bath towel beside her and covered herself in front of her, and at the same time made a heart pattern with her palms, and a pink halo in her palms instantly enveloped Luffy. Sweet sweet wind! The move hit Luffy. The pirate queen had a proud look on her face, but when she saw that Luffy was fine, she lost her composure instantly. A few days ago, there was a bastard who was not afraid of my move, but today there is another one. How is this possible? Looking at Luffy who was still standing there with a confused look on his face, the pirate queen shouted, Sandasonia, Marigold, there are intruders. Luffy in front of her frowned and said dissatisfiedly, Hey, I'm not an intruder, I was taken here by someone. But the always arrogant queen would never listen to him. Unlike the noise on the Daughter Island, Rorschach was itching to fight at this time. He wanted to go directly into the Daughter Island. Rorschach shook his wrists and stood up, then came to Flying Squirrel and held out his hand, Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel, where is the Empress's Den Den Mushi? I want to talk to this woman. What are you going to do? Flying Squirrel took out his inner pocket and handed a small Den Den Mushi to Rorschach. The call was from a female warrior of 9 snakes who had sent her to their worship the first day after Rorschach left. And when she came, the female warrior looked around, probably because she had some mission. If Rorschach hadn't been there at the time, Mole would have thought that Rorschach would have tied up the female warrior. Chapter 99 Daughter Island, on the ring. At this time, Boa Hancock, the empress of a country, looked coldly at Luffy and the 3 people kneeling on the ring. These 3 people were the 3 female warriors of the 9 snakes who saved Luffy. Brew brew brew. Brew brew brew. A Den Den Mushi sounded, and Sandasonia carefully handed the Den Den Mushi to Hancock sitting on the throne. Sister, it's a call from the Navy. What do they want me to do? The pirate empress picked up the call with a look of disgust, but before she could speak, the Den Den Mushi sounded with Rorschach's voice. Stinky woman, I've been waiting for you for so many days, why don't you come out? I'll wait for you for 2 more days. If you don't come out within 2 days, your title of Wu Hai will be revoked immediately. Rorschach paused and said coldly, the Navy's demon-killing order will also come to your island by then. Kaka. The Empress stared blankly at the Den Den Mushi that had closed its eyes in front of her, and Rorschach's arrogant speech just now kept ringing in her mind. The Empress slapped the Den Den Mushi fiercely on Sandasonia's hand, and her face instantly darkened. The Empress's shoulders kept shaking. No one can talk to me like this bastard Navy, I must kill you. An invisible energy wave was released from the Empress body. However, the range was extremely small. Even if she lost her mind due to the threat of Rorschach, Boa Hancock could not release it indiscriminately. Sandasonia and Marigold looked at each other and knelt on one knee in front of the Empress. Sister, we sisters can go and kill the Navy who offended you. The Empress glanced at the 2 kneeling in front of her and shook her head. A few days ago, you were frozen without even touching that guy. Do you want to die now? The Empress waved her hand, let's solve this matter first. Compared to the dull atmosphere on Daughter Island, the atmosphere on the Navy side is more cheerful. Rorschach, who scolded the Empress comfortably, was lying leisurely on the recliner at this moment. The Flying Squirrel put the Den Den Mushi in his pocket. Qing Long, you just mentioned the Demon Slayer order? Where did we get the Demon Slayer order? I remember that Marshal Zhang Guo only asked us to invite the 7 warlords of the Sea Empress. Rorschach curled his lips, this Empress is not strong, and has a bad temper. She made me wait for so long. I haven't been able to eat or sleep well these days. If that stinky woman came out earlier, I could go back earlier. The Flying Squirrel looked weird. If he said this, it would be true, but Rorschach was obviously radiant when he came back. How could he not eat or sleep well? As for the Demon Slayer order, I also heard from Aokiji that it is a black Den Den Mushi, and the number of people activated each time is no less than 10,000. The Flying Squirrel sighed and said slowly, Vice Admiral Qing Long, I tell you, I can't beat that pirate queen, and she also has Conqueror's haki. If she really comes in 2 days, you may have to suppress her. Of course, if you can't beat her, you can also escape back to the Navy headquarters first. Although Rorschach felt that the Flying Squirrel was kindly reminding him, why did Rorschach always feel a little weird? Rorschach slowly closed his eyes and entered the system space. Ding, the lottery roulette starts. As soon as Rorschach entered the system space, a blue screen appeared in front of him. Rorschach looked up and saw that there were 2 golden lights on the roulette this time. This means that there are 2 highest rewards this time. Draw. Ding. Congratulations on spending 1 billion Baileys and getting 5 lottery opportunities. Hearing the voice in his mind, Luoxia was completely dumbfounded. 1 billion? Is the system going to rob money openly? Even though Luoxia said so, the system had no intention of answering. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the high-level use of armed color. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a Tang sword. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 15% development of frozen fruit. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining capsule technology. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the skill steel balloon. Luoxia looked at the rewards drawn in front of him and swallowed unconsciously. Gulp! Luoxia stretched out his hands and picked up all the light balls. Those skill light balls merged into Luoxia's body one by one. Especially when the golden reward steel balloon was just integrated into his body, Luoxia felt that his strength had a qualitative leap. You know, this skill talent is the talent of the Four Emperors' Big Mom. In reality, Rorschach slowly opened his eyes, and the cold air in his hands was instantly released. Spray thin icy air instantly swept the entire warship. If Rorschach hadn't held back, he would have almost frozen all the Marines on the ship. Rorschach felt a resentful gaze looking at him, and he scratched his head embarrassedly. I was careless. Then Rorschach looked at the flying squirrel sitting next to him with a fiery look. The flying squirrel felt this gaze and slowly turned his head and asked, Ahem, Vice Admiral Qinglong, what's wrong with you? Rorschach clenched his fist and smiled, can you try my new moves with me? Forget it, forget it. The Navy is about to go to war, and neither of us can get hurt. If you want to try it, then go to the forest over there and try it. The flying squirrel pointed to the dense forest not far away. It's just that it seems to be the territory of the daughter island. Do you want to go? It doesn't matter. I've scolded even the pirate queen. It's just a forest. Rorschach grabbed the flying squirrel's hand and teleported to the forest in the next second. Rorschach looked around and finally found a big tree as thick as a bucket. Rorschach came in front of it and his hands were naturally covered with armed color. Rorschach calmed down and pointed his finger lightly in the next second. The tree, which had not changed at all, exploded from the inside in an instant, and the whole tree was directly broken in half. The flying squirrel standing not far away almost popped his eyes out when he saw this scene, and was horrified in his heart. Internal destruction. Internal destruction, an advanced use of armed color, is also called Ryu Sakura in Wano country. It is a move that can destroy the inside through the outside. In the Navy, even some vice admirals don't know this move, but now Rorschach in front of her has learned it. The flying squirrel swallowed his saliva and thought to himself, this kid is only 18 years old, right? The current 3 generals should still be in the training camp at the age of 18, right? Maybe the person who becomes the 4th general is not Ji Yuan or Shitun, maybe it really is this guy. And this witness also made the flying squirrel amazed. Chapter 100. 2 days passed quietly, and during these 2 days, Rorschach not only understood all the rewards. And there was also a normal-sized arbitrary door in his system space, which was also made during these 2 days. And when Rorschach was cleaning up the items, he also found a card emitting a red and black aura. It said Dominator Haki Upgrade Card. Therefore, Rorschach now not only has Advanced Armament Haki and Observation Haki, but also Dominator Haki. This card was found by Rorschach by chance yesterday, and it was also a reward for the mission. Rorschach rubbed his chin and couldn't help but recall the situation yesterday. Ding! The accumulated rewards for selling items have been issued. Early the next morning, Rorschach woke up in a daze. As soon as he woke up, he saw the flying squirrel sitting next to him, looking in the direction of the Amazon lily. Rorschach rubbed his eyes and asked in confusion, hasn't that woman come yet? No, but it's already the time you said. The flying squirrel spoke very calmly, with a hint of anger. It's impossible not to be angry that the Navy has to wait for a pirate for so many days. Rorschach yawned and lay on the recliner. Suddenly, a den mushy sounded. Bulu bulu. The flying squirrel took it out and saw that it was the den mushy that contacted the pirate queen. Moshi moshi. Navy, you should drive the ship to the port of our daughter island first. Our sister has almost packed up. I can go back with you now. Sanda Sonia's voice came from it. Okay. After the den mushy hung up, Flying Squirrel immediately ordered the Marines on the ship to start the ship. Everyone, get moving immediately and prepare to sail to the port of Daughter Island. Hearing this, Rorschach raised his eyes and showed a barely perceptible smile at the corner of his mouth. About 5 minutes later, the warship docked at the port of Daughter Island. Rorschach glanced at the shore and saw that there were hundreds of people gathered, all of them women, a group of women who didn't wear much clothes. Rorschach looked at Boa Hancock again, and saw that she looked calm at this time, wearing a white and grey cloak that could cover her whole body. And according to Rorschach, there should be someone hidden inside. After saying goodbye to many of her people, Boa Hancock slowly walked onto the warship. As soon as she got on the warship, Boa Hancock saw the person she wanted to kill most in her life. But there was someone under the cloak, and she couldn't let a certain guy be exposed. But, if Boa Hancock doesn't pursue it, how can Rorschach give up? Let's start the ship, the destination is the Navy headquarters. Yes, Vice Admiral Ching Long. The Navy saluted. As the warship slowly started, Boa Hancock also slowly spoke, I want to visit your Navy's impel down. The flying squirrel didn't say anything, but looked at Ching Long. Boa Hancock also noticed the flying squirrel's gaze, and her heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Rorschach sat up and slowly twisted his neck, making a click sound. Rorschach looked at Boa Hancock with a half-smile and asked, You are the emperor of a country, but you want to go to impel down. Do you want me to arrest you, woman? Rorschach came to Hancock's side in an instant and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, or, who do you want to send in? Hearing Rorschach's words that saw through everything, Boa Hancock's face turned pale instantly, as if some secret had been seen through. However, Luffy, who was hiding under Hancock's cloak, didn't know. Rorschach smiled slightly and turned around and said, Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel, let's go to impel down on the way, shall we? Yeah, sure. Since the destination has been changed, Rorschach doesn't hide his laziness anymore, and he just lies down on his recliner and falls asleep. Standing on the deck and looking at the scenery, Boa Hancock's mouth twitched and she couldn't help thinking, is this guy really a vice admiral? Why does he feel like a gangster? Not only does he talk like a gangster, but he also behaves like a gangster. Suddenly, Boa Hancock felt her body tremble. She had forgotten that there was someone under her cloak. Navy, can you give me a separate room? Flying Squirrel nodded and pointed to a marine and said, take Boa Hancock with you. Yes. 3 days passed quietly, and the warship had stopped at the port of the world's largest prison, Impel Down. Rorschach glanced at Flying Squirrel and said slowly, then take this woman in. I'm going back to headquarters. Okay, see you then, Vice Admiral Ching Long. The Flying Squirrel greeted. Yeah. Rorschach nodded, and at the same time, the light in his hand lit up, and a pink door instantly appeared in front of him, and then Rorschach pulled open the arbitrary door. When he appeared again, Rorschach had already appeared in the room of Ji Yuan Villa. Rorschach walked out of the room quickly. As soon as he walked out of the door, he saw Ji Yuan practicing swordsmanship in the yard, and every time he swung the sword, drops of sweat fell. Rorschach was about to leave with 2 clicks of his tongue, but suddenly when he felt a dangerous breath, Rorschach teleported away from the place where he was originally standing. And the place where Rorschach originally stood was now pierced by a cold sword. Rorschach's face instantly turned black, and Rorschach glared at Ji Yuan not far away and thought, I shouldn't be the enemy of this woman, right? Hit me like this. Rorschach glared at Ji Yuan fiercely, and then he activated the space and left the place instantly. Ji Yuan was stunned for a moment, slowly walked to Jinbiro's side, drew out the sword and muttered to himself, I shouldn't have made him angry, right? At the same time, Marshal Zhang Guo's office. Rorschach took a deep breath and knocked on the door, dong dong dong. Come in. Rorschach stepped into the room, and there were 2 people in the office in front of him, Garp and Zhang Guo. Zhang Guo was reviewing documents, and Garp was eating rice crackers. You're back? Zhang Guo asked. Well, although the process was a bit of a waste, the result is good. That's good. Zhang Guo's hand, which was reviewing documents, suddenly stopped, and the next second he stood up and said, by the way, my anywhere door is broken, I wonder if you, the inventor of anywhere door, can fix it. Zhang Guo pointed to the anywhere door that had been damaged in one corner. Rorschach didn't look at the anywhere door Zhang Guo pointed at, but sat next to Garp and smiled and massaged his shoulders. Zhang Guo was confused when he saw this scene. Hey, brat, if you don't help me fix the anywhere door, how can you catch Whitebeard off guard on the day of my execution? Rorschach glanced at the anywhere door and explained slowly, as long as my door is damaged, how can it be repaired? Because it is disposable, as long as it is not broken, it can be used all the time, but if it is broken, it is completely broken. Of course, Marshal Zhangguo, don't look at me, I will not be unable to repair it now. By the way, I have a small anywhere door. I don't know if you can use it. As he said, Rorschach took out a small anywhere door. Chapter 101. Rorschach weighed the arbitrary door in his hand, and suddenly Rorschach opened the door directly. Rorschach's hand disappeared in front of Zhangguo's eyes, and when it appeared again, Zhangguo's beard had been caught in his hand. Zhangguo looked at his caught beard, his face darkened. Are you okay? If not, get out of here. Get out of here to the new world after the execution. Rorschach took back his hand embarrassedly. I came here for something this time. What is it? Rorschach said slowly, Old man, I want to learn boxing from you. Gulp. Garp swallowed the last mouthful of senbei into his stomach and said, I see, I was wondering why you were so kind to give me a massage. Garp thought for a long time and nodded, okay, then let's go to the naval training ground, as long as you are not afraid of pain. Garp walked out of the room first, and Rorschach followed with a smile. As the two left, Zhangguo's office became quiet. Hey! These two guys finally left my office. Now I can finally work in peace. 5 minutes later, at the naval training ground, many Marines were practicing in the training ground. Rorschach and Garp found an empty space with no one and sat down. Tell me, kid, you must want to learn my flowing rock fist. Rorschach nodded, yes, I want to learn your conqueror's hide entanglement. Okay, I can teach. Garp's facial muscles suddenly froze when he was halfway through his words. After a moment of stunned silence, Garp finally reacted, you said you wanted to learn conqueror's hide entanglement. Yeah, old man, teach me quickly. I can't teach you, not to mention that I don't have conqueror's hide, you found the wrong person. Rorschach narrowed his eyes slightly. If he hadn't seen the old man in front of him sweating on his forehead, Rorschach would have almost believed it. You, figure it out first. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Rorschach grabbed Garp who was about to leave, don't go. Old man, if you don't teach me, how can I learn? How could Rorschach let him go? He had seen Garp use Conqueror's Haki in his previous life. Now if he doesn't look for Garp, will he look for that monk? Rorschach came to Garp, his eyes widened instantly, buzz. Almost at the moment he opened his eyes, a red and black spherical air cover instantly spread out, and the range was wide enough to cover the entire training ground. You know, the training ground of the Navy headquarters is not as small as the courtyard of Jiyuan. The Navy covered by the red and black Conqueror's Haki fell to the ground instantly. Gudong. Garp swallowed his saliva and looked at everything Rorschach did in front of him in disbelief. You kid, who told you to release the Conqueror's Haki in the training ground? Rorschach waved his hand, don't worry, I'm already controlling the strength. You won't die. At most, let them sleep. Rorschach pulled Garp and asked, with my strength, I should be able to practice the Conqueror's Haki entanglement, right? Although I also know the principle, let me find a reference object, okay? Rorschach chattered in front of Garp, making Garp clench his fists again. But Garp saw Rorschach's eyes and couldn't help but teach him. Hey! Garp sighed and pointed at the Marine who fell to the ground during training, and then pointed at Rorschach in front of him, you shocked so many people, if Sengoku knew about it, he would beat you up. Rorschach pulled Garp to a dead corner on the training ground, and then the light in his hand lit up, and a random door appeared in front of the two. Rorschach pointed at the anywhere door with a smile and said, after saying so much, what we actually meant is that we need to run faster, right? Old man, think of a place, let's practice quickly. Well? Didn't you say that you can only make palm-sized anywhere doors? Why is there another one? Rorschach pouted, I just made this a few days ago. As for why I didn't give it to Marshal Zhangguo, we'll talk about this later. Garp slowly put his hand on the handle and twisted it, and the anywhere door opened, and the two jumped into it together. Rorschach just opened his eyes, and everything in front of him was so familiar. Oh? This is the isolated island I was on before. Garp nodded, yes, only here can you practice. Although there are isolated islands in the New World, but there are those bastard spies in the New World. Garp said as he walked. The two of them stopped at the center of the island. Garp took a deep breath, and the next second he burst out with a stronger aura than Rorschach, with black and red lightning surging around him. Gulp. Rorschach swallowed his saliva and looked at the seeing Garp in front of him. Rorschach was shocked. Who would have thought that the old man who ate senbei every day in the Navy headquarters and was over 50 years old could be so powerful and domineering now? He was obviously a retired old man, but he could burst out with such strength. Shouldn't the pirate world become weaker and weaker? Rorschach felt that this sentence did not apply to the old man Garp in front of him. Garp grinned, clenched his fists and smiled. What? Didn't you ask me to teach you? Don't let me beat you to tears. Bang bang. Garp bumped his fists and walked towards Rorschach step by step. Rorschach widened his eyes and asked, Hey, no, old man, I asked you to teach me, not to beat me. What are you going to do? However, as soon as Rorschach finished speaking, Garp's domineering fist hit his right face. The right face bulged instantly, and it looked miserable. Ah! Rorschach staggered after being hit by the punch. Old man, are you serious? Rorschach was completely furious this time, and then he clenched his fists, and the black armament haki instantly covered his fists. Humph, take it, old man. Rorschach came to Garp's right side and hit Garp's right face hard. Dang! Rorschach's punch was easily blocked by Garp's right arm. Oh? You actually mastered the advanced use of armament haki. Ha ha ha, it seems that I can have a good fight with you. Swish! The red and black lightning on Garp's body instantly burst out, and the domineering haki that burst out almost doubled at this moment. Rorschach looked at Garp in front of him with his mouth twitching constantly, and couldn't help but think in his heart, does this old man want to kill me? Ha ha ha, take it, Rorschach boy. The two of them punched and kicked each other, almost hitting each other. The domineering color emanating from Rorschach collided with the domineering color emanating from Garp, and every time he could feel the powerful impact. At this moment, the sky was completely another color. The two kept hitting and colliding, and it felt like the whole sky was about to crack. Chapter 102. The two men fought each other with fists, the ground they stood on cracked, and the boulders were shattered like tofu by their momentum. Ha 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 ha, that's right, just gather the Conqueror's haki on your fist, you understand. Rorschach struggled to wrap the Conqueror's haki on his fist, and used up the remaining strength to hit Garp fiercely. The two fists collided, and a red and black momentum surged. Suddenly Garp and Rorschach put away all their momentum in an instant. When they put it away, the sky that was about to crack returned to its original appearance in an instant. The island that was originally intact also became a mess after their battle. There were also big pits on the ground. At this time, Rorschach was the worst person in this battle. Rorschach's whole face was simply unbearable to look at, his cheeks bulged and his eyes were like a giant panda, and his whole face was completely different from his original handsomeness. His whole face was beaten fatter. Ah! Rorschach sighed slightly. Rorschach regretted it in his heart, old man Garp is simply seeking revenge for personal gain. I was almost beaten to death by him. If this old man gets too excited, I'll be done. Rorschach secretly complained in his heart. Rorschach's hands glowed, and the anywhere door appeared in front of him in an instant. Since Rorschach was beaten so hard that he couldn't speak, he could only point to the anywhere door in front of him. Garp couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh at Rorschach's face. Ha ha ha, it's so funny, Rorschach boy. Rorschach glared at Garp and then turned on the anywhere door. The two stepped directly into it. Navy Headquarters, Jiyuan Villa. At this time, Rorschach had been beaten to a pulp by Garp. This looks like Jiyuan's house. Rorschach nodded with difficulty, and pushed Garp out, with no intention of letting Garp stay here. Stinky boy, remember not to talk nonsense. Rorschach said with a big tongue, "Mo, no problem." Rorschach pushed Garp into the yard with great effort. In the training ground, a woman with a sword was standing at this time. The next moment, the woman flew to Rorschach's side. The person who came was Jiyuan. Jiyuan looked at the fat and big-eared man in front of her seriously, but she always felt as if she had seen him somewhere before. Jiyuan looked up and asked, "Vice Admiral Garp, who is this? Why did you come out of my house?" Garp scratched his head embarrassedly and laughed, "Ha ha ha, this kid is Rorschach." "What? Rorschach?" Jiyuan turned his head suddenly, and slapped Rorschach's fat face with two delicate palms, causing Rorschach to gasp in pain. Ahem, this kid was beaten by the old man. By the way, the old man goes to the Warring States period, you can give this boy some medicine. Kappa went out and walked out. "You guy, how can you fight with Lieutenant General Karp?" What should I do if I was killed? At the same time, the bruises on the face disappeared. Seeing Rorschach recover, Ji Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Rorschach didn't notice Ji Yuan's expression, and was still cursing, "You old bastard, you didn't know how to be gentler. If I hadn't used a knife, I don't know who would be the one who got the pig head." Suddenly Ji Yuan patted Rorschach's arm and said, "Rorschach, you guy, what's wrong with you?" "What?" Rorschach was very confused. "I said what's wrong with you? You actually want to compete with Vice Admiral Garp. You know, the Admiral of the Navy may not be the opponent of Vice Admiral Garp." At this point, Ji Yuan's tone suddenly softened, "Don't compete with Vice Admiral Garp next time, otherwise I won't care if you become a pig head again." Although Ji Yuan's tone was harsh, he still cared about Rorschach in his heart. Luo Xia crossed his hands and curled his lips, "It's not me who's competing with him. Don't talk nonsense." "Hey? Then why were you beaten?" Ji Yuan thought for a while and said, "Did you steal the rice crackers of Vice Admiral Garp?" Hey, use your not-so-smart brain to think about me though, you still need to steal other people's rice crackers." Rorschach was so upset that he doubted whether Ji Yuan in front of him had any brains. Rorschach took a deep breath and said slowly, "I wanted to learn boxing, so I went to an isolated island through the portal. But as soon as we landed, Garp's fist came to greet us. We fought for a long time afterwards, but this old man was really strong. He was fine, and I was beaten black and blue." While speaking, Rorschach rubbed his face, as if this could give him some spiritual comfort. Rorschach was really scared by Garp this time. Ji Yuan smiled after listening to the whole incident. "You are not good at learning. You know that your boxing skills are not good, but you still want to compete with Vice Admiral Garp." Ji Yuan touched Rorschach's head and said gently, "Don't learn from Vice Admiral Garp next time, be careful of getting beaten." Rorschach was stunned by Ji Yuan's sudden tenderness. Rorschach clenched his fist and said, "What? You want to be beaten too?" Navy Headquarters, Marshal Sengoku's office. Garp walked slowly to Sengoku's office, and just as he opened the door, he saw Sengoku staring and scolding a Navy officer. "What is your intelligence department doing? I asked you to find the real culprit who stunned the sea soldiers on the training ground, but you can't find it." The Navy captain lowered his head and whispered, "Marshal Sengoku, the surveillance den mushi of our intelligence department was also stunned. I'm very sorry. We will definitely try our best to find it." Garp stood at the door and listened to the whole thing. Garp recalled the good things Rorschach had done, and for a moment he sympathized with the Navy captain. Garp came over and patted the Navy colonel, "It's okay, you go down, I know the real culprit. You don't need to investigate the rest. I will tell Sengoku when the time comes." Sengoku, who was standing beside him, looked at Garp suspiciously, but still waved his hand to let the Navy leave. Garp found his own exclusive seat and sat down directly. At this time, both Sengoku and Tsuru came to Garp's side, and the meaning was self-evident. Chapter 103. Warring States Office. Garp sat on the chair, and Warring States in front of him asked aggressively, "Garp, tell me." Garp grinned and pointed to Warring States office drawer, "I want to change my taste recently. Donuts seem good too." Garp closed his eyes after saying this, as if waiting for the arrival of donuts. Warring States' face darkened, and his hands clenched instantly. This old guy actually wants to eat the donuts of this marshal? Bastard Garp! Vice Admiral Tsuru beside him looked in the direction of Garp's finger. "Hey? Is there anything in Warring States' drawer?" Warring States glanced at Garp, who closed his eyes and said speechlessly, "You wait for this marshal. If you don't know, this marshal will definitely beat you up." As soon as the voice fell, Warring States walked to his desk. When he came back again, he was holding a bag with 3 donuts in his hand. When Garp saw the pattern of the bag, his eyes lit up. These are the donuts he had been dreaming about for a long time. He didn't expect that he could eat them today as long as he exploded Rorschach. Sengoku came up to him and glared at Garp, "Here. Tell me." Garp took the bag and looked inside. Sure enough, there were 3 donuts inside. "Hey, don't worry, Sengoku, let me try it first." "No. You have to tell me before you can eat it, otherwise don't eat it." As for Garp's cheating, Sengoku has been accustomed to it after working together for so many years. This made Sengoku wonder if this old guy was deliberately cheating for donuts. Garp looked at the paper bag that Sengoku was holding tightly at one corner and waved his hand speechlessly, Okay, okay, I can eat it now if you tell you. Yes, as long as you tell this admiral. Okay. Garp was about to speak, but he quickly closed his mouth. After about a minute, Garp thought about what he wanted to say. Garp then said, "Are you talking about the incident where a large number of Marines fainted in the training ground?" Nonsense. The only thing that can cause this phenomenon is the Conqueror's haki, or other tricks. Garp nodded and said casually, "That thing was done by that kid Rorschach. At that time, in order to assure me that his Conqueror's haki was already very strong, he stunned all the Marines in the training ground. I wanted to stop him at that time, but the kid was too fast." Garp touched his head and smiled carelessly, looking carefree. Little did they know that the two people standing in front of him had already been shocked. Zhang Guo was very clear about the scope of his navy's training ground. To cause a large number of Marines in the entire training ground to faint, at least the level of Conqueror's haki was definitely not something that a beginner could do. Thinking of this, Zhang Guo couldn't help but say, "Could it be that the boy is really a genius?" Hearing this, Vice Admiral Tsuru also nodded in agreement. Crunch, 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 crunch. The sound of Garp eating reached the ears of the two. When he saw that the bag was empty, Zhang Guo's face was bad. Zhang Guo grabbed the bag and shook it, but it was empty. "Damn Garp, you ate it all by yourself. Damn it! Don't you know to leave one for me?" Garp scratched his nose without any image and said indifferently, "That was given to me by Sengoku. Why shouldn't I eat it?" Sengoku waved his hand, "Okay, I won't talk to you about this. You have experienced Rorschach's domineering color up close, what do you think?" Sengoku scratched his head and said slowly, "Not bad, but it still needs to be honed and practiced. And this kid has been beaten to a pulp by me." "What? You beat that Rorschach kid?" Sengoku's voice was almost screaming, and he frowned slightly. He knew how strong Garp was, and it was no problem for him to kill the current Admiral Akainu. Now is the eve of the war, how can this bastard Garp do this? Perhaps noticing the look on Sengoku's face, Garp explained for once, "It was that kid who couldn't take a beating. No, it was that kid who asked me to teach him my famous trick, the flowing rock fist. I didn't mean it." In the end, Garp's voice became smaller and smaller, and he even felt a little guilty. When beating Rorschach, Garp exerted half of his strength. That looked pretty miserable. Sengoku glared at Garp and then said, "Damn Garp, come with me to see Rorschach. I hope you don't beat him up. I still have this marshal. The mission will be given to him." After Zhang Guo finished speaking, he grabbed Garp and walked outside. Unlike Zhang Guo's anxiety, Luoxia's side was full of gunfire. At this moment, Luoxia was emitting red and black lightning, which looked very oppressive. Every punch hit Ji Yuan's Jinpi Luo, making a clang sound. Luoxia clenched his fists and was very excited. "Hey, it turns out that fists are the hard truth. If I wasn't afraid of destroying the villa, I would have knocked you down long ago." Ji Yuan held the sword with one hand, his eyes sharp. "Humph, little brother is little brother, you can't beat your sister." Luoxia pouted and was about to activate the teleportation fruit when he heard a rough and loud voice. "What are you doing?" As soon as they heard this voice, Luoxia and Ji Yuan turned their heads together, and they saw Zhang Guo, Garp, and he. Rorschach put away his aura, and Ji Yuan also put away his kinpura and stood with Luoxia. Zhang Guo and the other two came in front of the two. Zhang Guo said nothing but circled around Luoxia. And his eyes were wide open. Being looked at by a big man like this, Luoxia felt very uncomfortable. Is Marshal Zhang Guo stupid after falling? Why is there such a weird behavior? While speaking, Luoxia took 2 steps back in disgust, fearing that he would be infected. Zhang Guo was speechless with a frown on his face. "This marshal came to see you with good intentions after hearing that you were beaten to a pulp by Garp. How dare you say that this marshal is sick?" Rorschach's mouth twitched wildly, and then he smiled awkwardly, "Ahem, no, I just got beaten so hard that I couldn't speak. I'll be fine after eating the beans I developed." "Is that the one I spent hundreds of millions to buy?" Rorschach nodded. "Well, I got some materials recently and made a simple one, but it's all used up." Rorschach didn't dare to say that he had more. If he did, Marshal Zhang Guo would ask him to mass-produce it, and then he wouldn't have the formula. At this time, Vice Admiral He, who had been silent all the time, asked, "Were you competing with Rorschach just now?" "Sister He, we had a disagreement and fought." Chapter 104 After Ji Yuan's explanation, everyone probably understood the general idea. Because every time Ji Yuan said something, Luo Xia would retort, so the previous quarrel turned into a fight between the two. Is that so? I came here for another matter today. Luo Xia frowned and asked, what is it? Are you here to buy something from me? Luo Xia's eyes lit up, and he was no longer sleepy when he heard this. Zhang Guo saw Luo Xia's excitement and his face suddenly darkened. This kid is now completely obsessed with money. Ahem, I came here today because of a marine fainting in the training ground. The fainting in the training ground is my fault. Luo Xia was halfway through his words when he suddenly froze, as if he had stunned several marines with his Conqueror's Haki before. It seems that I used Conqueror's Haki to stun several marines before. As for whether they are dead or not, I don't know. Rorschach's voice became smaller and smaller at the end, and he thought to himself, they can't be that weak, right? Could they be killed? Zhang Guo glared at Rorschach and said unhappily, how is it possible? But you, a kid, actually used Conqueror's Haki to stun all the marines in the Navy's training ground. Rorschach groped his chin and frowned and asked, Marshal Zhang Guo, which eye did you see it with? And don't you have Conqueror's Haki? How can it not be that you did it because you were bored? Rorschach looked like a rogue and a gangster. Zhang Guo had no way to deal with him. Zhang Guo glared at Garp, and the meaning was self-evident. Rorschach, boy, release your Conqueror's Haki with all your strength, let this bastard Zhang Guo see it. Rorschach glanced at the person who spoke, and that person was Garp. When Rorschach met Garp's eyes, he couldn't help but think of the details of the fight between the two. Rorschach shuddered violently. Ahem, you naval commanders, especially the alternate admiral behind me, don't be stunned by a small vice-admiral like me. When he said this, Rorschach deliberately emphasized the word alternate admiral. Shut up, and get started. Rorschach nodded, then stepped back 3 steps, and the next second Rorschach's aura suddenly burst out. In an instant, black and red lightning continued to surge on Rorschach's body, and he looked extremely handsome. At the same time, everyone at the scene was shocked when they saw this domineering aura. Especially Sengoku, who also had the domineering aura, now his mouth can hold more than a dozen eggs. Rorschach turned around and saw that although Ji Yuan was not as relaxed as Garp, he also looked normal, which was completely different from what he thought. Okay, put it away. Rorschach had just put away his Conqueror Haki, and Sengoku approached Rorschach and asked, boy, how did you practice this Conqueror Haki? Rorschach frowned and looked at Sengoku as if he was a fool. After a long silence, Rorschach pointed at his own head and then pointed at Marshal Sengoku's head and asked, Marshal, you may really be sick. When can you practice Conqueror Haki? Aren't they all born with it? I think you should step down as Marshal as soon as possible. Otherwise, this brain won't work well. Before he finished speaking, Sengoku's fist wrapped in armament Haki blasted towards Rorschach. Rorschach didn't dodge or avoid, and instantly wrapped his hand in armament Haki to meet the attack. The two fists collided and made a bang sound. You kid, do you want to practice with me? As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Xia's smile instantly withered, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was next to Ji Yuan. I don't want to be beaten. In fact, it is true. Zhang Guo's combat power is also good, and he has all the power of the king's color and fruit. If Luo Xia fights Zhang Guo again, he will definitely get the gift package of looking for teeth on the ground again. Moreover, even the 3 generals dare not fight Zhang Guo, so how dare he, a vice-general? There are still 3 days before Ace's execution. At the same time, Zhang Guo thought again and said, Vice Admiral Qing Long, from tomorrow until the day of the execution, you must go to the Navy's reception room every day. What do you mean? Because the execution will be in a week, and the Shishibukai who are supposed to come have also come to the Navy headquarters. At that time, I wanted to send an ordinary marine to warn them not to mess around. But, after thinking about it, you are the most suitable. Besides, if anyone is weaker than you can beat them directly without reporting. Zhang Guo grinned, as if he was a wretched uncle. Rorschach rubbed his chin and thought for a long time before nodding, okay. When I really beat them, don't accuse me of destroying public property of the Navy again. Zhang Guo nodded, it's okay, during the execution of the upright, the funds given by the world government this time are sufficient. Hearing this, Rorschach rubbed his hands and looked like a money grubber, ahem, I don't know if the marshal needs anything. As long as the money is in place, I can make anything. I want a door, do you have one? Rorschach's rubbing of his hands froze as soon as he said this. Although he has it, he doesn't want to take it out now. Rorschach smiled awkwardly, ahem, I'd better wait until I invent something to fool people, and then sell it. Zhang Guo glared at Rorschach unhappily and turned around and left with Crane and Garp. Ding, trigger a random task. Please shock the 7 warlords tomorrow. Task reward, random. Task penalty, randomly seize a part. Rorschach swallowed nervously after listening to the system sound in his mind. This. If the head is seized, wouldn't I be miserable? No, no, I want to draw a lottery. Rorschach returned to his room in an instant after his spatial ability was activated. After returning to his room, Rorschach closed his door tightly. The next second, his consciousness directly entered the system space. At the same time, he had gone through the same process countless times. The roulette wheel spun quickly, and after an unknown amount of time, it finally stopped. Ding! Congratulations on getting 5 senzu beans. Ding! Congratulations on getting a small increase in strength. Ding! Congratulations on getting a small increase in swordsmanship. Ding! Congratulations on getting a brick +1. Ding! Congratulations on getting a radar +1. This lottery is over. Rorschach was stunned when he looked at the reward in front of him, which was better than nothing. What's the use of these? Rorschach just stretched out his hand, and some white light balls instantly merged into his body. But Rorschach didn't feel anything about these small things. Luo Xia looked at the purple light ball, but as soon as he touched it, the purple light ball instantly entered his brain. Luo Xia was shocked, but the next second he found that there seemed to be a few more radars in his brain. He could even see Ji Yuan clearly in the room. What does the system mean? Ding! Please explore by yourself. Luo Xia's mouth twitched, and he was speechless. Chapter 105. The next morning, a navy officer with the rank of major came to the door of Ji Yuan's villa. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. About 5 minutes later, Ji Yuan opened the door and asked in confusion, is there anything I can do for you? Hello, Lieutenant General Ji Yuan, I am here to find Lieutenant General Qing Long on the order of Marshal Zhang Guo. Ji Yuan nodded, oh, so, I'll go wake that guy up. Ji Yuan just turned around to look for him, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of Ji Yuan, scaring Ji Yuan. Why are you coming and going in an instant? Do you want to scare me to death? Tisk, you are timid, who can you blame? Rorschach seized the opportunity to say something to Ji Yuan. Luo Xia pushed Ji Yuan aside and looked up and asked, hello, what can I do for you? Yes, hello, Vice Admiral Qing Long, I am here on the orders of Marshal Zhang Guo to ask you to assist us. Assist? The major nodded, yes, because these Shishibukai have very strange tempers, and some even threaten our navy. We have to deliver food to them every day, so Marshal Zhang Guo asked you to assist us. Hearing this, Ji Yuan behind him showed a sly smile. She was very curious about Luo Xia's reaction next. A vice admiral delivering food to a group of Shishibukai, wouldn't that be funny? But she was destined to be disappointed. Rorschach rubbed his chin as if thinking about something. He looked at the major in front of him and asked, which department of the Navy are you from? Ah? Oh, I'm a major in the Navy Logistics Department. Vice Admiral Qing Long, you can just call me Xiaoshu. So you're from the Logistics Department? Rorschach leaned his arm on the Major Admiral's shoulder and smiled, little brother, how are the benefits of your Logistics Department? Can I go? Hehe, Vice Admiral Qing Long, stop joking. Let's get down to business first. Rorschach patted his head, yes, leave it to me. If those Shishibukai are not honest, I'll catch one and beat him to death. As he spoke, Rorschach hugged the major and walked out the door. If outsiders saw the two of them like this, they would definitely think they were good brothers. Ji Yuan, who was standing at the door of the villa, looked at Rorschach who was walking away, this kid doesn't seem to be so quiet. There's Hawkeye in there. Ji Yuan's eyes widened instantly, and then a pink light swished towards Rorschach. About 10 minutes later, Rorschach and the major came to the Navy kitchen. At this time, the Navy kitchen was not as noisy as Rorschach imagined, but very quiet. Only the sound of some chefs chatting could be heard. Rorschach was stunned by the food in front of him as soon as he entered the door. The major beside him pointed to the dining car in front of him and introduced, Vice Admiral Qing Long, this is the food we prepared for the 7 warlords. Including drinks and red wine. Rorschach crossed his hands and nodded, there are quite a lot. Since it's all ready, why don't you send it over? At this time, a navy wearing a chef's hat stood up and said, because when I sent it over yesterday, the 7 warlords said it was sent too fast. One of them is called Gecko Moria, and his attitude is very bad. Gecko Moria. Rorschach murmured in his mouth, as if recalling the appearance of this person. Him. Don't worry, leave it to me today. Then Rorschach glanced at the major beside him. The major immediately reacted, everyone, follow Vice Admiral Qing Long. 5 Navy officers stood up at once, and they all took off their chef uniforms, revealing the Navy uniforms inside. 5 people, each with a dining car, followed the major and Rorschach. A few minutes later, everyone came to a huge door. This door was about 3 Rorschachs tall, very huge. Rorschach made way, and the major beside him knocked gently on the door. Rorschach frowned instantly when he saw this action. Come in, Navy. Then the door was completely opened, and the faces of some of the 7 warlords of the sea also came into Rorschach's eyes. Among them were Gecko Maria, who was just mentioned, and Boa Hancock, who Rorschach was responsible for bringing over. Hawkeye my hawk, Doflamingo, Tyrant Bear. Rorschach grinned and thought to himself, they are all familiar faces. Rorschach leaned against the wall of the room, his eyes never leaving the navy who placed the food. But somehow, Moria suddenly stood up with a ferocious look on his face and shouted, you bastard navy men, do you know that you spilled the soup on my pants? Do you believe I will cut off your shadows? His voice was so sharp that Rorschach could not help but frown. But Rorschach's attention was on the 5 navy men. The major who had just taken the lead responded refuted, I'm sorry, but, the soup on our food didn't spill on you. Perhaps it was because Rorschach was standing behind them, which made them speak a little tougher. The leading major couldn't help but recall what Warring States said to him in Warring States' office. You can believe in the strength of Vice Admiral Qing Long. Maria never thought that he would be refuted by a tiny ant, and then he clenched his huge palm and was about to take action on the spot. Rorschach's murderous aura surged, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up, and then the power of space in his hand instantly wrapped the 5 navy. The next moment, the 5 navy were directly transferred to the outside of the door by Rorschach. Rorschach turned around and waved to the confused 5 people and smiled, there is nothing for you here, you can leave first. The 5 navy looked at each other, then turned around and ran. Not worried about Rorschach's safety at all. At this moment, only Rorschach and the remaining 5 Shishibukai were left in the room. Rorschach kept the smile on his lips. Rorschach came to the sofa and said politely, 7 warlords, you can have your meal. Doflamingo, like a street kid, stared at Rorschach, and the next moment he laughed. Interesting. Boa Hancock glared at Rorschach and ignored him. Rorschach didn't care what the 7 warlords would do, because he couldn't help but want to beat Gecko Maria. Rorschach stopped smiling and asked coldly, you are Gecko Maria, right? He, I am, you. However, before Gecko Maria finished speaking, a terrifying domineering aura instantly broke out in the room. In an instant, almost everyone turned their heads to look at Rorschach. Especially Doflamingo and Boa Hancock, who also possessed the domineering aura, were also shocked. Boa Hancock's mouth was slightly open. He couldn't believe that Rorschach had such a dominant haki. Rorschach looked coldly at Gecko Maria who was sweating in front of him. Everyone, eat first. I'll take this guy out to cool down. It looks like this bastard is very hot. The next second, Rorschach grabbed Gecko Maria's collar with his big hand and dragged him out. Chapter 106. While dragging Maria, Rorschach released cold air from his hands, freezing his limbs and making him unable to move. Rorschach dragged Maria like a dead dog. Not long after, Rorschach dragged Maria to the yard in front of the Navy reception building. Rorschach threw Maria's huge body to the ground with a dull sound. Maria screamed. He is almost 7 meters tall, so his weight is naturally a terrible number. Moreover, this guy has not lost weight for many years. Now he will scream when he is thrown. Rorschach looked at Maria on the ground indifferently, and his eyes seemed to be able to kill people. Sure enough, pirates are pirates. Even if you are given the title of 7 warlords of the sea by the world government, the cheapness in your bones will not disappear. While Rorschach was speaking, there were already some Navy spectators around him. Ji Yuan stood behind Rorschach and had no intention of stopping him. Rorschach frowned and then hooked his hand. The next moment, Ji Yuan came to Rorschach and asked, "What's wrong? What's wrong with these guys around? I'm going to go all out. If these Marines die, I don't care." Ji Yuan recalled Rorschach's previous bursts of domineering color, and looked at the Marines around him. After thinking carefully, it was true. Ji Yuan sighed helplessly and said helplessly, "Why are there always such fearless people coming to watch the fun?" After about 10 minutes, Ji Yuan dispersed the Marines around. During this period, in order to prevent Moria from escaping, Rorschach also specially put a limited edition frozen leg shackle on Moria. Rorschach looked around and nodded with satisfaction, "It's pretty good, but it took a little longer. I'll try harder next time." Rorschach stretched out his palm and pointed it at Moria's leg cuffs and whispered, "Break." At the same time, Moria's leg cuffs instantly turned into broken ice and scattered aside. Rorschach looked at Moria in front of him indifferently and smiled coldly. The domineering color on his body instantly burst out, and the whole body was faintly surrounded by black and red lightning. Rorschach's arms were covered with armed color domineering, and he walked towards Moria step by step. Although Rorschach has learned the domineering color entanglement, he is not very proficient at present, and using armed color is just right. And Rorschach seems to like this kind of punching feeling. Good dong. Rorschach pressed forward step by step, and Moria retreated step by step. Watching Rorschach approaching step by step, Moria's forehead was slowly sweating. "Hey, Marine, I'm a Shishibukai. If you dare to hit me, will Sengoku forgive you?" As soon as these words came out, Rorschach's feet that were moving forward suddenly stopped. Moria was overjoyed, but he must not be too happy too early. The next second, Rorschach's space ability was instantly activated, and he was in front of Moria in just a moment. Rorschach's arm hit Moria's stomach hard. Moria had no reaction speed to this punch. Ji Yuan even saw that when Rorschach hit this blow, Moria's back seemed to be hit by Rorschach. Ah! This punch made Moria cover her stomach in pain, and her body was out of control and thump 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 and retreated several steps. Bang! Moria knelt down on the ground, and the acid in her stomach kept vomiting out. Rorschach looked coldly at Moria, who was beaten into such a miserable state by him, and Rorschach had no sympathy at all. Rorschach rubbed his fist and turned his head to grin, "Ji Yuan, this bastard's stomach is quite soft. By the way, ask the 7 warlords if I can kill him. If I can, I will kill him and take out the devil fruit from him." Rorschach's words were shocking, and Ji Yuan's eyes widened. What shocked Ji Yuan was not that Rorschach wanted to kill Moria, but that Rorschach said he can take out the devil fruit from Maria. She didn't expect Rorschach to be able to do this. Ji Yuan looked at Maria's miserable appearance in the distance, reached into her chest, and soon a small den mushi was taken out. At the same time, in Sengoku's office. "Blue blue blue." Sengoku took it casually, and Ji Yuan's voice came from inside, "Is it Marshal Sengoku?" Yes, is there anything for Daotu?" "That. Rorschach asked me to ask you, can the 7 warlords of the Sea Gecko Maria be killed? He said that if possible, Rorschach will take out Maria's shadow fruit." In fact, Ji Yuan still had a little expectation in her heart. She hadn't seen this skill of Rorschach yet. It feels quite interesting to take out the fruit with bare hands. In the office, Zhang Guo rubbed his temples in distress. "This little guy, I told him yesterday that if the 7 warlords dared to cause trouble, he could be beaten. I didn't expect that this little guy was quite efficient." Zhang Guo paused. "But Maria still can't be killed. Mimoto, tell Rorschach not to beat Maria to death. I won't blame him even if he is beaten half to death. That's it. I have something else to do. I'll hang up first." Kaka. At this time, Rorschach, who was on the training ground, had already punched Maria more than a dozen times, and he looked extremely miserable. Luo Xia glanced and found that Ji Yuan had hung up the phone, so he asked, "Ji Yuan, how is it? What did Marshal Zhang Guo say?" "I'm ready to take out his shadow fruit." Ji Yuan was shocked and stopped him. "Luo Xia, you can't kill him. Marshal Zhang Guo said that you can beat him half to death, but you can't kill him." Ji Yuan's tone was even a little disappointed. "Oh, okay." At this time, Moria's eyes were bloodshot. If his eyes could kill, Luo Xia would have been killed by him hundreds or thousands of times. 10 minutes later. Rorschach clapped his hands as if he had finished his work. When Luoxia saw Luoxia coming to her side, she pointed at Moria, who was lying on the ground with more inhalation than exhalation, and asked, "You didn't kill him, did you?" "No, but if you don't go to the medical room, you might die." Ji Yuan reacted suddenly and hugged over, looking at the medical staff beside him. The medical staff who had just been called came forward immediately. Luoxia said quietly, "How about Ji Yuan, you go and take a look too. That bastard is nearly 7 meters tall, and these medical staff may not be able to move him." Ji Yuan glared at Luoxia fiercely, "You bastard, who told you to beat him so hard that he couldn't move? And in the end, I have to finish it off." Chapter 107. Ji Yuan came to Maria, who was making some unpleasant sounds. She looked Maria up and down, her face full of disgust. "You've eaten so much to get fat. Get out of the way." Ji Yuan took a deep breath, put her hands behind Maria's back, and lifted Maria up in an instant with her arms. When Maria was lifted up, Rorschach witnessed the whole process. This scene made Rorschach's mouth twitch. Ji Yuan held Maria and turned around to meet Rorschach's eyes. "Humph!" Ji Yuan snorted coldly, and with a whoosh, she turned into a pink light and flew away. Rorschach curled his lips and said speechlessly, "Is it necessary to be so laborious? Can't I just transfer him to the Navy hospital? What a waste of effort." Rorschach walked towards the Navy guest house with his hands on the back of his head in boredom. At this time, a naval lieutenant came to Rorschach at a trot. Rorschach asked, "Little brother, what's wrong with you?" The Navy took a breath and said, "Vice Admiral Qing Long, you just beat up the 7 warlords of the sea. The Marshal won't blame you, right? Just beat up the pirates who bully the weak and fear the strong. The Marshal just told me that as long as he doesn't kill me, anything is fine." The two stood in the training ground of the Navy guest house and chatted. At the same time, at the entrance of the Navy guest house. At this time, the 7 warlords of the sea stood there in unison and watched Rorschach. It seemed that the battle scene where Rorschach beat up Moria just now was also witnessed by them. Phew, this Vice Admiral is pretty good. Interesting. This guy is called Rorschach, and I don't know other information. By the way, this guy is also a swordsman." Doflamingo's simple introduction gave the 7 warlords of the sea present a general understanding. But the rubbish that just tied up Moria seems to have the ability to freeze, just like Qingji. Doflamingo's eyes were fixed on Rorschach, who was walking slowly under his sunglasses, as if he wanted to see through Rorschach. Phew, the only navy I can't investigate, I really want to know his secret." Rorschach, who was walking towards the Navy guest house, suddenly paused. The activation of the advanced observation haki made Rorschach feel as if someone was staring at him. At this moment, there was a red dot flashing in Rorschach's mind, and there were 3 green dots. Rorschach glanced at the 4 people at the door, and then looked at the 4 dots in his mind. Rorschach's mouth corners slightly raised, he now understood the use of the radar he had drawn. The red dot represents those who are hostile to him, and the green one is normal. Rorschach already knows who the red dot represents. Rorschach thought and disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was less than a fist away from Doflamingo. Rorschach said coldly, "Tian Yasha, right? You've been staring at me. What do you want to do?" Doflamingo grinned, Phew, nothing." Just as Rorschach was about to speak, Joracle Mihawk, who had been standing there silently, suddenly asked, "Qing Long, right?" Yes, I'm Vice Admiral Qing Long, what's up?" Rorschach didn't expect Mihawk to ask him. Although he couldn't beat Mihawk now, he might not be defeated if he used all his methods together. "I heard you're a swordsman, can we have a competition?" Rorschach frowned and asked, "You're the world's greatest swordsman, do you still want to bully others?" "Ahem, I just haven't had an opponent for too long. I heard you're a swordsman, so I want to have a competition." Mihawk didn't expect Rorschach to speak so bluntly, which made him not know what to say. He just beat Moria half to death so domineeringly, but now he would speak like this. Rorschach groped his chin and thought for a long time before finally nodding. "Okay, let's have a competition, try not to damage the fur here, otherwise Marshal Zhangguo will make me pay again." Yet. The two stood still in the training ground, and Hawkeye Mihawk slowly pulled out the black knife from behind. Rorschach shook his wrist, and a flame instantly turned into a tiger hunter in Rorschach's hand. The flames surrounding the tiger hunter blade were very beautiful. Hawkeye my hawk's eyes flickered slightly, and he thought to himself, could it be that this is a blade that has eaten a devil fruit? At this moment, Rorschach closed his eyes and breathed steadily. Gradually, the breath Rorschach exhaled turned into burning flames, and he looked very handsome. Even cooler, Hawkeye, who was standing opposite him, was surprised for a moment. This doesn't seem to be a devil fruit ability. Let's start, Hawkeye. Hawkeye didn't reply. He raised the black knife in his hand high above his head, and the next second, a very powerful slash was slashed towards Rorschach fiercely. Rorschach narrowed his eyes slightly, his figure was not in a hurry, and the tiger hunter in his hand suddenly sent out a red flying slash move, which seemed to have the sound of a dragon's roar. The green and red ones seemed to be enemies that had not seen each other for many years at the moment of contact, and they were resisting each other. No one gave in to the other. Hawkeye's face was calm, and there was no panic in his eyes. On the other hand, Rorschach, he hid aside after he just sent out that slash, and if his slash was defeated, he would have no time to hide. So Rorschach hid aside without caring about the swordsman's face. Finally, the two attacks offset each other after a stalemate of about 5 minutes. Rorschach's mouth twitched. Although he was very confident in his swordsmanship, he was not confident enough to be compared with the world's #1 swordsman. At this time, Hawkeye my hawk, who had put away his sword, came to Rorschach and said, "Is this your strongest attack?" "Almost, about 80% of it. But my swordsmanship is not my strength." My hawk nodded, but his mind was thinking of Rorschach's state before the fight. "What was your state just now?" "What state?" It was the one with fire in my mouth just now." "It's a kind of move, I'm not very clear." "I got it by chance." Rorschach and Hawkeye chatted with each other. Because Hawkeye basically doesn't laugh, Rorschach had an awkward chat with this guy for more than 10 minutes. In the end, it was Hawkeye who proposed to leave first, and Rorschach was relieved. Ding! Congratulations on completing the random task and shocking the 7 warlords of the sea. Task rewards have been issued. Host, please go to the system space to check it yourself. Rorschach's mind moved, and his consciousness directly entered the system space. In the space, there was a ball of purple light lying quietly in the system space. Rorschach tapped his fingers lightly, and the ball of light instantly merged into his brain. At the same time, Rorschach's mind also had a new memory: shrinking pills, enlarging pills. For a moment, Rorschach's breathing became a little rapid. Although these 2 pills sounded ineffective, they were perfect for a prankster like Rorschach. Suddenly, Rorschach had an idea in his mind. There are still 2 days before the execution. Chapter 108. 1 day left before the execution date. Early in the morning of this day, Luoxia walked out of the room refreshed, and he also had 2 tubes of pills in test tubes in his hands. There was a cork at the mouth of the bottle to prevent it from falling out. Luoxia just opened the door and saw Ji Yuan standing by the sofa in the living room. Seeing that Luoxia could get up so early, he immediately became interested. "Luoxia, you didn't lie in bed. Tisk, you better be careful, otherwise I won't be polite to you." Luoxia shook the 2 tubes in his hand and threatened. Ji Yuan looked puzzled and said, "What did you come up with again? What are those 2 tubes of pill-like things?" Luoxia smiled mysteriously and said very proudly, "I'm going to find someone to test the medicine for me today, don't mess with me. Otherwise, I'll let you test the medicine for me." Luoxia said viciously. Seeing Luoxia say this, Ji Yuan suddenly became interested. As we all know, Rorschach has invented countless things since he first joined the Navy, and almost every one of them is very useful. Rorschach just said that this is medicine, so it is definitely not ordinary. Ji Yuan hurriedly grabbed Rorschach's arm and asked, "Who are you looking for to test the medicine?" "Marshal Sengoku, who makes him the strongest." Rorschach slapped Ji Yuan's arm. "I still have to go to Marshal Sengoku's office." Seeing Rorschach activating his ability and walking away, Ji Yuan sent out the shining fruit and chased him directly. There was no way she was too curious about what Rorschach had in his hand. What's more, Rorschach was looking for Marshal Sengoku. A few minutes later, Rorschach and Ji Yuan knocked on Marshal Sengoku's office. "Come in." Rorschach and Ji Yuan were shocked by the number of people inside as soon as they entered the office. At this moment, almost all the top executives in the office were here. The 3 admirals, Crane and Garp. Sengoku sat in an office chair, and there was something similar to a map on the table in the office. It seems that Zhang Guo is deploying tactics. Rorschach shrank his neck and asked tentatively, how about I wait until you finish talking before I come? Zhang Guo glared at Rorschach and said unhappily, it's okay, but what are you doing here? Suddenly Zhang Guo glanced at him and seemed to see Rorschach coming in with something in his hand. Could it be a new invention? Zhang Guo smiled suddenly when he thought of this. Rorschach came to Zhang Guo and everyone and said with a smile, that Zhang Guo-san. I invented something new. Zhang Guo nodded, well, what is it? Rorschach shook the 2 tubes of pills in his hand and said, this. I need a test drug. But I only want the strongest one, so I want Marshal Zhang Guo to help me test the drug. Rorschach showed a flattering look on his face. Zhang Guo swallowed his saliva. He always felt that he would be in big trouble today. At this time, Vice Admiral Tsuru asked, Rorschach, what pill is in your hand? As soon as this was said, everyone looked at him, even Garp stopped eating senbei and stared at Rorschach silently. Rorschach scratched his head and then spread his hands, I can only promise that I won't hurt anyone. You know, I like to make some random things. For example, the Anywhere door was made by me, and of course the senzu beans were also made by me, but I would forget the formula after making them. Rorschach shook the test tube in his hand and said, yes, this thing was also made by me. Ahem, so I want Marshal Sengoku to help me test the medicine. Of course, it's not in vain, 10 million Baileys. Rorschach's eyes were very firm. In fact, in order to deceive, to fool Sengoku, Rorschach reluctantly took out 10 million Baileys. Ha ha ha, Zhang Guo, what are you waiting for? Rorschach can actually take out 10 million Baileys and appoint you to test the medicine. It's rare. And this kid has the best relationship with me, but he didn't ask me but you. Karp was like an assist, constantly attacking Zhang Guo's psychological defense. Zhang Guo rubbed his chin and thought for a long time, and finally agreed. Okay. But how can this marshal be short of your 10 million Baileys? Keep it for yourself. Rorschach was overjoyed. He was afraid that Zhang Guo would not agree. He wanted to negotiate for a while. At most, he would give him 100 million. He didn't expect that he would agree so easily. Rorschach made a stool for himself. After sitting down, Rorschach held a test tube in one hand. Each test tube contained 5 pills, red and blue. Rorschach frowned slightly. He seemed to have forgotten the function of each one. Rorschach swallowed nervously, poured out the red pill with trembling fingers, and handed it directly to Marshal Zhang Guo. Marshal Zhang Guo swallowed it without any hesitation. After the pill entered his stomach, Zhang Guo felt a warm current entering his body. About 10 seconds later, Marshal Zhang Guo's eyes gradually shrank. Zhang Guo's eyes were clear and fearful, and all this was done in one breath. As Zhang Guo shrank, everyone looked at Luoxia. Luoxia touched his nose and smiled, ahem, find Marshal Zhang Guo first. He's probably on the chair. Everyone looked around and finally found the shrunken Zhang Guo on the stool. At this time, Zhang Guo had shrunk to the size of a finger, and looked a little cute. Luoxia's mouth corners were now even harder to suppress than AK, and he was almost laughing. Lieutenant General, he poked Zhang Guo, who had just turned into a giant Buddha, with his finger and asked, Rorschach, Zhang Guo has become smaller, right? Yes. Rorschach shook the 2 test tubes and laughed, actually, what I synthesized are shrinking pills and enlarging pills. Take the shrinking pills, and you can shrink the whole person to the size of a thumb. Even if you have the ability, it won't work. Of course, the time for top powerhouses to shrink is very short, but half an hour should be no problem. And while shrinking, strength, speed, physical strength, etc. will also decrease. This is what Marshal Zhang Guo looks like now. Everyone heard Rorschach's explanation and understood it one by one. At the same time, everyone looked at Rorschach with a little more vigilance. Probably because they were afraid that Rorschach would secretly feed them shrinking pills. At the same time, Ji Yuan stood beside Rorschach, but her jade hand couldn't help but climb up Rorschach's waist. This kid said in the morning that he wanted to feed me this kind of medicine? This bastard. Fortunately I didn't agree. Rorschach tapped Zhang Guo's belly, then poured out a small blue pill from the test tube and placed it in front of Zhang Guo. Take it and you will recover. The shrunken Marshal Zhang Guo immediately ate the pill frantically until he ate the whole pill. After about 10 seconds, Zhang Guo recovered as a marshal with a furious look on his face. Rorschach shuddered instantly. Rorschach smiled awkwardly, ahem, I'm testing drugs. Although Rorschach managed to force out a smile, the anger in Zhang Guo's eyes was still burning like a raging fire. Chapter 109. There are still 3 hours left before the execution. At this time, a warship is speeding on the sea. A young man sat on the deck depressed, with an uncertain expression on his face. Damn it, they actually sent me here to pick up Fire Fist Ace, I won't go back. At this time, a man wearing a navy uniform with a purple plaid suit inside came over and said seriously, Vice Admiral Qinglong will arrive and impel down. Well, okay. Rorschach stood up and looked into the distance. It has been about 3 or 4 days since Luffy entered impel down. About 10 minutes later, the warship docked smoothly. Rorschach and Flying Squirrel walked towards the gate of impel down one after another. They are going to hand over the world's most serious criminal, Fire Fist Ace, who is about to be publicly executed, to Magellan here. Rorschach and Flying Squirrel came to the door, and at this time, there were 2 rows of jailers standing on both sides of the door, as if they were welcoming their arrival. Rorschach looked around and frowned, saying speechlessly, where are the people? Aren't we going to hand over the prisoners? The Flying Squirrel patted Rorschach on the shoulder and comforted him, don't worry, Vice Admiral Qinglong. It takes time to escort the prisoners. I believe they should be here soon. As soon as the Flying Squirrel finished speaking, the heavy and huge iron gate of the impel down city made a creaking sound. It seemed to be opening the door. The main gate of the impel down city slowly opened. At the other end of the door, Rorschach clearly saw the prisoner Ace, the Fire Fist, who was escorted by Magellan, being held in his hand. Rorschach frowned and took a few steps forward and said seriously, do you want to kill him now? Perhaps Magellan noticed the pain of Ace being held in his hand, and Magellan immediately let go of his hand. Vice Admiral Qinglong, because the prisoner just wanted to resist, we have to catch him. Now the prisoner Fire Fist Ace has officially been handed over. At the same time, 2 Marines also took over Ace. Rorschach and other Marines saluted the jailers of Impel Down and then left. Rorschach's trip to Impel Down was also a complete success. A few minutes later, the warship set sail again. At the same time, Ace was about to be escorted by 2 Marines to the water dungeon where the captain used to hold prisoners. Rorschach suddenly said, isn't he wearing sea stone handcuffs? Just let him stay on the deck. The 2 Marines escorting Ace paused and looked at the Flying Squirrel. At the same time, Ace lowered his head and looked at Rorschach, as if he wanted to remember Rorschach's face. Flying Squirrel rubbed his forehead helplessly, take Fire Fist to the water dungeon first. Yes. After Ace was suppressed, Flying Squirrel explained to Rorschach, Vice Admiral Qinglong, your proposal just now is a violation. Because in the Navy, we will never be lenient with such serious criminals. And Fire Fist Ace is a prisoner who will be publicly executed. Besides, he is the captain of Whitebeard's 2nd Division. It is difficult to know whether the Whitebeard group will come to snatch Fire Fist Ace. Rorschach nodded beside him and drank a drink leisurely. Not worried at all that the Whitebeard group would come. Rorschach knew the whole plot, and this section of the journey to transport Fire Fist Ace was the easiest. About an hour later, the warship slowly came to a huge door of justice. Seeing this door also indicated that they were about to arrive at the headquarters of the Navy. Brew brew brew. Rorschach lazily reached into his arms and a Den Den Mushi came out. Moshi Moshi. Hey, Rorschach, where are you guys? They should be here soon, right? Rorschach looked up and glanced at the gate of justice above his head and said, Ace will be here in about a few minutes. Don't worry. Hurry up. Kaka. Rorschach hung up the phone and smiled helplessly. Although he knew that Sengoku was in a hurry, he didn't expect him to be so anxious. About 10 minutes later, Rorschach was in charge of escorting Ace and successfully handed him over to the Navy. Watching Ace being taken away, Rorschach felt mixed emotions. With a lot of thoughts in his mind, Rorschach couldn't help but wonder, did I slack off like Admiral Kizura during the war at the top, or did I slack off? Rorschach thought as he walked, and soon he stood beside Ji Yuan. At the same time, the vice admirals of the Navy were scattered around the execution platform to ensure the maintenance of the battle order at the scene. Luo Xiao looked around lazily. There were so many people. Ji Yuan, are the Whitebeard group coming yet? It's hard to say, but since Fire Fist Ace is his son, Whitebeard should not ignore his son. By the way, you are not allowed to slack off this time. Luo Xia pouted and turned his head away. He had made up his mind to slack off. How could he not slack off? 5 minutes later, Rorschach felt as if something was poking him. He turned around and saw Ji Yuan poking him with a small stick he made with his ability. He looked a little cute. What are you doing? Ji Yuan pointed to the sky and said slowly, Marshal Zhangguo just said that he wanted you to go to the execution platform. But I don't know what you're going to do. Anyway, you'll know when you go. Rorschach frowned slightly and guessed, are you going to repay kindness with enmity and execute me too? Humph, Marshal Zhangguo is not that kind of person. He must have something to ask you, so you should go. Rorschach hesitated for a moment and nodded, okay. Rorschach activated the power of space and instantly disappeared from the spot. It took him 2 times to reach the execution platform. At this time, Zhangguo was standing on the execution platform, and Garp was sitting next to Ace. Rorschach took a step back and asked, Marshal Zhangguo, what are you going to do? Can't I ask you to come up? Rorschach shook his head and sat down on the execution platform. I asked you to come here because you are the last line of defense, and this is also to protect you. Because your ability is extremely special, our navy does not want to lose a talent like you. Rorschach twitched his lips and pointed to the small execution platform and said, it's so small, it won't be able to execute more people. Rorschach ignored Zhangguo and took out various wooden boards from the system space, including iron plates. Zhangguo watched Rorschach transform the execution platform without blinking, and he was a little confused. Rorschach floated in the air and hammered with a hammer, and then lay on the ground and nailed nails. Whitebeard had not arrived at the scene yet. In this quiet environment, the sound of Rorschach staring at the nails was particularly loud. Almost most of the navy stared at Rorschach, who was working hard. Of course, there were discussions among them, and some people didn't know Rorschach at all. Many vice-admirals came to the navy headquarters in the past few days, so they naturally didn't know who Rorschach was. Not to mention the people who could stand with the navy hero, Marshal Sengoku. Sengoku looked at Rorschach, who was trying to transform the execution platform, and said unhappily, if you want to transform, hurry up. Whitebeard will come and hit you first. Marshal Sengoku, do you think transformation is synthesis? How can it be so fast? Chapter 110. 10 minutes later. The hammer in Rorschach's hand finally stopped. Rorschach expanded the execution platform by more than double. Hey! Rorschach breathed a sigh of relief, and felt much more relaxed. After Rorschach expanded the execution platform, he found a corner and sat down alone. Since Marshal Sengoku asked me to slack off or be the last line of defense, it didn't matter. After a small episode, all the navy returned to their serious look just now. At the same time, the Navy's communication department can also start the live broadcast of Den Den Mushi at any time to broadcast a live broadcast to the whole world. This time the Navy can only win and not lose. This is related to the reputation of the Navy, and it must not be sloppy. I don't know how long it took, but many bubbles appeared in the originally calm bay, which was very strange. A group of Navy were also discussing. However, almost none of the Navy who were discussing thought that it was Whitebeard's invasion. Standing on the execution platform, Rorschach's mouth corners slightly raised, and his eyes were fixed on the bay. If I recall correctly, it should be the Whitebeard pirates that came out this time. Boom! Suddenly, 3 large ships similar to whales appeared in the bay that was still bubbling violently. The bubbles wrapped around the large ships also burst the moment they came out of the water. At the same time, 42 related ships under Whitebeard also emerged from the sea. Among them, 16 captains of the squads including Whitebeard on the main ship were all on board. They all looked at Ace kneeling on the execution platform with a smile on their faces. Rorschach glanced at Ace, only to see his eyes widen and tears flowed down instantly. Dad, why did you come to save me? I was stubborn and didn't listen to Dad's orders. Why did you come? Ace's shoulders shrugged, and his eyes were even more confused. Gulala, I told you to go. Marco grinned and nodded, yes, I heard it too, it was Dad who told you to go. So wait, Ace, we will definitely rescue you. As soon as Marco finished speaking, all the pirates behind him echoed. Yes, Ace, we will definitely rescue you. Damn Navy, you're done. Just wait for us up there, Ace. Every pirate seemed very excited, as if they were about to rescue Ace now. Warrior on the execution platform listened to the pirates who were rising in momentum underground, and the hand holding the loudspeaker Den Den Mushi snorted unconsciously. Humph, pirates are pirates, and you will be kept in our navy headquarters forever. Zhang Guo came to Ace and asked, Fire Fist Ace, tell me, who is your father? Ace gritted his teeth and shouted, my father is Whitebeard. Zhang Guo shook his head and said slowly, more than 10 years ago, there was a man named Gold Roger. After his death, we checked all the children born recently. We didn't find his existence. There was a woman named Porgas de Luchu. In order to avoid our navy's investigation, she carried you for 20 months before giving birth. In the end, she died of exhaustion in order to give birth to you. And your name is not Porgas de Ace, your name should be Gold Ace. Zhang Guo said a long paragraph, and the whole scene was shocked. At the same time, the live broadcast of Den Den Mushi broadcast Zhang Guo's words to the whole world. They all looked at the live broadcast screen in shock for a long time without saying a word. At the same time, reporters were also writing manuscripts excitedly. Everyone at the execution site fell silent, and the scene was quiet. About 5 minutes later, Whitebeard, who was standing at the bow of Moby Dick, grinned and clenched his fists. Suddenly he paused and said slowly, Ace is my son. The moment Whitebeard finished speaking, his fists flashed white light and hit the air fiercely. The air was like glass, shattering cracks one after another. Seeing this scene, Sengoku on the execution platform shouted with a loudspeaker Den Den Mushi, attention, Whitebeard is a superhuman tremor fruit ability user. Suddenly the entire Navy headquarters shook, and some Marines almost lost their balance. However, as soon as they stood firm, they found that 2 huge tsunamis on their left and right were flooding towards them. The Navy looked terrified. Rorschach slowly stood up, and the next moment the power of space was activated, and he instantly came to the air. The ice in Rorschach's hand instantly emitted 2 icicles. The 2 icicles froze the incoming tsunami the moment they touched it. At the same time, almost all the pirates and Navy looked at Rorschach in shock. Whitebeard pirates, the captains of each division, scratched their heads and wondered who the person in the air was. At the same time, Aokiji was still worried, but now it seems that there is no need to worry. Oh, brother, Rorschach is so scary. Rorschach looked Whitebeard up and down, and then his mind moved, and a ball of ice in his hand shot out into the bay. The whole bay was frozen to death, even Whitebeard's Moby Dick was frozen. Whitebeard on the bow stared at Rorschach in the air with interest. Sengoku on the execution platform shouted with a loudspeaker, Qinglong, your mission is completed, you can come back. Rorschach ignored what Sengoku said, but was surrounded by black and red lightning, his hands were even darker, and there was a faint flash of lightning on his arms. Hehe, I want to see how strong the strongest man in the world is. Rorschach activated his spatial power and arrived 5 meters away from Whitebeard in an instant. At the same time, Marco, the captain of Whitebeard's first team, instantly activated the phoenix fruit and flew towards Rorschach. Rorschach curled his lips and hit Marco hard with his arm. The arm wrapped in the domineering color hit Marco, and Marco only felt a sharp pain. The body hit Marco back to the ship like a cannonball. Rorschach shook his hand, what are you going to do? I want to test Whitebeard, not you, the bird. You. Rorschach looked at Whitebeard with sharp eyes. Whitebeard is really getting more and more interested in Rorschach now. Whitebeard couldn't help but ask, boy, do you want to be my son? What the hell? Rorschach said with a look of disdain, I'm not as stupid as those pirates behind you. Rorschach clenched his fists, and in the next moment he teleported to Whitebeard and punched him hard. The 2 fists collided, and the domineering color emanating from the surroundings looked extremely terrifying. Rorschach's face was ugly, while Whitebeard looked relaxed. Goodbye, Whitebeard. Rorschach activated the power of space and returned to the edge of the execution platform and sat down. Rorschach turned his head and smiled bitterly, Marshal Sengoku, I can't beat him, and I may be injured, so I may not be able to fight the rest of the battle. Shut up. Chapter 111. Rorschach just had a brief fight with Whitebeard, and the Navy and pirates were all shocked. They were not shocked by Rorschach's strength. Especially the pirates, their hearts were like a turmoil. When did the Navy headquarters have another person with the ability of the ice fruit like Aokiji? As long as they are not blind, they are definitely not wrong. Marco shook his hand and a blue flame disappeared. At the same time, his arm that was just injured by Rorschach quickly recovered. Rorschach narrowed his eyes and thought secretly in his heart, but the ability of the guy who was just knocked down by him seemed to be very ordinary. Although Rorschach had seen it, he didn't know its name. Rorschach came to Sengoku and whispered, "Sengoku-san, what is the ability of the fruit of the pineapple head just now?" "Hey? Oh, that is the animal system mythical beast bird fruit phoenix form. That has a healing effect." The two squatted aside and whispered. About 5 minutes later, Zhangguo and Luoxia turned around with their arms around each other. The two seemed to have reached some kind of deal, with smiles on their faces. At the same time, Borsellino and Aokiji, two of the three admirals in the air, also floated in the air and looked at Whitebeard. Luoxia looked at the two in the air with interest. This time, with Luoxia, the little butterfly, the two actually attacked together. I remember that they attacked one by one before. In the air, Borsellino and Kuzan stared at Whitebeard. The atmosphere on the scene seemed like a fight could break out at any time. Yasakani no Megatama. 2 thorn spears. For a moment, the hands of Kizaru and Aokiji in the air suddenly shone brightly. Kizaru condensed countless yellow light balls and shot them at Whitebeard below at a very fast speed. The 2 ice spears in Aokiji's hands hit Whitebeard below like sharp swords. Although Kizaru had a lot of Yasakani no Megatama, these light balls seemed to intentionally avoid Aokiji's 2 thorn spears. Whitebeard did not dodge or avoid Kizaru's moves, and his tall figure stood on the bow. Suddenly, the Kuskumokuri in Whitebeard's hand made a knife flower, and white light flashed on the sword. Whitebeard hit the ice spear that was about to shoot fiercely, and at the same time, the vibration energy on Kuskumokuri was moved, and the space in front of him seemed to shatter in an instant. The moves of the two generals were scattered by this one. At the same time, Kizaru and Aokiji transformed into elements and shot towards the distant wall. Boom! Rorschach on the execution platform was not surprised to see the scene. After all, the knife had vibration energy, although it did not hurt the two admirals. The two admirals knew that they did not need to hurt Whitebeard in the face of such a Whitebeard. And this is the war of the top. Does Whitebeard think he can escape? Time will tell everything. The Navy has 100,000 elite soldiers, as well as many vice-admirals and admirals. Such a configuration is more than enough to fight a group of 4 emperors, right? Whitebeard glanced at the warring states on the stand and then raised Kurogain Kaire and shouted, "Down with the Navy, rescue Ace!" Oh! Instantly, almost all the pirates on the 42 pirate ships attacked the Navy. For a moment, the entire frozen bay was ablaze with war. The sound of gunfire continued. The sound of swords clashing was endless. The sound of fighting and shouting on the battlefield continued. Rorschach turned his head and looked at Ace, who was kneeling on the execution platform, and said slowly, "There really is a pirate group that would do such a crazy thing for one person." Perhaps Rorschach's voice was heard. Ace turned his head and looked at Rorschach. "Hey, Sengoku-san, when will the war end?" Sengoku glared at Rorschach unhappily. "You think you are playing house? This is the top war." "Oh." Suddenly Rorschach seemed to have thought of something and glanced at Ace and said, "Then Marshal Sengoku, can you untie Ace's handcuffs? I remember that he seems to be a natural ability user. I want to copy a flame fruit." Rorschach regretted his words right after he finished speaking, because he saw that Sengoku's face darkened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rorschach even saw that Marshal Sengoku clenched his fists tightly. This is obviously the rhythm of hitting someone. Gudong! Rorschach swallowed his saliva, and at the same time, the power of freezing emerged in his hand. Rorschach instantly activated the power of freezing to cover himself tightly. A semicircular ice ball appeared on the execution platform soon. Rorschach was quickly isolated in it. Seeing that Sengoku was about to take action, Carp, who was sitting next to Ace, immediately stood up and grabbed Sengoku's hands that were about to go berserk. Hand. "Zhangguo, what are you doing?" What Rorschach said. "Ahem, although it's not right, there's no need to beat him up. He's quite capable." Zhangguo turned around and glared at Garp, saying unhappily, "Are you trying to say that what you just said was right? He learned all these bad habits from you?" About 10 minutes later, the hemisphere covering Rorschach slowly broke apart. Rorschach poked his head out of it. Rorschach looked around, and when he met Zhangguo's eyes, he shuddered violently. Rorschach smiled awkwardly, and teleported to Garp's side the next second. He had just heard Garp's voice speaking for him inside, so Rorschach felt that it was safe to stay with Garp. At least Garp wouldn't suddenly punch him. On the Moby Dick, there were only 2 people standing on the bow at this time. One is Whitebeard, the other is Marco, and the two of them stare at Rorschach from time to time. And they seem to be discussing Rorschach. Dad, the one you just fought with was the Vice Admiral named Luo Xia. He was promoted after defeating Hua Shaishan in the Navy competition some time ago. According to the information found, this Luo Xia was picked up by Garp from a small island in the East China Sea. After joining the Navy, he showed amazing talent, and became a Vice Admiral in just 1 year. At the same time, he is also a fruit ability user. Whitebeard raised his eyebrows and said, is it the same ability as that frozen boy? Or a lower level fruit? Marco shook his head. Before joining the Navy, he did not have the frozen fruit, and he already had the fruit ability before that. What specific ability is, our intelligence department has never found it from beginning to end. I think the Navy should conceal it intentionally. And just now he showed at least 2 fruit abilities. One is the freezing ability we see, and the other feels like teleportation. This feeling is very strong. And the move that just hit me was the Overlord Haki Entanglement, right? Whitebeard grinned and said, yes. I just realized it, and I used it reluctantly. And he used it at such a young age. His talent is really good, but it's a pity that he is a Marine. Chapter 112. Navy Headquarters. On the bow of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard and Marco were talking about Rorschach. Especially Whitebeard, who was very curious about Rorschach. And he was also very curious about his abilities. After an unknown amount of time, a pirate with a ferocious look came to Whitebeard and half knelt and said, Dad, it seems that 3 people with the ability of the Trillion Fruit appeared on the battlefield, and one of them also has the ability of Akainu's Magma Fruit. Marco frowned and asked in doubt, 3? Trillion Fruit? Are you sure? Marco was very skeptical about this, not to mention this top-level fruit. The man nodded firmly, that's right, Dad, Captain Marco. In addition to Kizaru, the other 2 are Vice Admiral Momosabuchi, and the other one is Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel. The one with the magma ability is Vice Admiral Hirosaka. These 3 have killed many of our companions. Marco was slightly surprised, his eyes were like lightning, and after a few seconds, he did see the abilities similar to the flash fruit on the battlefield. Especially when Marco saw the dark red figure, he immediately looked up at Akainu. After confirming that it was Akainu, Marco's face changed. Dad, it seems that the Navy has developed something incredible. Devil fruits can be produced one after another. And it's this top natural system. Marco smiled bitterly. Although all of their Whitebeard pirates have already fought to the Navy headquarters, they were still caught off guard by this unexpected thing. Moreover, the strength of some of the Vice Admirals of the Navy is already very strong. After eating the devil fruit, their strength will be significantly improved. Perhaps seeing Marco panicking, Whitebeard couldn't help but tap his hand holding Kuroganekari a few times. Whitebeard raised his mouth slightly, and said generously, Dad is here, whether it's 1 or 2 shining ability users, Dad will defeat them all and save Ace. Marco's slightly panicked expression gradually disappeared after hearing this. Looking at the upright Whitebeard, Marco felt more at ease. Marco's ability was activated, and his flame blue wings spread out, and then the whole person turned into an immortal bird. Marco took off into the air, jumped high, and aimed directly at the execution platform. All the gunshots, bombardments, and arrows were shot at Marco on the way, but those weapons all penetrated Marco's wings. On the execution platform, Rorschach sat cross-legged beside Garp, resting his head on Garp's shoulder, looking up at Marco in the sky and slowly asked, Marshal, the bird seems to be flying over. Rorschach ignored Sengoku after saying this and stood up. Then, under Sengoku Garp's surprised eyes, he took a step slowly. This step was actually in the air. It was not like the moon step jumping in the air, but the kind of slow and leisurely walking. Rorschach walked slowly towards Marco who was flying not far away. Rorschach glanced down and saw Akainu who had stood up. Rorschach shouted, General Akainu, leave the bird to me. Akainu should have guessed Rorschach's purpose long ago, but he still didn't sit back and continue his pretense, but jumped onto the battlefield in one step. Rorschach gradually retracted his gaze, and his eyes showed interest in Marco. Rorschach really hasn't seen the mythical beast fruit much, of course, cartoons don't count. Rorschach stared at Marco who had arrived and smiled. Marco frowned slightly and asked lazily, what is your background as a Navy? You can actually walk in the air. Could it be that you are a dual fruit ability user as I guessed? Marco told all his thoughts, and at the same time he was secretly alert to Rorschach in his heart. The punch just now dislocated his arm. I have never been a pirate, but I also know the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard should be quite old, right? Have you ever thought that your father Whitebeard didn't want to go back when he came to the Navy headquarters this time? Marco frowned slightly and said coldly, what do you mean? It means that Whitebeard is going to die here. As soon as Rorschach finished speaking, a yellow bird claw slammed Rorschach's arm fiercely. The moment the arm touched the bird claw, Rorschach's arm banged and turned into a ball of ice crystals and exploded. Rorschach shook his hand, and his broken arm grew back. Rorschach patted his chest and said with some fear, I was scared to death. Marco didn't say anything, but continued to launch a fierce attack, kicking, slamming, scratching with bird claws, and diving with the phoenix. Used it. The two of them fought each other in the air, and the three people on the execution platform all looked up at the fight between the two. Especially Ace, his eyes widened, his heart was shocked. He had been in the Whitebeard pirates for so long, so he naturally knew what Marco's strength was. When he went to see him in the city of Impel Down, Garp told him that if he wanted to leave, he could ask Rorschach to help him, but he refused. Especially Garp told Ace how he met Rorschach. In the sky, Rorschach and Marco fought fiercely, punching and kicking each other. Both of them were wrapped in armed color domineering, fighting back and forth. Rorschach gritted his teeth, and the next second the power of space was activated, and he retreated several meters in an instant. Rorschach wiped his forehead, and the knife in his hand appeared in his hand instantly. At the same time, a burning flame suddenly came out of his mouth. Marco's eyes were shocked. He didn't expect that the guy in front of him could even use swordsmanship. Marco frowned slightly, staring at the two flames on Rorschach's mouth, puzzled. Rorschach glared at Marco, Big Bird, what are you looking at? Look at the knife. Instantly, Tiger Hunter slashed at Marco in midair, and the fiery red fire dragon roared and slashed at Marco. Marco stared at the surging fire dragon, and couldn't help but flap his wings and fly away. After flying for a while, Marco only found that this slash was chasing him. Marco's arms instantly turned into wings, protecting him in front of him. Boom! The fire dragon exploded instantly after contacting Marco's wings. A tiny smoke suddenly appeared in the sky. When the smoke dissipated, Marco slowly fell and returned to the Moby Dick. At this moment, Rorschach in the air just glanced at Marco and returned to the execution platform. At this time, Rorschach's clothes were all covered with Marco's claw marks, and he looked very embarrassed. Rorschach spat and cursed, my clothes were all torn by this guy, what a bad pirate. Chapter 113 Navy Headquarters, Execution Platform. Rorschach sat on the execution platform carefree, with a flash of light in his hand, and the next moment, a fruit similar to Marco's head appeared in his hand. However, this fruit is dark red and looks very strange. There are spiral patterns on the fruit. Seeing the fruit in Rorschach's hand, the three people on the execution platform widened their eyes, especially Sengoku and Garp, who were more shocked than each other. Sengoku quickly came to Rorschach and stretched out his hand to take it, but Rorschach teleported directly to Garp. Rorschach turned the fruit with his fingers, raised the corners of his mouth slightly and asked, Sengoku-san, what are you doing? I got this from that big bird with great difficulty. I was beaten for this. Rorschach naturally thought of this matter. Because of the fight before, Rorschach had obtained the smoke fruit. Rorschach knew very well that he could get a fruit. At the same time, on the Moby Dick, Marco, who was sitting next to Whitebeard and healing himself, stared at what Rorschach was holding on the execution platform. Marco looked at the fruit from top to bottom, from left to right, almost all the way. Whether it was the appearance or the shape, this was the animal-type mythical beast bird fruit, phoenix form that he had eaten that year. Except for the different colors, there was almost no difference. This discovery made Marco breathe faster. Whitebeard noticed Marco's strangeness and turned around and asked, Marco, what's wrong with you? Old Dad, look at what the guy named Qinglong on the execution platform is holding in his hand. Whitebeard frowned slightly and looked up. When he saw it, Whitebeard stood still on the spot. Marco said slowly, this fruit is the fruit that you gave me to eat that year, but the color is wrong. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed through Marco's mind, and he figured it out instantly. No wonder, there are so many natural ability users on the battlefield, it turns out that they are all that kid. Dad, you'd better not fight with that kid, maybe even the tremor fruit can be copied by that kid. Yes, It's copying. When Marco saw the fruit, he used his ability. When he found that his ability was still there, Marco knew that this was definitely the opponent's fruit ability. Whitebeard stared at Rorschach and suddenly raised his mouth slightly, but suddenly laughed, "Gulala. I didn't expect that there would be such an ability on the sea, it's really interesting." About 10 minutes later, a man carrying a big knife, wearing a grey coat on his top and black trousers on his lower body jumped onto the Moby Dick. Seeing the person coming, Marco's hand that was healing paused, and he smiled and greeted, "Oh, brother Squard, how are you over there?" Squard shook his head and said, "The Navy is too cunning, and the Navy is going to encircle us from the right rear. Let me report the results of the battle." "Is that so? Being surrounded by the Navy from the rear? That's just what I want. I'm going to attack too. Let's attack in one go." However, as soon as the words fell, a sound of breaking wind came. Clang! The sound was like a big knife hitting steel. When Squad opened his eyes and saw the fierce light in Marco's eyes, he somehow threw the knife in his hand down. When Whitebeard saw Squad like this, he just looked at him quietly, waiting for Squad to explain. Marco looked at the pale Squad, and was furious. He grabbed Squad's chest and said with anger, "Squad, what were you going to do just now? Looking at your posture, are you trying to sneak attack your father?" Bang! Marco punched Squad hard in the face. The anger in his eyes was undisguised. Just as Marco was about to step forward, Whitebeard, who had been silent, said, "Marco, stop first." "This." Squad staggered to his feet, took a deep breath and said slowly, "The 43 pirate groups under your command, each of us is indebted to you, and we will go through fire and water for the Whitebeard pirates. I'm really sorry, but this is... I understand that this is a battle to protect the family. The pirate Whitebeard will never abandon his family. Everyone followed you to this hell. Among your family, did you make a deal with the Navy? Do you want to bury us all here? And as long as we all die here, the Navy will release Ace?" After saying these words, Squard seemed to have accepted his fate and gradually closed his eyes. He seemed Whitebeard had anticipated what would happen next. But the next second, Whitebeard hugged Squard. Squard was slightly stunned, and then his eyes widened. "How could I hate you? I am your father. I know it was all instigated by the Navy." Whitebeard said this, which also made the pirates who were fighting feel at ease. At the same time, there was a voice in their hearts, "Yes, how could my father collude with the Navy? This is really funny." After Whitebeard let go of Squard, Squard's tears flowed instantly, and he knelt on the ground and punched the ground hard. "Damn Akainu, I'm going to kill you." The situation here was soon noticed by Rorschach on the execution platform. Rorschach was secretly puzzled, shouldn't the sneak attack be successful directly? Why was it blocked? Is it that Marco? Could this be the power of the butterfly? Rorschach turned his head and looked at Sengoku and asked, "What happened to the Whitebeard group over there was instigated by that guy Akainu, right?" Before Sengoku could speak, Rorschach sneered, "The only navy that can do such a shameless thing is Akainu." Sengoku nodded, and then said, "That's right, but any means on the battlefield are normal, of course, including instigating the enemy to launch a sneak attack." Although Rorschach sneered at Sengoku's words, isn't this also a means? The pirate world has never been a peaceful world. There is a dark side in this world, and the biggest dark side is the world government. Akainu is nothing in front of them. After figuring this out, Rorschach felt better and his face was no longer gloomy. Luoxia sat on the high platform and stared at Whitebeard in the distance, thinking to himself, if the mythical beast species can be synthesized, what about Zhen Zhen? A smile appeared on Luoxia's lips. Luoxia looked up at the corner of the tsunami that he had frozen, and couldn't help thinking, calculating the time, it should be almost time, right? Thanks to the 5 urging talismans for loving ribs. Thank you. Chapter 114. Navy Headquarters. The battlefield was filled with smoke, and countless Navy and pirates screamed. At the same time, a warship was standing above the Navy headquarters. There were hundreds of pirates who escaped from impel down in the warship. Among them, Straw Hat Luffy, Crocodile, Ivankov, and Buggy the Clown stood on the bow and looked at the ice below. They seemed to be thinking about how to get down. "Ha ha ha ha, I saw that it was the execution platform. Ace." Crocodile's sand instantly turned into a palm and grabbed Luffy. He pulled Luffy back when he was about to jump down. Luffy frowned and asked, Hey, crocodile, what are you doing? Humph, you damn straw hat, you're jumping down from here, aren't you going to fall to your death? At this point, Crocodile showed a provocative smile, if you want to die earlier than Fire Fist, I won't stop you. Then how do you go down? You might as well just jump down. Crocodile thought Luffy would shut up, but he didn't expect that he would not only not appreciate it, but also retort. Crocodile snorted and sat directly on the bow. About 10 minutes later, all the pirates led by Luffy jumped off the ship at once, and at the same time, they poured all their strength into their feet. Their feet stepped heavily into the ice layer, and in an instant, the originally thick ice layer collapsed at this moment. Luffy and his crew, along with the warship, fell into the bay as if they were out of strength. At the same time, the situation they caused was also seen by everyone in the battlefield. Execution platform. Rorschach leaned on Garp and touched him with his shoulder to signal him to look up. Of course, Garp couldn't have failed to notice such a loud shout. Sengoku looked at the prisoners falling freely in the sky, his eyes widened instantly, and he saw that the clothes on those prisoners were the clothes of the prisoners in Impel Down. Could it be that Magellan's Impel Down was captured? How could so many prisoners escape? Many questions gave Sengoku a headache, but he couldn't worry about other things now. The most important thing was to make the execution go smoothly. Boom! A roar resounded in the Navy headquarters. The pirates who landed at the same time fell into the water one by one, and some lucky people with special abilities fell on the warships, which prevented them from falling into the water. Because Hwashaishin and Akainu launched a meteor volcano, some ice in the bay was melted. Rorschach stared at Luffy not far away, and whispered to Garp's ear, "Old man, do you want me to catch your grandson?" Hearing this, Garp scratched his ears and waved his hand casually. "Okay, then I'll go." With Garp's permission, Rorschach stood up and jumped from the execution platform. During the descent, Rorschach had countless flying needles in his hand, shooting randomly. Most of them were shot at pirates, and a few entered the bodies of the navy. Those pirates who were shot turned into ice sculptures, lifelike. Bang! With a loud bang, Rorschach made a brilliant appearance. Swish! But just as Rorschach landed, a machete attacked and chopped heavily on Rorschach's body. The machete only chopped on the clothes, and was frozen to death and could not be pulled out no matter what. Rorschach looked indifferently at the pirate who was struggling to draw his sword. He raised his hand and instantly grabbed the pirate's head with his 5 fingers, turning him 180 degrees. The pirate died on the spot. At the same time, the people present also saw Rorschach's brutal method, which was really chilling. Rorschach ignored the reaction of the pirates, activated the power of space, and left this place in an instant. When he appeared again, he was not far from the Moby Dick. Rorschach stared at the Moby Dick quietly. During this time, Rorschach also saw Luffy's angry scene of Whitebeard. To be honest, it was really funny. Rorschach stared at Luffy's back quietly, and Luffy's back was getting farther and farther away from him, which made Rorschach retract his gaze. At the same time, Rorschach felt a murderous aura behind him. Gulp! Rorschach slowly turned his head and looked at each other. Whitebeard had already come down from the Moby Dick at this time, holding Kurokumo Kaire in his hand, looking at Rorschach with a sharp look. Rorschach frowned and muttered to himself, "What does this old guy want to do?" Not far away, the corners of Whitebeard's mouth slightly raised, and the next second he came directly in front of Rorschach. A tall figure over 6 meters tall stood in front of Rorschach and blocked Rorschach directly. The huge figure blocked Rorschach's way. "Gulala, I heard you copied Marco's fruit. I want to try." Rorschach was confused, his lips trembled and he said speechlessly, "Hey, old man, what are you doing?" Whitebeard didn't reply, the white ball appeared in his hand, and his fist hit Rorschach's body fiercely. Rorschach was instantly retreated several meters by the force of space. Rorschach wiped the sweat from his forehead and cursed, "Whitebeard, you're attacking me by surprise." Looking at the huge pit that Whitebeard had just blasted, Rorschach was shocked. "This old man is trying to kill me." Rorschach was surrounded by black and red lightning, and his aura was full. Some of the navy around him were shocked by this aura and did not dare to get close. In the distance, the seats of the 3 admirals were already occupied by Garp. Garp stared at Whitebeard with his fists clenched. It seemed that if Rorschach was beaten, he would definitely take action. "Gulala, terrible boy, it only took such a short time to wrap around the Conqueror's haki, what a terrible boy with a terrible talent." At the same time, black and red lightning appeared around Whitebeard, and he was also attached with the Conqueror's haki. It just looked a little more advanced than Rorschach's. Rorschach glared at Whitebeard. You say you are terrible, but I don't see any fear on your face. Swish! The power of space was activated, and Rorschach came to Whitebeard in an instant and threw a heavy punch. The two fists collided, and the black and red lightning seemed to explode. The momentum was full, and the surging domineering color spread out with the two as the center. Ding! Obtained the domineering color entangled fragments. The fragments have been automatically fused. Puff! Rorschach spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, Rorschach seemed to be blown away, flying backwards like a kite, and fell to the ground with smoke and dust rising from the ground. On the execution platform, Zhang Guo's face changed drastically. Qing Long! Almost all the pirates and navy on the battlefield were shocked by this scene. Gulala, don't play dead, stinky boy, this little injury is not enough to let you die, hurry up and get up for me. Hearing this, the sound of wooden boxes colliding suddenly came from the ruins not far away. Chapter 115. Rorschach slowly stood up from the ruins and wiped the blood from his mouth. Damn Whitebeard, it hurts so much. Gulala, stop pretending. At the same time, everyone present looked at Rorschach and Whitebeard, especially the damn Whitebeard. This sentence was even more shocking than the scene where Luffy angrily scolded Whitebeard just now. On the battlefield, even the Navy pirates unconsciously gave up a battlefield for the two, as if they were afraid of being affected. Rorschach's mind moved, and the halo on his wrist instantly turned into a tiger hunter and was caught in Rorschach's hand. Whitebeard looked at the cool knife in Rorschach's hand with interest. Gulala, I didn't expect you to be a swordsman. Humph, damn Whitebeard, I will burn your breath. At the same time, Rorschach's mouth burst into burning flames, and his breathing seemed as if the flames were alive. The next moment, Rorschach came to Whitebeard. Clang! The two swords collided, and an invisible momentum spread from them. Two dark red lightnings appeared between the two swords. Whitebeard appeared calm on the surface, but he was actually shocked. He had only been an entry-level overlord color entanglement before, but he didn't expect that he could do this time. This really surprised him. The two of them collided with swords like mortal enemies, and every collision could produce a sound. Rorschach occasionally used a move that looked like a fire dragon, but the color was black and red, which looked extremely domineering. Ding! Fusion Overlord Color Entanglement +3. Ding! Para-Human Series Trembling Fruit Fragments ×3. Although Rorschach was about to collapse at this time, he was happy in his heart. Every collision and every hit, Rorschach could hear a happy voice in his mind. But Whitebeard was getting more and more wrong, and his face was also a little weird. Whitebeard thought to himself, something is wrong. There is something wrong with this kid's body. Why does it feel like the more he fights with this kid, the stronger his domineering aura becomes? Although he couldn't beat him, Rorschach was making slow progress. Suddenly, Whitebeard seemed to realize that something was wrong, and a surge of domineering aura was released instantly, and Kurogiri was like a big knife that harvested people's names. Kurogiri's blade was wrapped with a strong domineering aura, and it chopped Rorschach's right arm fiercely. For a moment, it seemed that time had stopped, and Rorschach's right arm was cut off in an instant like tofu. For a moment, almost everyone stopped breathing, and the entire battlefield was dark. Only the sound of the arm falling to the ground was heard. Rorschach retreated several meters in an instant, and Tiger Hunter was stabbed hard on the ice. Rorschach's forehead was covered with sweat, and a look of pain appeared on his face. Tick tick tick. Drops of blood flowed from the arm onto the ice surface and were instantly frozen into ice crystals. Rorschach activated his spatial power and came to the place where his arm fell and picked up the long-cut arm. When he wanted to activate his ability again, he found that he couldn't activate it. At the same time, everyone on the battlefield saw the situation on Rorschach's side. Some Navy officers looked extremely ugly when they saw Whitebeard cut off the arm of their Vice Admiral Qing Long. Some Vice Admirals were shocked, especially Ji Yuan. When he saw Rorschach's arm fall to the ground, his heart seemed to be broken. Then Ji Yuan was full of momentum, and pink light surrounded him, determined to kill all the pirates around him and reach Rorschach as soon as possible. Execution platform. Zhang Guo's face turned completely black, veins on his forehead bulged, and his fists clenched crackling. Garp. However, before Sengoku called Garp's name, Garp stepped on the moon step and ran towards Rorschach at a very fast speed. Rorschach covered his arm with his hand and his face was very ferocious. He had never broken his arm before, and he didn't expect it to be so painful this time. And in order to prevent bleeding to death, Rorschach deliberately used ice to seal the bleeding position. Rorschach looked deeply at Whitebeard, and he was still very fortunate. If it wasn't for the old man who cut his shoulder, he might have died long ago. Perhaps noticing that Rorschach was looking at him, Whitebeard actually laughed, "Gulala." At the same time, some pirates seemed to have the idea of picking up the leak when they saw Rorschach's broken arm. They took out machetes or guns one by one and approached Rorschach step by step. Soon there were 20 or 30 people around. Rorschach looked around, and almost all of them were people he had never seen before, and they looked extremely wretched. Luoxia smiled coldly, and a domineering aura spread out. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people who had just surrounded Luoxia fell to the ground with a bang. No, however, Rorschach seemed to be still unsatisfied, and he actually cut off the hands of those people directly. Almost everyone had an arm broken by him. Damn, have you ever heard that a lean camel is bigger than a horse? If you want to die, just say it earlier. At the same time, Garp stepped on the moon step and came to Rorschach. Hey? Old man, why are you? Before Rorschach finished speaking, Garp carried Rorschach's body and ran towards the execution platform. Hey, old man, put me down quickly, I haven't finished beating you yet. Stinky boy, stop talking nonsense, don't you know what you are like? Do you want to beat me again? Beat me to death again. Garp scolded Rorschach mercilessly. However, Rorschach did not speak again. Although he said angry words, Garp's moon step was still very fast. It seems that he is very worried. Not long after, Garp carried Rorschach to the execution platform. Just as he put it down, a man in a white coat was caught by Garp in front of him. This doctor was called by Jean Guo. Jean Guo's face was very ugly at this time. It seemed that he was very distressed that Whitebeard cut off one of Rorschach's arms. Rorschach looked at the doctor in front of him who was wearing glasses and had slightly dark skin and wanted to see him. Rorschach decisively shook his hand. Doctor, go down. I have my own way. What? You cut off one arm? This is not a minor injury. You'd better stay away from the battlefield with me. It's safer to go to the Navy hospital. It can be seen that the doctor in front of him is very anxious, and there is sweat on his forehead. It seems that he was called here suddenly. Rorschach waved his hand, get out, I don't need it. Rorschach couldn't stand the doctor's muttering, and finally couldn't help cursing. The people on the execution platform were stunned by the scene. Even Ace couldn't help laughing. You. Rorschach curled his lips and glared at the doctor, what? Do you want to be beaten? Seeing Rorschach's attitude, Jean Guo frowned. But Rorschach's injury was not a minor one. At this time, the doctor slowly turned his head and asked, Marshal, what should we do? Why don't you hold this guy down and I'll bandage him? Rorschach, I'm still here, you still want to be beaten. Chapter 116. Hearing the doctor's words, Rorschach's face went dark. This is the execution platform, so many people are watching, what if someone holds him down? Thinking of this, Rorschach stretched out his only remaining hand, and in the blink of an eye a transparent shield spread out from his hand. The shield gradually spread out and gradually spread to half of the square. Swish! In just a moment, the doctor who was standing in front of Rorschach disappeared. At the same time, the doctor appeared a few hundred meters away from the battlefield. The doctor looked around and found that he was no longer on the execution platform, but appeared near the Navy hospital. This place is far away from the battlefield, and many Navy families and medical soldiers are here. After figuring this out, the doctor smiled bitterly. Execution platform. Jean Guo looked around but did not find any trace of the doctor. Rorschach, where is the doctor I called? Where did you take him? And how did you do it? Jean Guo asked Rorschach a series of questions that confused him. Rorschach found a place to sit down and said slowly, it was taken away. Anyway, it was taken to a safe place. As for how it was done, Marshal, you don't have to worry about it. Now, I need to rest. Rorschach's voice became smaller and smaller, and his consciousness sank into the system. Ding! The lottery roulette is at your service. Rorschach twitched his lips and asked, is there any way to revive my broken arm? Of course, money is not a problem. Because the system loves money, Rorschach deliberately added this sentence. The system was silent for about a minute, and a mechanical sound rang in Rorschach's mind, ding. 500 million Baileys and 5 senzu beans. Ding. 1 billion Baileys of life potion. Host, please choose. Rorschach pursed his lips, and for a moment he didn't know which one to choose. Ding. Deduct 1 billion Baileys. The system has selected the best option for you. At the same time, the Baileys in Rorschach's backpack were being swallowed by the system. Soon a tube of emerald green reagent floated in front of Rorschach. It looks full of vitality. Rorschach's eyes lit up, and he grabbed the glass reagent. At the same time, Rorschach, who had been carried to the 3 admiral seats by Garp in the outside world, opened his eyes instantly. This scared Garp. Stinky boy, you scared me. Rorschach didn't answer in a hurry, but observed his surroundings. When he found that he was sitting on the seat, Rorschach suddenly felt that being fooled into the navy by Garp at that time seemed, not a bad thing. Hee hee. Rorschach smiled, and at the same time, the only hand left turned over, and a tube of crystal clear potion exuding vitality appeared in his hand. What is this, kid? Is it for drinking? Rorschach nodded. Little did he know that the green he had just taken out had been seen by some people on the battlefield. Especially Whitebeard, after all, he was one of the 4 emperors. As long as he didn't fight with those generals, he could still be distracted. Gulala, what is that kid holding? Rorschach took out the bottle, turned around and carefully handed it to Garp. Old man, help me open it, be careful. If it breaks, my arm will be ruined. Garp, who had just taken the bottle, didn't care. With a knife, the bottle mouth was cut off by Garp. At the same time, a green gas emanated, with a fresh smell and a sense of vitality. As Garp moved his nose, his originally white hair turned black at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rorschach widened his eyes and grabbed the bottle and poured it into his mouth. Hey! Why do I feel a lot lighter? Rorschach rolled his eyes and closed his mouth tightly. If I knew it had this effect, I would never ask Garp to help me open it. It would be better to bite it open with my teeth attached to the armament hacky. Looking at Garp's nearly half-black hair, Rorschach didn't know how to explain it. Ah! Suddenly, a sharp pain came, and Rorschach couldn't help but scream. At the same time, a hot energy came from his broken arm. Garp grabbed Rorschach's shoulders, but he saw a shocking scene. Not only Garp was attracted, but also Sengoku on the upper level. The arm grew little by little, making Rorschach unbearable. Sweat broke out on his forehead and his whole body was shaking. His own freezing ability seemed to be out of control, and he kept emitting cold air. The sound on the execution platform soon attracted the battlefield. Some navy and pirates saw a scene they would never see in their lives. No, isn't that Lieutenant General Qing Long? His arm is actually growing. No, it is growing, just like a broken arm regenerating. I have heard that Vice Admiral Qing Long can invent all kinds of strange things. I didn't expect that he can even find a way to fix his own broken arm. Awesome! The 3 admirals were even more shocked. Oh, it's so scary. This little guy Rorschach is so scary. Ah, I originally wanted to teach him to use his ability to create an arm, but I didn't expect that this kid actually has something good hidden. Akainu also agreed with what Aokiji and Kizaru said. This kid has a promising future. I don't know how long it took, maybe 5 minutes, or maybe an hour. At this time, crystal clear green liquid was oozing out of Rorschach's arm, and his right arm was restored to its original state, but one arm was a little darker, and the other arm was similar to cold white skin, which seemed very abrupt. Rorschach's ability was activated, and the cold sweat on his forehead was quickly frozen by ice. Rorschach slowly opened his eyes, and what came into view were 2 big faces. Rorschach pulled the corners of his mouth, resisted the urge to draw his sword, looked at the 2 and asked, Ahem, Marshal, old man, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with your arm? How did it grow by itself? Marshal Sengoku pointed at Rorschach's arm, and his whole body was shaking as he spoke. Although he had tried the effect of senzu beans, he had never seen an arm that could be revived. And he saw something incredible when he just came down. More than half of Garp's hair, which had originally been grey, had turned black, and his entire appearance was almost the same as when he was young. It was hard for him not to wonder if Rorschach had taken out something from the bottom of the box again. Facing Sengoku's scrutinizing eyes, Rorschach could only smile awkwardly. He didn't dare to reveal what he had just drunk, otherwise he would ask himself what it was. But the most worrying thing is still coming, and what is coming will always come. Sengoku coughed lightly and asked, "What did you use just now? Is it your bottom of the box?" "Gudong." Rorschach swallowed his saliva, pointed upwards and asked, "The executed prisoner is still up there, Marshal, aren't you going back? Be careful of Marco coming again." Chapter 117. Navy Headquarters. At this moment, Rorschach was sitting leisurely on a chair, watching the battlefield below. He was no longer planning to appear in front of Whitebeard casually. He had just seen Whitebeard's meaningful smile, and Rorschach was sure that he had seen the scene of him taking medicine just now. He didn't want to go to a fight and get robbed. At this time, a nimble figure was rushing around like a bull. The smoking fist even left an afterimage. But this was not what Rorschach was interested in. What interested Rorschach was that almost every time he encountered a strong enemy, someone would stand up to resist him. Rorschach's lips curled up, and he thought to himself, is this the charm of the protagonist of the pirate world? The light in Rorschach's hand lit up, and his entire arm froze in an instant. Then weapons shaped like tridents appeared in Rorschach's hands, but they were small. Rorschach stood up and walked to the edge. Swish! 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 Tridents were thrown quickly in the direction of Luffy's running. Every time they were thrown downwards, a group of pirates were injured, including some navy. Suddenly Rorschach seemed to see something, and slowly sat down next to Garp and smiled, "Old man, I seem to see your two apprentices." "Oh? Is it Kobe and Bellamur?" Rorschach crossed his hands behind his head and said casually, "Yes. But these two guys didn't seem to kill any pirates, and they actually found a place to hide." Rorschach's voice gradually became cold, "Old man, I think you can't blame me this time." "Hey, Rorschach!" Garp just said that, but there was no Rorschach on the seat. Rorschach had disappeared beside Garp long ago. Rorschach quickly teleported to the battlefield after saying that. Rorschach frowned and looked at the grinning man in front of him, who seemed a little familiar. "Get out of the way!" Buzz! Rorschach's arm was covered with armed color. Rorschach raised his arm high, and the next moment he slapped the man who was about to rush over. "Pa!" Then came a heavy slamming sound, and the pirates behind him were stunned, especially since there was someone Rorschach knew. The Shemale King Ivankov. His big eyes were staring at his right arm as if he saw something incredible. Your arm. Why? Wasn't it just cut off by that old man Whitebeard? Just grow it back." Ivankov's jaw dropped to the ground, stunned. "What do you mean just grow it back? It was an arm that was cut off, you said it would grow back." Rorschach frowned and said speechlessly, "You damned demon, just say so if you want to be beaten. I don't mind sending you back to label 5.5. Crack! Rorschach symbolically squeezed his fist a few times to make a crack sound. At the same time, Luffy, who was slapped away by a slap, struggled to get up. When he saw who was in front of him, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. "You are, Iceman." Rorschach showed a look that asked for a beating. "What? Do you want to be frozen by me here?" Rorschach shook his cold palm. Boom! A loud bang destroyed most of Rorschach's body. Rorschach turned stiffly and found that behind Ivankov there was a man wearing revealing clothes, who was obviously a pervert, holding a bazooka and shooting at him. The muzzle of the gun was still smoking. Rorschach's face suddenly darkened. "Damn, I haven't hit you yet." Seeing Rorschach get angry, Ivankov's face froze and he shouted, "Straw Hat Boy, you go first." Straw Hat Luffy looked at Rorschach fearfully, shook his head, and walked away with the people behind Ivankov at a very fast speed. Whenever Luffy thought of what Rorschach did to his companions, he felt deeply powerless. So he couldn't beat Rorschach at all, so he had to run. But he still had to save Ace, so he couldn't waste time. Rorschach looked Ivankov up and down for a while and took a few steps back in disdain. Rorschach said speechlessly, "It's really disgusting. I wonder if all the generations of hormone fruits are transsexuals. I didn't intend to stop you. I wanted to go over there and kill the two Navy deserters. As a result, you, a member of the Revolutionary Army, ran into the gun. There's nothing I can do." Rorschach babbled a lot, almost telling Ivankov everything. Ivankov was secretly shocked. He felt that he was not feeling well. Gulp. How come he knows everything? Rorschach stamped his feet impatiently. Are you going to fight or not? Damn it, I'll fight. Ivankov jumped back fiercely with his she-male figure, as if to keep a distance from Rorschach. Deathly wink. For a moment, Rorschach's body exploded instantly. Rorschach felt as if a breeze had caused an explosion on his body. Ding! Pick up hormone fruit ×2. Rorschach's face darkened, and he instantly arrived in front of Ivankov with the power of space. Rorschach's hand was instantly wrapped with domineering color, and the surrounding lightning lingered around Rorschach. Rorschach punched Ivankov fiercely. Bang! The huge body was blown away by Rorschach with just one punch. Rorschach curled his lips, stepped in front of Ivankov and said speechlessly, "Hey, damn demon, get up quickly, I haven't fought enough. Just when Whitebeard cut off my arm, I'll take my anger out on you." Seeing that he didn't react, Rorschach's conqueror's haki in his hand became stronger again, and it felt like he was going to pierce Ivankov's stomach. When Rorschach was one punch away from him, Ivankov disappeared instantly. Ha ho ha ho ha ho. I almost died. I almost got killed. Hey! I'm kidding. Rorschach didn't like to hear such a cold joke, and immediately used the power of space to launch a fist wrapped in Conqueror's haki and hit Ivankov's face hard. But this time Ivankov didn't dodge, and just took Rorschach's punch. Ivankov was shocked. How can a lieutenant general be so strong? It's incredible that you can use the domineering color at such a young age. Have you been practicing domineering since your mother's womb? Ivankov was shocked, and he didn't dare to think about what Rorschach's future would be like. Rorschach looked at his purple afro, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. Rorschach Tiger Hunter appeared in his hand, and the flame on it was extremely strong. Rorschach raised the knife above his head, and in an instant, a fire dragon slashed out from the Rorschach knife. The fire dragon went straight to Ivankov's afro. Swish! In just a moment, a charred mark appeared on Ivankov's head. As if he had noticed something, Ivankov stroked his head with both hands, but what made him collapse was that a tuft of hair in the middle was burned. Rorschach grinned, activated the power of space, and the next moment he appeared in front of the fortress built with sandbags. End of the chapter. Like and subscribe for more videos like this.